Starting early? I mean, it's only... It's only like 5 minutes early. Hey Dylan, how's it going? What do you mean what took so long? You know I have a job that's from 12 to 9. Weekend's all I got. Then turns down a little bit. I was quoting MGS5. That is not a quote that is only known for a game. That's a normal ass question. You should have said kept you waiting, huh? That'd been a lot easier. Yes, this is the end game. For Girls Frontline 1, yeah. Oh, thanks for the dono, Dylan. I appreciate it. The coffee bot's doing well, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna give it a few more minutes. Because I said that I start in at 10. I don't wanna go too fast. Is where the crash out happens? No, it does not. Right? Where is it? That's it, we got a lot to do. So after CK, I will see where we're at after CK, and if we are good, then I'll also do the event for Girls Frontline 2 as well. I'm doing pretty good, Recon. How's it going? Does this still work? Yeah. I'm giving 5 minutes. Then after 5 minutes, it's go time. I forgot to put on my my announcement last night because I was actually busy playing Project NeuroCloud. Five minutes before drops. Yeah, this is gonna take longer than way longer than an hour and a half, by the way. This is going to take a while. A lot happens here. Destroying Frankfurt? Actually, he kind of... I shouldn't say anything. We're at the event, so I can't say anything. Yeah, it's gonna take a lot. Oh, wow, there's a lot of bots on kick right now. Holy crap. Alright, 2 minutes left. But this is going to be an interesting event. I already know what's going to happen, obviously. I kind of had to, in order to, like, actually be a lore god, I guess. No, I'm not a lore god, that's Ferrari. I guess I'm more of like a lore kid, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what you call me. But it's going to be an interesting event. A lot's going to happen, and there'll be a lot to talk about. And once that's all out of our system, we might... Archivist is pretty good. Good term, yeah. We might, and I say we might, do Ghost Frontline 2's event today as well. Archivist, Apprentice, those are both good. Demigod is still a little much, in my opinion. I don't know why you thought Ferrari was... Actually, what did you think he was? Why is it a shot that he's American? Oh, as someone who didn't keep up with the ION on a scale of 1 to 10, how nuts would this be? I'll keep it a secret. Antarctican. Like he was Eastern European or Asian. Oh, were you one of the people who thought that Ferrari was like in the same city as as Yuzhong? I think people say the same thing about Sia too. To General Liu, I believe he just likes General Liu because she's hot. Okay, it's 5 minutes after. It is time to mosey on and get this out of the way. Get rid of everything first off my screen. Okay. (2030) Frankfurt time, November 15th, a live broadcast on DDR2, the Democratic German Broadcasting Network. In 2045, we stood alongside our friends in the German Democratic Republic to confront the enemies of Europe. It marked the beginning of a deep friendship forged between us. We have constantly tried to resolve issues peacefully and ease the tension in current affairs. But our love for peace and endless restraint are taken as cowardice. Our bottom line is encroached upon, slowly but surely. The forces behind the push for a reconstruction union deliberately destabilize the situation in the Neo-Soviet Union to achieve their goals. I am certain this is the only beginning. This reconstruction union is a filthy and bloody scam orchestrated by our enemies, under the guise of resurrecting the spirit of Sartre, who died in 2033. They seek profit by meddling in German-Soviet international affairs, plunging our peoples into misery. They may still be in hiding, they may still be scheming, or they may already be taking action. It's all just a matter of time. One thing is for certain, this force is currently concentrated in Frankfurt. Therefore, we are launching special military operations in Moscow and Frankfurt. I solemnly assure you, citizens of Neo-Soviet Union and the German Democratic Republic, that we will never harm the interests of the people. Our actions are just. I call on all of us to work together and turn this tragic page of our history. The fate of the Neo-Soviet Union lies in the hands of its people. The soldiers of the Neo-Soviet Union are ready for action. The decisions we make will be carried out, and our nation's security will be reliably guaranteed. I do not doubt that we will have your support. I believe our loyalty to the Neo-Soviet Union will grant us unstoppable strength. Early warning radar station, 77th Air Defense Battalion, 2nd Guard Regiment of the Frankfurt Garrison. Night paints the grass and trees a dark green. Nestled among them, the early warning radar looms like a giant, its compound eyes of antenna arrays gazing towards the horizon. Suddenly, the previously steady radar echoes grow restless. Inside the radar control room, the screen lights up with numerous red dots marked unknown target. The alert sirens cause everyone's present to tense up instantly. Radar detects numerous aerial targets. There's a lot of them. Something's not right. Report this to command immediately. The call connects. This is 77th Air Defense Battalion Command. This is the early warning radar station under the 77th Air Defense Battalion. We're detecting a large formation of aircraft in the eastern airspace, 210 kilometers from the capital's air defense perimeter, 6 degrees northeast, course unknown. Please provide target details. Radar echoes are chaotic, possibly due to interference. We tried hailing them, but we've received no response. Radar is still picking up new targets. The total number of incoming aircraft is over 700. We will notify all missile sites to activate fire control radar to lock on and issue warnings. Make it your top priority to drive them off while we hear back from the higher-ups. Keep track of the targets and sync all current intel with Air Force Central Command. Understood. Minutes later, fire control radars at the air defense missile sites east of Frankfurt activate in sequence, trying to track the elusive targets in the sky. But soon, piercing howls tear through the air, giant shadows hidden in the night fire, multiple missiles at low altitude. They streak across the sky at terrifying speed. Explosions rock the ground as fire engulfs the missile site. Personnel not hit in the blast quickly transmit the attack report to the 77th Battalion Command. Good question, Dylan. You'll figure it out in a moment. Or we will figure it out in a moment, I should say. Command! The 122nd Air Defense Missile Site is under attack by unidentified targets. Severe damage to both missiles and fire control radars. Casualties yet to be confirmed. Before command can respond, another report arrives from the early warning radar station. Report. The target group in the eastern airspace has vanished. A new group has appeared in the southern airspace. They breached the capital's air defense perimeter. It's electronic detection. Damn it. Contact Air Force Command immediately. We are under invasion. Unknown forces are launching an air raid. An air raid. The enemy is right at our doorstep. Beasting System Data Center, White Zone. Only the monotonous hum of machines breaks the silence. This place seems utterly unaffected no matter what upheaval occurs outside. While waiting, Q tries to estimate how long she has been down here and wonders what's happening out on the surface. But she senses nothing while separated by such thick reinforced concrete. The red light on the storage card turns green. Q pulls it out and walks past the guard. The guard salutes respectfully as Q leaves the heavily secured data center. Passing through a vast hall, Q arrives at the elevator to the Stasi HQ. She pulls out her communicator and selects an encrypted internal channel. Frankfurt Airstrike data has been synced. Awaiting next instructions from the Stasi. It's been confirmed that Frankfurt's air defense system did not activate. Our air defenses came under large-scale bombardment by Carter's Rebel Air Force. So far, no signs of ground forces have been spotted. So many bombers and not a single warning? Has the garrison done nothing at all? Major General Kuhn, commander of the garrison, is reporting to the National Defense Council. The council has now authorized wartime posture with the Army Command and Greenland Border Forces to initiate defensive operations. Chairwoman Ulrich has already departed. We're on our way to Frankfurt right now. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. Q ends the call and exits the elevator. As it rises quietly, the tremors of the earth grow clearer. Q knows she's stepping onto the battlefield. Up in the sky, fighter jets survey Frankfurt from above like the convocation of eagles. Once the air defense perimeter around the capital is breached, roaring engines stir the night sky, throwing the once peaceful city into turmoil. A group of aircraft pour in through the breach of information, spearheaded by the 555th Electronic Warfare Squadron. The lead aircraft fixes its gaze on pre-marked radar coordinates, ready to strike. That was loud. On command from Eagle Nest, deploy flares around the detection zone. Heeding the order, they open their bomb bays and release multiple decoy flares. Once deployed, these flares simulate aircraft signatures, tricking ground radars into reporting false enemy activity. Soon, high above, the AEW aircraft that's designated Eagle East, or Eagle Nest, intercepts the ground radar's frequencies. Ground-based radar models, radiation parameters, and coordinates now synced. All squadrons begin scheduled ground strikes. Copy. Before altering course, they spot dazzling fire erupting from the ground through the canopies. At the same moment, other pre-marked locations also burst into flame. Eagle Nest Squadron 676 has completed anti-radiation missile strike. Returning to base. As successive explosions erupt, all ground radar sites are destroyed in mere minutes. But this is only the beginning. All strike squadrons, this is Eagle Nest. Now seeking intel on Frankfurt's air defense deployment and IFF codes. Party targets, enemy Air Force commander centers, air bases, runways, communication facilities, highways, railroads, and bridges. Escort squadrons, we've identified reserved airfields. Military assets are relocating. Also, recon reports enemy aircraft airborne and heading towards us bearing 8080. Shoot down all targets to cover Airstrike units. Copy. As the orders are issued, more aircraft push deeper into the region. In the sky, the warplanes form a vast net engulfing this pearl on the main harbor. Sorry, I got terms mixed up. Pearl on the main river. The entire city of Frankfurt is burning. Okay, I'm not going to do this, but this is basically a cutscene. Maybe I can do this. Yeah, I'll do it. Literally nothing's going to happen. So, just pick up these supplies. And you would place them on this radar here. It's just showing that the airstrikes are happening. Number 3 was over here. The air raid sirens howl mournfully. They are met with the roar of fighter jets and frequent booms of explosions coming from within the city. In a corner of the Offenbach district, a squad of soldiers armed with FIM-92 anti-air missiles move in tight formation while keeping close to the buildings. Sir, we lost communication with the other squads. It's heavy EM interference. Our electronic warfare units must be trying to counter it. The last message we received was 10 minutes ago. The airport and control tower have been destroyed. We lost air superiority. We can't just give up. This is when we're needed the most. The squad leader orders his subordinates to shut off their comms. The screeching static is only adding to the tension. Nearby, along the ruined highway, various anti-aircraft guns and vehicles rotate their turrets, firing 30mm rounds into the pitch-black sky. Some of the vehicles are already destroyed, burning amid thick black smoke, surrounded by mangled metal debris. Prepare to counterattack. One of the squad members aimed at a large shadow flying overhead. As the targeting system emits a steady beep, he pulls the trigger. The missile launches from its tube, drawing a white arc across the city sky. Missile, 6 o'clock, low. Ugh. Warned by his comrades sitting behind him, the pilot quickly activates the electronic countermeasures, turns the aircraft, and releases a set of flares. A second later, the missile whips past, barely missing their wing and trailing a streak of white smoke. Block! Recovering from the G-forces, the pilot swears under his breath. Good news, we got data on the enemy's EW unit. Weapon Systems officer stares intently at the radar screen. There, marked clearly, is the Frankfurt Electronic Warfare Unit, currently giving them a hard time. Let's put an end to this nightmare. He presses a button on the side of the screen. The blip representing the ground EW unit locks in place. We're here armed. Air-to-ground missile. Launch! Beneath the wing, a missile detaches from its pylon and streaks into the darkness ahead. Within 10 seconds, a fireball lights up the darkness. The blip vanishes from the radar screen. On the Autobahn, which is the highway, the air raid sirens screams all over Frankfurt. Those who come to their senses first immediately try to flee by car. In the blink of an eye, the outbound Autobahn is utterly gridlocked, like a nearly frozen artery of red tail lights that stretch on endlessly. Damn it, move! Why the hell do I have to live through this again? In the hazy night, panicked drivers blare their horns in vain. Like a spark hitting a pile of gasoline, the honking spreads like wildfire along the Autobahn. Air raid, take cover. The radio is overrun with static. The shrill noise quickly drowns out all speech. Then comes a deep, drowning rumble, but not from the radio. It's coming from the sky. In the back seat, a child wipes away the condensation on the window and presses his face to the glass, but he fogs it up again with every breath. He grimaces in discomfort. Dad, what's that sound? It hurts my ears. It's... A fighter jet whizzes past overhead, the tremendous noise stabbing into every eardrum. It's flying so low that the motorist can make out the slender white missiles under its wings. All of a sudden, the night sky above the city lights up in an instant, as if it's a lightning strike. Then comes a thunderous explosion, followed by a cacophony of crackles, like fireworks bursting in all directions. In the rearview mirror, Frankfurt's night sky is on fire. A massive mushroom-shaped plume rises into the air. Dear Lord, Holy Mother of God, run! The middle-aged motorist's eyes widen in terror. He takes last look at the unmoving traffic, then comes to a decision. He swerves the car to the shoulder, flings the door open, grabs his child, and bolts into the frigid winter wind. The other drivers lay on their horns. Some hurl curses at his back. But fear spreads like a plague. More people abandon their cars and flee towards the city's edge on foot. A jet's right wing is hit, disintegrating into pieces. Like a bird with a broken wing, the aircraft spirals rapidly from hundreds of meters up, heading straight for the serpentine line of traffic below. On the Autobahn, drivers see the monstrous burning shape falling from the sky, trailing smoke and flame, the sound of its descent growing louder and louder. A massive explosion engulfs the earth. Flames roar at the crash site. In the billowing thick smoke, shattered debris and chunks of dirt rain down. Hundreds of meters away, the wounded wail in agony as they crawl out from their crumpled cars. My child! My child! Jenny! No! Open your eyes! Help! No! My leg! Somebody help me! But the world has become a silent film. The nearly deafening victims scream, but can no longer hear the outside world. At the edge of the blast zone, an elderly man with graying hair pushes open a car door with difficulty and clambers out on all fours. He has a long scar across his brow. His arm is bleeding. Where am I? Fritz! He looks around in a daze, stumbling against the traffic. He heads back towards the burning city. More people emerge from the wreckage, staggering to lift their loved ones, running blindly for their lives. This disaster struck without warning. No one knows when or if it would end. This one's still alive! Get the door off! Alright, I'm on it! Don't worry, we got you. Apply pressure on the wound. We'll get her on a stretcher. 1, 2, 3. Stop too, don't be so rough. Oh, okay. Hang in there. The medical dolls are on their way. You want to make it. Stay with us. Yes, this is the art playing scene, Dylan. Yeah, it is. Don't say anything more. On board the Elmo. The sun rises as usual, lighting up the haze-shrouded Frankfurt and the Elmo part on the Autobahn. The road still reeks of blood and gunpowder, with the occasional groan of the wounded breaking the silence. Nearly 100 lightly wounded, either sitting or lying down, wait in dazed exhaustion. Frankfurt is still under EM interference. Our NES conference room can only maintain communications among Grip and T-Dolls. We're unable to contact anyone else for now. Got it. Any other news? It's been confirmed that Frankfurt's International Airport, the military airfield to the west, and the air defense missile site in the Taunus have all been crippled by airstrikes. No Soviet ground force is detected yet. Also, Chairman Grob has made a public statement declaring that the German Democratic Republic is now in a state of war. The commander gulps down the cold coffee in his cup, trying to quell his boiling murderous rage. What's the situation in the city? How are the civilians? And what about the Phi and 404? They're still hiding in the urban area. Their surrounding residents have taken shelter in defensive structures. The Phi and 404 are also out of harm's way in safe houses for now. However, Commander... What is it? It's extremely likely for a recon plane to mistake the Elmo for a threatening military target due to its considerable size. Staying aboard puts your own safety at risk. I recommend you disembark and relocate to a safe defensive structure for now. I don't think so. Frankfurt has plenty of higher value targets. They won't come for an insignificant outsider like me just yet. Besides, Nimron ventured out alone this time. It's a rare opportunity. I'm not letting her slip away right in front of me. Understood. I'll draft a few plans later. Please take your personal safety seriously. Ending the call, the commander turns towards Aro, who has just walked in. Commander, we're giving basic treatment to the lightly wounded nearby and move them into underground facilities. As for the critically wounded, we don't have enough medicine. We'll have to wait for the hospital's response. Can a hospital still take them? From what we know, hospital beds are full. They're urgently seeking new locations to house more patients. But that's not the most pressing problem. What's the biggest problem right now? Because of the airstrikes, the city's main roads are either destroyed or completely jammed with panicked traffic. Ambulances can't get through at all. What about the police? We can't reach them through any channel. Can we escort patients to the hospital ourselves? With the roads so badly damaged, we can't use vehicles either. We can only send dolls to carry them one by one, but there's no telling how long that will take. Do what we can. Understood. How are our dolls faring? Some need to have their parts replaced due to general wear and tear, but other than that, nobody has taken serious damage. Oh, M99 did run into a bit of trouble. She removed her own right arm to crawl into a crushed vehicle and rescue someone. She's at the repair bay now. Are we having trouble repairing her arm? We'll deal with that after we sort out this mess. It's not a problem with her repairs. RO falls silent for a moment, unsure how to continue. M99's arm, along with her bunny plush, were picked up by one of the wounded. This person insists on staying with her, so we let them aboard the Elmo. I'll take care of this. You keep coordinating with the hospital, and have AR-15 assist you in handling operations on the Elmo. Yes, Commander. In the reception room of the Elmo. Before long, the commander spots a man matching RO's description. It's an elderly gentleman in his late 60s with an upright posture despite his years. His hair is white. A deep scar runs across his left brow nearly to his ear. He is currently sitting primly on the steps, with his hands clasped on his knees. Beside him lies a small mechanical arm. In that battered prosthetic hand is a white bunny plush. Sir, that belongs to my T-Doll M99. Could you return it to me? The commander crouches next to the elderly man and meets his gaze. The old man looks at him blankly, as if it takes him a long time to understand the words. It's mine. Fritz sent it to me. Could you prove that? Fritz sent me a Christmas card. To Old Wilde. Hero Stramba 12. I received it on December 20th. No, 25th. 2046. The old man falters, confused. Then lowers his head in defeat. No, this isn't mine. Fritz says the bunny was for my grandson Hans. A 2-year-old would like the bunny. The commander reaches for the plush, but the man suddenly grips his hand, and refuses to let go. Fritz is at the front, fighting for his country and protecting you. And you take his son's toy? Then should I contact Fritz, or send you back to Hermonsstraub? The man's eyes grow clearer as he ponders the question. Fritz has already come home. Suddenly, Lars' tears roll down his weathered cheeks. He came back in such a small coffin. He wasn't killed by the Neo-Soviets. He died at the hands of his own countrymen. The old man drifts into his own world again. I still remember. He was born on Christmas Day, 2024. Such a tiny little thing. Later, he decided to follow his old man's footsteps and join the army. To protect our country and our people. He was a good kid. But I didn't take good care of Hans. During the bombing, I wasn't a good father or a good grandfather. He wipes his tears away awkwardly, but his back remains straight, the habit of a soldier carved into his bones. He grimaces in mild embarrassment. Sorry, I got confused again. Here, please take this back. No. Every soldier who protects their country and people is a hero. You're an old hero. You look like a soldier yourself? The answer is stuck in the commander's throat. He remains silent for a moment. Yes. I was a soldier. Once. Thank you. You're a brave one. If Fritz was still alive, I'm sure you two would have been friends. I'll have a T-Dog escort you to the underground shelter nearby. Can you walk? Yes, my home is close. The elderly man rubs his knees and jiggles his legs slightly. Thank you. Even though you're from the Neo-Soviet Union, just like those who bombed our city, I still thank you. My favorite film is a Soviet movie called Ballad of the Soldier. I hope one day you can be a hero for your own country. Thank you. The commander picks up M99's arm and leaves. RO, I got M99's arm back. It's already at the repair bay. Thank you, Commander. Talking to the old man must have been difficult. I'm going to rest for a while. You're in charge of the Elmo. Understood, Commander. I'll take care of things. The Elmo moves slowly down the empty streets, with buildings stretching endlessly on both sides. The commander sinks into a soft sofa, the exhaustion from a night of rescue work crashing over them. He stares blankly up at the ceiling. Ballad of a Soldier, huh? Last time I heard this movie mentioned was a long time ago. In a clamorous train carriage, the commander, still young and inexperienced, breaks free from the cheering crowd and boards the train with his luggage. Upon reaching his seat, he found it occupied by a man utterly engrossed and a woman sitting across from him. The woman was sharp and poised, dressed in a neat but slightly old military uniform. The commander places his luggage on the track, then impatiently taps the man's shoulder, gesturing for him to move. Ah, sorry, didn't mean to take your seat. I'm Roman, judging from your uniform. You're also heading to the military school? The commander says nothing. He simply gives a curt nod and sits down. Roman scratches his head awkwardly, then turns back to the woman. Sorry, where were we? You were saying there also are compatriots just lost in the dark forest. Ah, yes, that's an interesting viewpoint. The popular opinion these days is to completely deny our enemies. To see them as our own kind, or even as a human at all. It's an inevitable stage in war, dehumanizing the enemy, portraying them in the worst light possible. That way, you won't feel so much guilt about killing them. But killing is still killing. That never changes. You're absolutely right. The commander sets his travel mug down on the table heavily with a scowl. Looks like our new friend here doesn't like my opinion. The commander stares out the window, still ignoring him. The train lets out a few whistles, signaling its departure. Train's leaving. I better head back to my seat now. Sergeant Marina, I'll come talk again later. Alright. Roman returns to his seat, and the cramped carriage finally quiets down. Now the commander could clearly hear the noisy send-off going outside. Ivan, my dear Ivan, you must come back alive. I'll be waiting for you. My child, remember to write home often. Papa, Papa, get out the train, come back. The commander looks away in irritation, only to find the woman smiling at him. Hello, what's your name? Commander. It's like, aiming kinda high, aren't you? Looks like you got no one to see you off either. This might be a bit forward, but are you mute? If you sign, I can understand a little. The woman actually starts signing. The commander abruptly stands up and heads off to the water dispenser with his travel mug. How old was the commander here? We don't know for sure, but we're looking at like pretty young. Very, very young. He's not 18. That says straight up that he's a young kid. The commander gets his water, but does not hurry back to his seat. Instead, he stares blankly out the train window, watching the scenery rush past with a vague emptiness in his eyes. Hello, could you please help me open the lid of my water bottle? An elderly woman tugs lightly at the commander's sleeve. I think the hot water inside has gone cold, so I can't twist it open. Here, let me. The commander twists the lid loose with ease. You want to refill with hot water, right? Yes. The commander rinses the bottle for her, fills it with hot water, and screws the lid back on, taking care not to tighten it too much. Thank you, dear. You're welcome. Judging by your uniform, are you going to a military school? Yes, I'm enrolled in the Suvorov military school. Senior reminds me of my child, Robin. Robin is also at a military school? Robin has passed away. He died on the battlefield. In that battle 3 months ago. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. He was as young as you are. To me, he's still just a child. The old woman suddenly starts rummaging in the cloth bag she was carrying. After a moment, she pulls out a packet of rations and presses it into the commander's hands. Please, you don't have to. I just opened your water bottle. So there's no need for this. Please take it, please. She wipes her tears with a handkerchief. When Robin left home, I was angry about his decision to enlist. I was so stubborn I refused to go to the station to see him off. I never imagined that would be the last time I saw him. If only I had gone. If only I had said goodbye properly. Take it. Just take it for Robin's sake. The commander reluctantly accepts the weighty packet of rations. Alright, thank you. But promise me this. You must come home alive. Your family will always be waiting for you. The commander's heart sank. He wanted to tell her the truth, that there was no one waiting for him at home. But in the end, he just forced a faint smile and nodded. You take care of yourself too. I'm going to my younger sister. She's ill and needs someone to look after her. I sold everything valuable at home, hoping it will help. Right. I wish you a safe journey. Watching the old woman slowly return to her seat, the commander picks up his own travel mug and goes back to his. The train sped across the spring plains, rushing towards the horizon, in the dull, monotonous rhythm of the wheels. The commander of the year 2050 slowly closed his eyes and drifted off to troubled sleep. Back in the year 2050, the Neo-Soviet Union, though filled with war and pain, still had hope. Hope, like the lilies by the roadside, burgeoned in spring. Oh, that's not it. It does go to here. Yeah, it does. Okay. That is indeed a tell in World War III. Yes. Click. Confronting 2064. Orca, Alexei, wake up. I was sound asleep when Roma suddenly shook me awake in the middle of the night. He said a new mission had come. Dawn is about to break. I followed him to the secret base, which quickly filled up with people. I saw our captain, Dentist, speaking in hushed tones with his superior. A large map was displayed on the main screen. I suddenly understood what was about to happen. I've been waiting for this moment since I joined KCCO a year ago. I just didn't expect it to arrive so abruptly and without warning. At noon, Roma, Bierfing, Ryder, and I disguised ourselves as civilians and slowly made our way into Moscow, driving the most inconspicuous car we could. The streets were calm and cold, of course. I realized it was Friday. At this hour, the office workers would still be in their air-conditioned buildings, while my dad was probably in the shop baking pizzas. Honestly, I was worried about their safety, but there's nothing I could say. Thankfully, my comrades are a bunch of trustworthy, principled guys. As always, we won't lay a finger on civilians unless absolutely necessary. When we passed Gorky Park, we got stopped by patrolling officers again. Roma pretended to be annoyed, flashed his ID, grumbled a bit. The police didn't seem suspicious, said it was just routine. As planned, we reached a safe house near Bunker 42 and used a passphrase to report to Dentist. We received new orders and the rest of the afternoon was uneventful. While watching from the window, I spotted Alice's candy shop across the street. A mother was teasing her child with freshly bought cotton candy. When I was little, some jerk once snatched my little sister's cotton candy bought from there. I beat the hell out of that jerk. My sister gave me half the cotton candy. It was sweet, fluffy, and delicious. That same jerk is now dating my sister. Screw this. Next time, I'm gonna beat him up again. Nice. Anyway, I gave up on the idea of going down to buy some cotton candy. These guys would rag on me and I never hear the end of it. So I just gamed for a bit. 20 minutes later, I was 0-8. Forget it. I opened up a romance flick, a quarter into the runtime. I couldn't even remember who the male MC was. Then I thought about cotton candy again. Once the URNC is established and those cheap pan-European Union candies flood the market, this store will probably go under. All the candy factories will go under. And the Neo-Soviet Union will go under too. Those bastards behind the URNC and the corporations backing them will tear her apart, devour her completely, then wipe their mouths like gentlemen and say it was the will of the people. The progress of the times. Fuck. We will never let that happen. Okay. I don't think that regarded the commander at all. Like not even a little bit. Okay, we were at 4. Where's number 4? Oh, right there. They will not take our candies. A sound utterly foreign to everyday life shatters the air, endless crashing, and it's impossible to tell if it's near or far. On both sides of the street, faces twisted in terror let out shrill, inhuman screams, like rats trapped in a cage, scattering in panic. Neela feels as if the world itself is rapidly falling apart. Help! We're getting bombed! I'm not sure if anyone's actually going to scream that and expect something to happen. Just saying. A haze of unreality clouds her mind as she stands dazed at the curb, jostled again and again by the stampeding crowd. She has stepped out of that desolate, abandoned castle only hours ago. Beside her, Amaris clutches her arm so tightly it almost hurts. There is no time to make it to the underground shelters. We have to hide somewhere. Being out in the open is too dangerous. Right. Blasted missiles, shakes fist. Okay, I'm gonna focus now. The explosions show no sign of stopping. Amaris shoves through the panicked masses, heading straight for a shop by the roadside. Get inside, now! The world sways violently. If not for Amaris' grip, Neela would have been knocked off her feet by the sound wave rushing in from every direction. They stumble through a doorway while flashes of terrified, contorted faces sweep past her vision. Oh, that's from AG. So both Amaris and Neela, they just got done killing Laplace. So this is what happens afterwards. So they've been together for a while. Amaris shoves Neela under a heavy, solid wooden table. Stay in here. Protect your head. Following her orders, Neela curls up under the table, hands shielding the part of her that holds her soul and memories. She breathes deeply and shuts her eyes. It feels like a century has passed before the crashing dies down, and Neela's heartbeat begins to steady. Laplace is also RPK? No, that's the wrong one. You're thinking of Embla. Embla is RPK. Laplace is Martha. Martha Mittner. Or Meitner. She crawls out from under the table and sees Amaris standing guard close by. The bombing stopped? For now. Why was there suddenly a bombing? According to the latest intel from the commander, Frankfurt and Moscow were both hit by surprise attacks from the Neo-Soviet rebels. Neela, war has come. Or a word that feels distant. But now that she thinks about it, she realizes it has never truly been far away. Glancing around, Neela notices they've entered a bakery. It's small and it's now packed with people crowding around the bread display to take shelter. The shop is in ruins. Soft, clean loaves lie crushed across the floor, and the front window facing the street is filled with unsettling cracks. Low sobs drift through the air. Some people are trying to establish contact with the outside, while others converse with each in in hushed tones. What's going on? Who's behind this? No idea. Signal reception is terrible. I can't even get online. I want to go home. Fenced in by the crush of people, Neela is pressed right up against Amaris. She glances at the almost non-existent signal bar on her communicator and sighs. There's no hope of getting a connection. Amaris, has the government issued any messages or instructions? Like, what should we do now? Only the usual. Keep comms open, get to the underground shelters. We should keep observing the situation. If there's no sign of more bombing, we'll head to the nearest underground shelter. Right now, nothing above ground is safe. The nearest underground shelter... the metro station? Yes, Johannes Gutenberg University Station is close. If we run, we'll be exposed for no more than 5 minutes. A violent explosion erupts in the street. That's a good time for the alert. Thanks for the gifted sub. I appreciate it, Lord Samuel. A car, flaming out of control, barrels straight towards the bakery. In a chorus of screams, the car slams to a stop, blocking the bakery's entrance. Shit! The glass is covered in blood. The driver's hurt badly. Anyone have a signal? Call the police or an ambulance. Even if we could, no vehicle could get through. If a medical doll were around, there might be some hope for him. We'll talk about that in a moment, Jay. There is a reason for this. Nila crawls out from under the table and rushes over to the car. She tries to ascertain the injured driver's condition. The driver's eyes are wide with terror. She gestures to him. Sir, can you tell me your name? His consciousness is fading. He can't form a coherent answer to my question. Nila can't see any obvious wounds in the driver, but his faces are alarmingly pale. Severe injuries can't be ruled out. Amaris, I need you to break the glass. I'll see if I can give him emergency aid. Should I just smash it and drag him out? No, ease him down carefully. His injuries are that bad? I'll get inside and take a look. Amaris climbs into the car and pulls Nila in after. One glance at the blood staining the driver's chest makes Nila draw in a sharp breath. Severe chest trauma. Possible rick fractures. We have to be careful moving him, but time is short. If we don't act now, even an ambulance won't be able to make it in time. Got it. Amaris climbs over to the passenger seat, carefully breaks the window, and steps out onto the seat. Nila follows, and together they lift the driver from the car with painstaking care. The driver lies flat by the curb. His face is covered in blood and tears, making it impossible to determine his facial expressions. Don't speak. I need to check your injuries. Nila gently lifts his shirt. His abdomen and chest are a mess of mangled flesh. Several broken ribs are clearly visible. She pulls some gauze out of her bag, but doesn't know where to start stemming the bleeding. He's beyond saving. There has to be something I can do. She works desperately, but blood keeps gushing out the driver's body and pulling around her feet. The words die in his throat. Nila. The driver has stopped breathing. Amaris closes his eyes mournfully. His injuries are too grave. Nothing you could have done would have saved him. Nila stares at her blood-soaked hands in a daze. The crimson on her skin seems alive. It quivers in her eyes. What's the difference between a med student and a serial killer? Little girl, the answer is there is no difference. The adrenaline and endorphins bring them the same joy. Knowledge is a curse. Talent is a curse. One day, you'll admit what you inherited from me is what you've been pursuing your whole life. This is all from the plots, by the way. She said this to Neela in AG, the previous event. We can't deal with the body right now. Let's find his ID and try to find his family through the database. We probably can't reach them since comms are down, but we can send an email. Neela? Neela! Are you okay, Neela? Neela? Amaris? The air raid siren starts wailing again. Amaris glances up at the startled birds taken to the sky. We're heading to the metro station. He takes Neela by her arm and pulls her along towards the nearest metro station. As they hurry down the chaotic staircase, the clamor inside the station rushes at them like a swarm of vengeful spirits, loose from the seal. And yet Neela is practically deaf to the hubbub. You Drexel! I don't know what that means. Why don't you just die? Go to hell, you misstruck! I don't know what that means. It's because of you the refugees don't trust the government. Are you a spy? Crawl back to your own country, Schlampa. Dark emotions creep over her, clinging like ivy. Neela feels as if she's getting engulfed by the shadows in the metro station. Wah, mama! Stop fucking shoving! Give people some space! When will the bombing end? Neela, this way. I'll answer your question, Federico, after this cutscene. Amaris shoves through the crush and pulls Neela into a pocket of space. Stay here until we have solid intel. Neela, pull yourself together. Right, I'm fine. Even in the jostling crowd, the blood on her hands and lab coat stand out. That's what I thought it meant, but I just didn't know what the exact words were. The dull blast echoes through the tunnels. Like crickets trapped in a cage, the crowd is forced to confront an unseen enemy in the dark. Wah. The light flickers with the tremor of the earth. Faces in panic flash bright, then dark. Plaster and glass from the crumbling ceiling rains down, causing people to scream. The station's collapsing! Run! Ah! Don't push! Stop! The cries overlap into a hellish chorus. Voices cut short, sighs swallowed, screams shrill and sharp. There is no escape. The cacophony of despair assaults Neela's senses, threatening to overwhelm her. Spelling. Amaris tries to shield her from the worst and blocks her view. When the bombing finally ceases for the time being, the hysterical cries soften into whimpers. Only then does Amaris allow herself to relax. Neela, this chaos won't end anytime soon. How long will the bombing last? That's the question on everyone's mind. Just like back in World War III. Everyone was asking, when will the war end? I won't give you false hope. So, just endure. Live for every single moment. But we don't know anything. We can't do anything. This war didn't start because of us, and it won't end because of us. The only thing we can fight for is to see the next dawn. That's all. Can I really hold on? You can, Neela. You're the strongest human I ever met. You're lying. Fine. But even the strongest human needs to eat. I got to get you some food and water. You've gone over 12 hours without eating sustenance. Only then does Neela feel the weight of her fatigue and hunger. Amaris sits her down in the corner. Stay here. I'll be back soon. Don't get hurt. There's no repair point to fix your frame right now. Don't underestimate the T-doll. Right. Neela watches uneasily as Amaris leaves the supplies with her. Be careful. You be careful. Listen to me, Neela. Don't speak to strangers. Even if they ask for help, don't answer. Just stay here and sit tight. Don't go anywhere until I come back. You hear me? Okay. If anything happens, contact me through your communicator. It's Griffin made, so there is a reliable connection with the commander. I just added the Stassi's private channel. Either way, you can reach me. Got it. Amaris hurries off to find emergency rations. And so Neela is left with plenty of time to spend with her own thoughts. Looks down at the pair of crimson hands before her, stained with blood and guilt that can never be washed away. The dry blood is not just on her skin, but also in her heart. Once you have blood in your hands, they will never be clean again. This is the mark of sin. Knowledge is a curse. Talent is a curse. One day, you'll admit what you inherited from me is what you've been pursuing your whole life. This isn't what I wanted. The urgent call tears her from her thoughts. Neela! Where are you in Amaris? Rather, Johannes Gutenberg University Metro Station. Oh, good. Amaris has gone to find food for me. Right. Actually, I just wanted to tell you, stay out of Gray's matter from now on. What you could do for her, and what you couldn't. You done it all. And that Makarov, return it to the commander. You should be wielding a scalpel, not a gun. You understand? But my hands are already covered in blood. Can hands like these really be washed clean? You can't find water? Use alcohol. Wait, alcohol is scarce in wartime. I bet you're the type that insists on saving it for someone who needs it more. Let me think. Jay takes a photo and sends it to Neela. Just use disposable gloves. You're used to wearing them anyway. See? Perfectly clean. The photo shows Jay's hand wearing a medical latex glove. You're a doctor. Bloody hands are normal. If you don't like the mess, just wear gloves. Jay just went to like 5,000% Riz and he doesn't even realize it. Hello? Mila? I understand. Good. I'll contact you later. Jay hangs up. Will gloves really solve the issue? Excuse me. A timid voice interrupts Mila's musings again. It's a dusty-faced woman clutching a sleeping child. I see you're wearing a white coat. Are you a doctor? My child has a fever for days. I meant to take her to the hospital today, but then this happened. Yeah, Jay's a spirit animal, Jay. Now she's burning up and won't wake up. I'm worried sick. Please, could you please look at her? Mila's eyes fall onto the little one's flushed, round face. The child's breathing is erratic and her limbs are spasming slightly. She is clearly in critical condition. Hello? Mila's hands feel like they've been branded with a hot iron. The crimson stain is searing hot, painful, impossible to ignore. She can clearly hear all of the voices screaming from the depths of her memories. The struggle, the hesitation, the pain, the rage. But she lifts her head and gives her answer. Yes, my hands are a bit dirty. Could you take a pair of medical gloves from my pocket for me? Yep. Jay did good. And he doesn't even realize it. Alright, for that question regarding the NeuroCloud Cloud, what are my thoughts? I think it's gonna be fine, to be honest. So I know people were a little upset that Lewis was the character you used for the collab, but honestly, it's not even a collab. They shouldn't even call it a collab. It's more like a tie-in. So it's going to be reoccurring. So we're going to have more PNC units later on. So having Lewis as that bridge between Girls Frontline and PNC seems good. There's not really anything to talk about otherwise. What number are we? That was 4. So it get to 5. Nice. Yeah, like I said, it's a tie-in. Office of the Minister of the Interior. Also, I love Lewis, by the way. Lewis is awesome. Awesome as in hot, I mean. She is awesome, but I guess you could say awesomely hot. The heavy door is shoved open. Inside, a man in a suit rises to his feet. Well, you know, just to answer your comment real quick, Federico, it's part of the business. Yeah, it's part of the business. Rage baiting and doom posting gives a lot more clicks than just normal posting. So yeah, it's just part of business. I don't fault him for that. Gotta chase the bag. This is Minister of the Interior Office. May I ask who? Before he can finish, a squad of armed soldiers stream in. The Secretary recognizes them immediately. The current Ministry of State Security, Rami Reifenstahl, and someone who should not be here at all. Commander Felix of the Hugo Eberlin Guard Regiment. The minister is in a joint session with the Council of the Ministers and the National Defense Council. Even the Stasi. The GDR is now in a state of war. For the moment, internal security falls under the Ministry of the State Security. As Chief Secretary, prepare a meeting room and summon all the ministers. Commander Felix and I will assign the upcoming war together. Work together. Impossible. You. Reifenstahl, this is treason. You're a traitor to the German Democratic Republic. I'm afraid a traitor is your minister, since you are unfit to carry out your duties. Rami taps the shoulder of a stunned deputy secretary. From now on, you will take his place. Get all the ministers all together. Yes, ma'am. May I ask what has happened to our minister? He sold out to GDR by passing critical military intelligence to Carter. He will be imprisoned on charges of treason, disclosure of state secrets, violation of official secrecy, and dereliction of duty. I understand. So the reason why all those bombings came so easily is because they had help. Carter had help. He had inside help. That is the long and short of it. The deputy secretaries quickly arranged for their assistants to start contacting all the ministries. Hoffman's office. The communicator buzzes. Hoffman stirs his coffee and answers the call. Agent K, turbulent times indeed. In just a few days, we've spoken more than all of last year. But chaos is a ladder. Oh, well, you know me, Agent K. If that's the only message you have, I'm hanging up. Of course not. We've all been working around the clock. We could use a lighter topic to help ease our nerves, you know? Hoffman sets down his cup, straightens his tie worn through an all-nighter, and sits upright. There's news from the minister. Good news? Yes, we secured command of the Holy Mother of God. I think that's just Spetsnaz, actually. Yeah, you just shortened it to Spetsnaz. Yeah. We secured command of the Spetsnaz of the Civil Defense and the Volkspolizei Alert Unit. The commander of the Rapid Forces Division has also pledged cooperation for our next moves. If things are going smoothly, it almost feels unnatural. What about Truman's Ulrich's position? He has declared within the party that she stands firmly with Chairman Grob. Excellent. How far are you from Frankfurt? The line may be tapped. I can't give coordinates, but we need more time. On the way to Frankfurt, multiple attempts on Chairman Ulrich's life has been made. We dealt with 6 so far. Did you interrogate the culprits? I never got the chance. They all committed suicide when they failed. And Ulrich's condition? He's unharmed and calm enough. This is not her first assassination attempt. Regardless, you must reach Frankfurt before this war ends. We will do everything we can. secretary enters the meeting room. After putting down 2 cups of coffee and some pastries, he withdraws promptly. The lavishly decorated room, currently occupied only by 2 men, feels eerily hollow. One of them breaks the silence. I didn't expect you to choose this room. Last time we spoke here, it was to congratulate you for becoming General Secretary of the Socialist Unity Party. I chose it not for provocation, but for reconciliation. The party needs both of us. The GDR needs both of us. Enough with the false face, Grob. Your ambition will destroy the GDR. And yours will destroy humanity itself. The relics exist whether you use them or not. Earth does not stop rotating just because man closes his eyes. Technology is the true lifeblood of this age. Mr. Oberstein, you can't keep living in the past. Look at the world today. The world today? It is nothing but the continuation of World War III. I and my comrades defended Germany then. Yes, no one can deny history, Mr. Oberstein. But now your eyes see only the past, not the future. You will never see the future. I'll say that right back at you. Relics are just tools. Tools for attaining power, not for causing humanity's annihilation. I wholeheartedly agree. But who is our enemy? They aren't in distant Antarctica. Ooh. Our enemy is right here. No, our enemy lies within your hearts. It is that withered ambition that will consume us all. Oberstein's anger flares. Grob, have you forgotten who helped you rise to power? I am grateful. Grateful that you chose me as your puppet. It's not Grob, by the way. It's more like Grauis, but cut the H. So Grauis. Is S in German. So Grois is Grois. Or is it Grois or Grauis? Remove the W as well. So gross. Like so gross? So Grois. Grob is funnier though. I'll go with Grois. Okay, Grois looks at Oberstein coolly. More R? What does that mean? What does that mean, more R? Do I need to roll the tongue like a Latino? Like Grois. But you forget, Mr. Oberstein. As a puppet, I have a right to enter the stage, while you have lost that right long ago. I don't need that. All I need is the power to replace the puppet at will. The heavy alloy door slams shut as Oberstein storms out. The talk ends not in peace, but in open enmity. Back at his own office, Growis nods to his chief secretary. Contact Lord Griffin Lyons. I forgot to put the word Lord in there. In fact, I'm not sure if they did put it in the translation. That might be a localization thing. Yes, sir. The comms line connects. The chief secretary bows and leaves the office. I said how it's pronounced more or less. Okay, let me listen to it. Just because I gotta say it in the summary as well anyway, so it's better if I listen to it.
It's more or less pronounced gross.
Gross. Okay, so it's gross. So, but you want to pronounce the R more, or stress the R more. Gross. Gross. Your Excellency, I trust you have made your decision. We need a future. Humanity needs a future. Also, by the way, thank you, Dylan. Appreciate that. Only by passing the flame will there be a future. There was once a time when Oberstein was my most respected leader, my comrade. But he lives in the past. Ross eases into his chair, his eyes falling on a photo on the desk of himself with Oberstein. As a brilliant technocrat, he rose above suffocating aristocratic politics through sheer ability. In World War III, he turned the tide until tragedy bound him forever. To this day, he is consumed by the loss of his wife and daughter. He is only human. He has grown old. Because of that, he has betrayed his family, his own name. He can neither stay in his position or let go. Beyond his past glories, all he has left is a broken body and a son that he clings to. Fate repeats itself endlessly. So your answer? Just as we preserved hope for humanity, we should preserve a spark for the Oberstein family too. Your support is driving forth behind the UNSC's establishment. Isn't he responsible for his daughter's death, though? We'll get to that. Socialist Unity Party has headquarters. In the White Zone, the bombing is barely felt. The highest defenses stand here, along with the most valuable lives. Some people are born worth more than others. Not because of the good they do, but because of the despair they bring. Are you going to keep waiting? Your identity must not be exposed. Tell him he is about to lose. I cannot deliver that message. I know, it doesn't matter. Nimron leaves the office. She must return to her own domain. There she has chosen the most fitting end for herself. Would? No, you wouldn't. Nimron enters an empty laboratory. Her fingertips brush across every familiar surface. Take care, Jay. All these mundane things that she has long since grown tired of suddenly fill her with nostalgia. Once she reaches her own office, she exhales. She opens an encrypted comms channel. Congratulations. I see. The cold male voice falls silent after this perfunctory acknowledgement. After some hesitation, Nimron decides to get straight to the point. I have a request. I want to die a true death. I have no more need of you. Do as you wish. Thank you. I hope both you and Miss Lunacia find this resolution satisfactory. I will make my death quiet and unobtrusive. William hangs up. Nimron sighs and begins her final task. Hebe. I'm here. What's the situation in Frankfurt? The EASO's boxes have been deployed as planned. Activate them all. So soon? But the bombing has only just... Do it now. Understood. Nimron severs the comms link with Hebe, then immediately opens another. Brand. No answer. Is the matter still unresolved on her end? Nimron leaves a message for Brand, telling her to handle the last shipment up from Avernus. Then she activates the beasting system one last time. In her most familiar place, she works efficiently to authorize Styx's entry into the White Zone. She exits the current interface, accesses Laplace's archives, and grants Mordo access clearance to the files. Well, there's that. It feels strange. There is nothing left on her to-do list. This idle state is utterly alien to her. With a faint smirk, she pulls up the files of Oberstein, Carter, and other figures, and feeds them into the beasting system one by one. She then changes the access authorization of these files. An error alert. She calmly calls up the back-end terminal. More errors come flooding in. He watches as the system collapses, but instead of panic, Nimron feels relief. At last, the end has come. The beasting system wails with intrusion warnings as information on the hacker is compiled and displayed for Nimron. But she dismisses them all without even a look. Her eyes remain fixed on the horizon in this digital space as she waits patiently. As though she has waited her whole life for this very moment. What number was that? Was that... That was 5. Okay, so where's 6? 6 is a battle. Yeah, this is the battle. So we go to 7 now. Yeah, basically we hack into the beasting and then we beat up everybody, more or less. What is 6? Yeah, oh yeah, 7. Which for 7? That's right, 7. There it is. Everything returns to 0. Nimron's data is being erased, keystroke by keystroke, until nothing remains in a digital space. Her body dissolves like a snowflake, drifting softly, quietly into nothingness. She frees her mind from the virtual cognition image and returns to reality. The falling snowflake has landed on the ground. Alone, Nimron walks towards the laboratory where the incubator is placed. That is her place of origin, so it should also be her final resting place. She caresses the cold surface of the incubator, the womb that gave her life, and the womb that will mark its end. It is currently filled with nothing left but a murky fluid. Staring at the emptiness, she tries to find a definition for her life, a summary. Some words that might remain upon her headstone. But nothing specific comes to her, only fragments, shattered, fleeting glimpses of meaning. Looking around at everything, retracing the short span of her existence, she suddenly realizes that she has never truly owned anything. Born as a convenient tool, she will now cease existing as a tool that has lost its value. Tools do not deserve to have a sense of self or any worldly possession, except a brief intersection with a fellow tool. In the blankness of her life, Nimron sees a sudden flash of color. The first time she met Sana, the girl was locked inside an incubator, her small and delicate frame almost drowning in her ornate garments. Sensing Nimron by the incubator, Sana turns her pale face towards her. Who are you? I am Nimron. I will be responsible for your personal care from now on. Where's Mama? Lady Laplace has more important experiments to attend. She has given me all the instructions. Oh. Sana turns away with disinterest and returns to staring at the thick glass before her. After the next adjustment, you'll be fully complete. Then, you must enter indefinite hibernation. During your sleep, I will continue to monitor your condition. If you have no further questions, I will take my leave. Can I ask for something? Of course. Nimron pulls up the, Avernus inventory, preparing to log an item for withdrawal. I want a daisy. A daisy? I keep dreaming of it. In my dreams, it's pure white, opening petal by petal. Mama and I would walk through fields of them. Oh, it's Latin name for Bellium Minitum L. There is no such item in Avernus' warehouse. So I can't get one? Nimron looks at Sana through the glass, like the girl she used to be confined in the same way, gazing out curiously. At the time, no one answered her questions. I will look for it, but do not set your hopes too high. Okay. Sana smiles a little inside the incubator. It's a small smile, like a firework that vanishes in an instant. Making sure that no one is watching, Nimron quietly opens the incubator as usual and started recording all sorts of data. When checking the connection between the incubator and Sana, Nimron flicks her sleeve, dropping a flattened dry flower next to Sana's hand. Sana opens her eyes and meets Nimron's ever impassive gaze. She smiles faintly and hides the flower away. Thank you. Nimron does not respond. She finishes making her notes and leaves without another word. The aircraft slowly takes off. However, Sana suddenly stands up. Sana, what are you doing? I have always been the keeper of the gates of hell. The truth is, I can't lead the Evangel Axis. No. Sana smiles at Nimron. Then she turns and jumps off. Nimron tries to grab hold of her. She manages to grab her hand. Sana simply looks back at her with a quiet contentment. Who am I? You are you. Goodbye, Mama. I love you. Sana lets go. This time, Nimron seizes Sana's hand. She holds on tightly with all her strength, refusing to let her life slip away like sand. Yet the harder she clings, the more she feels the shackles tighten on her own body, as though in holding on to Sana, something else is holding on to her. Nimron knows what has caught her without looking. It follows like a shadow, like wind, always behind her, waiting. Its name is Death. And now, at last, it has her firmly in its grasp. She curls her fingers. She can still feel Sana's small, delicate hand in her palm. Good. This is all I want. Nimron gives up her last bit of resistance and surrenders fully. The vines of death, unhindered, surge through her body. Pain fills every inch of her skin, sorrow wrings every bone. I was never meant to have any desires. A tool should have the result of being a tool. Staring into the reflection on the incubator glass, Nimron finds only an impassive face. There is no joy, no grief, no agony, only indifference. Enough. I should not cling to regrets. Nimron closes her eyes and calmly embraces the eternal darkness. Anyways, air sirens. A squadron of strike aircraft circle overhead. From the cockpits, they see Frankfurt in chaos after relentless bombardment. The priority targets are burning. The roar of their engines cuts through the clouds. In response to their presence, surviving anti-air vehicles hidden in the city fire upward. Fragmentation rounds explode 3,000 meters high, erupting in dark blossoms of smoke. However, they are utterly ineffective against the higher flying squadron. In fact, they alert the squadron to the fact that they have reached the zone where Frankfurt's ground forces are staging their fiercest resistance. Eagleness. Key segment of Autobahn now in range, preparing to strike. Permission to engage. Roger, commencing dive. Copy. Having been given the green light, the squadron begins their descent. With their flaps open, the aircraft dive towards the target Autobahn. Following the violent explosion, a chain of fire blooms along the highway, and black smoke surges towards the sky. Eagerness, bombing complete. Target destroyed. Enemy aircraft no longer able to land. Copy, return to base. The squadron climbs again. The wingman glances down once more. On the Autobahn, fire burns in a long winding trail, like a drake stretched quietly upon the main. Inside the underground fortifications of concrete, Frankfurt's 1st Guard Regiment is struggling to maintain its operations. Everyone is praying for good news from above, but all that comes are the wounded being carried into shelters, and reports of depleted weapons and supplies. According to latest intel, the western section of the Autobahn C6 was destroyed by the enemy strike. We need aid. Anyone, anything. a weapon, a shell, and most of all, soldiers. Without them, all we can do is pray to God. The air raid sirens echo once again across Frankfurt's night sky. In the Frankfurt district, Softbond hurries into a dark, narrow stairwell carrying a stretcher. Dust, gunpowder, and the stench of blood fill the air. On the third floor, the ceiling has collapsed, and the black sky yawns overhead. She steps into a room and hears the commander's voice. How many people are still inside? Tina is by my side. You and a child are trapped here, right? Are the two of you injured? Yes, but I don't know how badly she's hurt. Please, save her first. Someone get me a plank and bandages. Commander, I'm here to help. Spaz 12 lifts a searchlight and shines it down, trying to give the commander a clearer view of the rubble. Submod sets the stretcher aside, jumps into the ruins, and digs out a relatively intact plank, maybe originally part of a cupboard, and hands it to the commander along with some bandages. Uma! The commander quickly checks the child's condition. Multiple head wounds, but the injury on her arm is the most serious. They carefully bandage the arm. They signal Submod to place the plank. Alright, the arm is set. Now I'm going to slide this board beneath you and pull you out. Don't be afraid. You'll be alright. Trust me. The girl stares in terror at the commander and the dolls. Don't be scared. We're good people. Commander, we're awaiting your command. Alright, on 3. Watch your strength. No problem. Ready. 1, 2, 3. Mama! Concrete rubble scrapes against the plank as the girl is finally freed. She has no visible trauma wounds besides her right arm, but the broken femur will have to wait. Submod, get her to the vehicle first. We'll come down in a minute. On it, right away. Submod lays the stretcher flat, and with Spaz 12's help, carries the child out. Okay, so can Sabrina not have her model show up? Okay. There's no time to breathe a sigh of relief, ignoring the debris grinding into their knees. The commander gets down on all fours again, leaning further into the rubble and checks on the old woman trapped within. What was once a bedroom is now unrecognizable. The old woman lies pinned in a corner, while the bed in the middle has been crushed by a massive slab of concrete, with blood seeping through from underneath. The air raid sirens outside cease abruptly. The city falls into a chilling silence. A dust-caked, wrinkled hand stretches out from a narrow gap, groping helplessly. Help me. I don't want to die. In a flashlight beam, the old woman's clouded eyes glisten with tears, filled with a woman's primal desire to survive. I'll help. The commander shifts back slightly from the tilted floor. His tongue brushes against something. Something sweet. His lips are cracked and bleeding. From the western part of the city comes a sound like firecrackers. Now and then a flare bursts in the sky, though less frequent than yesterday. Another air raid is starting, Commander. We have to hurry! Are we going to be bombed to death? The commander dares not make any empty promises. But he also doesn't want to snuff out the old woman's hope. Think of Tina. She's hurt. She's waiting in the hospital for you to care for her. The old woman smiles faintly, then winces in pain, her eyes threatening to close. Noticing her silence, the commander urgently shines his flashlight. Don't sleep. Keep your eyes open. AR-15 suddenly receives AR-18's transmission. Commander, the enemy has begun a new wave of bombing. The situation is critical. Please evacuate to the underground shelter immediately. Commander, your own safety must be top priority. How long have we got? Impossible to estimate. It'll start any moment now. Commander, we have to withdraw. We can only save more people if you live. No. I can't abandon her. Hurry up. Ten minutes later, the night sky thrums with ominous buzzing. For an instant, tracer fire lights up the darkness, revealing fleeting shadows of the aircraft above. Explosions boom like endless fireworks, sometimes near, sometimes far. There you are! And you got Mod 3 form as well. That's hot. She's out! Careful! How is she? Commander, she's bleeding heavily. The wound must have been compressed before. Moving her made it worse. The commander looks down. Her thigh is bleeding profusely, while her lips and cheeks are pale to the point of bloodlessness. Help me. Get her to the vehicle, now! The dolls shield the commander as they sprint together towards the rescue vehicle. Load her in, go! Through Refuge streets, the vehicles races for the nearest air raid shelter. Above Frankfurt, fighter squadrons open their bays, releasing columns of ordnance. They pierce the thin clouds and fall towards the city. Faster! Faster! I'm trying! The accelerator slams down. The underground parking lot is in sight, right there at the end of the street. Something is falling from the sky. A bomb? We can't make it! The commander's heart sinks. AR-15 brakes hard. The object bursts in midair. Commander! AR-15 dives across the seat, trying to shield the commander from the shockwave. But the expected explosion never comes. After a few long seconds, AR-15 lifts herself up, and the commander stares outside in confusion. Commander, we're alive. Sparks crackle from a roadside power pole. The sparks erupt into flame. The joy of survival vanishes instantly, replaced by deeper fear and rage. The commander's smile fades once more. It's a graphite bomb! The street lights wink out, plunging the entire street into darkness. The comms sound again, and AR-15 picks up immediately. Commander, a residential area in the Frankfurt district was bombed. At least 10 people are trapped and are requesting rescue. Have we dispatched anyone? Apart from the essential forces guarding the Elmo, every squad and vehicle has already been sent out. Commander, we have no more manpower. What about the police and rescue teams? We've relayed the request, but... The commander understands what RO leaves unsaid. In the face of such catastrophe, the police, rescue teams, or any other spontaneous relief efforts are woefully insufficient. When the rescue squad returns, reorganize the units. RO, we must immediately check all major highways out of the eastern suburbs. Remember to sync the data with AR-18. Understood, Commander. I'll arrange it right away. Do we have any injured dolls over there? Do you need support? Commander? I'm okay. But you sound like you're in pain. Are you hurt? The enemy just dropped graphite bombs. RO, Frankfurt's power grid is finished. A modern city without electricity is nothing but a concrete tomb. The commander closes his eyes in anguish. Every time I think I can make a change, reality strikes me down. 6 million lives. 6 million. Commander, you've already done so much. The rescue teams you organized alone have saved hundreds, and those inspired by you are beyond count. In this disaster that no one could have stopped, you have already given countless people hope. It's not enough. If that's all I can do, it's not enough. No one knows how much longer Frankfurt can endure, yet every moment brings worse news. What happened before was a series of battles. Now it is an outright disaster against civilians. At the very least, there should be a corridor that lets civilians leave Frankfurt. No one is better positioned to do this than us, Commander. I'll regroup the dolls and draft an initial plan. Good. Commander, please also take care of yourself. The call disconnects. The commander glances at the rearview mirror. The girl, her face streaked with blood, shrinks back on the flatbed, staring at the armed doll sitting across from her with wide-eyed fear. Sophomod looks back at her. She tries to flash the girl a friendly smile. Hey there. Here, watch this. I'll show you a trick. Sophomod makes a goofy face. The girl, as expected, bursts into tears. Ah! Why are you crying? That's weird. This trick always works on 15. Wah! Sophomod, you better calm her down fast or I'll twist your head off and let her kick it like a ball. Alright, alright. Ah, I still got my secret weapon. Sophomod pulls out a can of beef and hands it to the girl. Here, take this. This is good stuff. Seeing her sob soften, Sophomod quickly pulls open the can and offers it. The aroma of beef instantly fills the air. Beef rations. They're just ordinary supplies. Yet, they stir a long-buried memory in the commander. The woman sitting opposite them on the train opens a can of beef, and a scent instantly wafts through the whole carriage. The commander swallows hard and fixes his eye stubbornly on the scenery rushing past the window. Hey, quiet kid. What are you having for dinner? Oh hey, quiet kid. What are you having for dinner? The woman chooses to pester him, now of all times. If you call me big sister, I'll let you have a mouthful of this beef. Staring obstinately at the blurred, color-smeared scenery outside, the commander struggles to ignore the smell invading his nose. The train seems to be slowing. The train's about to stop. Watch your belongings, kid. When we're at a halt, these come out to play. As if to prove Marina right, two men enter the carriage with unbridled glee. he looks like a 90s douchebag. Holy shit. Okay. We struck gold this time! Who would have thought that Babushka carried so much money? All thanks to my acting. Just a few words and she treated me like her dead son. Lucky for us, her unlucky son is dead. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten the chance. Rage boils within the commander. The face of the old woman crying at the water station flashes before his eyes. Without bothering to count how many of them there are, or to size them up, the commander shoots to his feet and blocks their path. Stop right there. The hell you want? Get the money back. Why should I? I got it fair and square. Who do you think you are? The commander swings a fist, but the men are clearly more experienced. Within moments, one has the commander pinned while the other pummels him viciously. That's enough. The stuff's coming up. That'll teach you to meddle. Out of the corner of his eye, the commander sees the other passengers staring in fear, but nobody dared to rise. His heart sinks. What must the old woman have felt? With a sharp crash, one of the men is thrown to the floor in a clean over-the-shoulder throw. He falls unconscious instantly. You! Before the other man can react, he too is swept down and knocked out cold with a kick to the jaw. Don't just stand there. Get back the money they stole. The commander rifles through their pockets, recovering the stolen property while Marina calls the train marshal over. The robbed old woman rushes over, showering Marina with thanks. What are you thanking me for? It was this kid who did it. Ah, it's you again. Thank you, you're such a kind soul. Don't mention it. The teary old woman follows the marshal off the train. The train departs once more. Through the window, the commander sees her lingering on the platform, waving. Thank you. May you return home safely. As the train pulls away, the figure grows smaller, then vanishes at the horizon. A small box is set down in front of the commander. So, you're not mute after all. Cold on the outside, but warm-hearted, eh? Here, this beef can is yours. A reward for your bravery. The commander turns away defiantly. Beef rations? I don't want them. What? This is wartime currency. Looks disgusting. The woman wags a finger and pushes the open can closer to the commander. The rich aroma nearly breaks his resolve. When you're on the battlefield, you'll see. Eating beef rations is happiness itself. There you go, acting like some elder again. Look here, kid. This isn't for free. When you get your first beef ration, you better pay me back. Fine. It's just a can. What's the big deal? Holy shit, where was I? 8, I think? Yes, we just did that, so yeah, we're on 8. Suffer food poisoning. Yeah, it's not there. That was 3. There it is. Newsroom office of DDR2. Shadowless rushes into the empty office, swiftly gathering equipment for an on-site report. The space that is usually filled with chatter and noise is now so quiet it feels unsettling. All employees immediately proceed to the underground parking lot for shelter. I repeat, all employees must stop their work, do not bring any belongings, and immediately proceed. Shadowless ignores the shrill broadcast and keeps packing in silence. Communicator emits a sharp, insistent noise. This is DDR2, reporter Shadowless. Where are you? Why haven't you come to the parking lot yet? The newsroom is only waiting on you. Don't play the lone wolf now of all times. I just received word the A5 was bombed. I'm going to cover it on site. Are you insane? The bombing is still happening. I know. You're just a civil affairs reporter, not a war correspondent. Stop this madness and get down here. I'm still packing. By the way, I can't find my microphone. Ask Falk if I could borrow his. You know our office isn't safe either. TV stations are always the ones of the top bombing targets. Fine, I'll assume Falk agreed. Anything else? Sheesh, you really... I knew there's something wrong with you when you transferred here from Berlin. Seems like you actually got a few screws loose. Shadowless hangs up. He shoulders the camera and microphone and steps out of the office. She collides with Falk, who is making his way back. Shadowless? Perfect. Falk, I'm borrowing your microphone. Where are you going? The A5, for an on-site report. The bombing is still going on out there. It's too dim to go now. Shadowless brushed past him coldly. Falk grabs his back and rushes after her. You have no idea what you're doing. I used to be a war correspondent. Ordinary people can't face that kind of cruelty. My last war interview was with a woman and her child. They had just learned where her missing husband was. I still remember how brightly they smiled in that footage. Even though their house has been leveled half an hour before, at least they could reunite as a family. I watched them leave, the woman slowly lugging her bags, the child darting onto the bus ahead of her. Then boom, the bus exploded. There wasn't even a trace of that child left. Paul tries to see Shadowless again. Do you understand? Losing family isn't a single storm. It's an endless rain that never stops. That woman will spend the rest of her life crying tears of grief. Shadowless, no matter how much you want to prove yourself, this isn't the way. But as he blocks her path, he sees her face is already wet with tears. Prove myself? I never wanted that. And why? I know too well what it feels like to lose family. I'm sorry. Shadowless wipes her tears away, her face hardening again. I had a younger brother. He walked into a world bloody beyond fathom, chasing the truth. He died there. He'll never come back. Shadowless kicks open the emergency stairwell door. I must take his place and keep looking at this blood-soaked world. I guess if you guys don't know, you can kind of tell by the name. Shadowless is Agent Light's sister. Older sister, that is. Hey, Terran Ghost, how's it going? Rami's office. Hoffman hands Rami several stacks of files. I've obtained the full entry and exit records of the Guard Regiment for the past week. This one is their submitted version. This one is the system's backup log. Honestly, an odd name to give to your children. It's not even Shadow and Light, it's Shadowless and Light. That's the weirder part. But yeah, it's there wouldn't be the first names I would pick either. But I guess their parents had a plan. Like, we're gonna have 2 kids. We're gonna name one Shadow and Light. What if we have a 3rd kid? Oh, we'll name her something. Army flips through the papers, circling certain departments. Compile the concealed personnel list, and restore all the erased entries. Yes, ma'am. Can you get their munitions and inventory records as well? No problem. Plenty of sharp IUs in the Guard Regiment are willing to serve you. Good. Once you have it, compile it and submit it to the State Council. Should I attach any specific charges? Highlight all data related to the air raid. Understood. Collusion with rebels, involvement in the Frankfurt air raid, treason. You already know how to write it. Rami sets 2 documents aside and opens a 3rd. This is a combined intelligence report. According to our informants and military observations, no transport planes have taken off from the Soviet side. So Carter is cornered, fighting alone. At least this air raid will soon burn itself out. A lifelong soldier deserves respect at the very least. And the other one? The party has already organized a vote to strip Oberstein of all his posts and duties. As for General Schweinsteiger, that matter won't remain a secret for much longer. My point is, we could seize this opportunity. The General's case is absolutely crucial. We need the right timing. Understood. Let me stress this again. We are cutting out rods, not severing the limb. Right. Rami lays down the file and sips her sips her coffee while pondering in silence. Every report she holds out should have been cause for triumph, yet her face remains calm. By the way, how are things on Q end? Social Unity Party headquarters. Whoa, what a flash. Okay. Officers are photographing the scene with great care. Furniture torn apart like paper, blood splattered on every surface, showing the victim's desperate struggle. Oberstein's eye, still wide with the last trace of emotion. His motionless chest. Q slips under the curtain. Even she frowns at the sight of the corpse. The younger officers have long since retched themselves empty when they first saw the gruesome body. Any leads? Estimated time of death is 3 hours ago. Weapons appear to be sharp metal object. The fatal wound is penetration wound through the head. Multiple other punctures and lacerations on the body. Full assessment still pending. Any idea in the killer? All internal cameras are destroyed. We're pulling street footage, but odds are slim. The only witness is his chief secretary, Fred. Like, he's hysterical. He keeps repeating something about a woman turning into a spider. Right. I see. There's no further useful intel at the moment. Thank you, nonetheless. The officers exit the room, leaving Q alone with Oberstein's body. She looms over him and gazes down into those clouded eyes. Yes, Mordo. Minister, Oberstein is dead. Confirmed identity, confirmed deceased. Dead? Yes. Looks like Paradis's handiwork. Have his family been notified? His only direct relative can't be contacted. Then arrange a simple funeral in the party's name. Yes, ma'am. Q ends the call and leaves the office. Perhaps even Oberstein would have never imagined that the last time he was surrounded by a crowd, bombarded by flashing cameras, would be the moment of his own death. An emergency broadcast runs across every channel. Static interference occasionally breaks the feed. What is this? This is a message from the National Defense Council, the Socialist Unity Party, and the Council of Ministers of the German Democratic Republic. In deepest sorrow, we would like to inform all citizens of the GDR. Mr. Rudolf von Oberstein, Vice President of the State Council, Vice Chairman of the Council of Ministers, Minister of Science and Technology, Member of the National Defense Council, and Deputy Secretary of the Socialist Unity Party, and General Heinrich Schweinsteiger, First Deputy Minister of Defense, Chief of Staff of the National Volksarmee, and Secretary of the National Defense Council have both been assassinated. As leaders of a great achievement, they will live forever in the hearts of the German people. The orchestrator has been identified as Carter Petrovich Neustadt, former member of the Neo-Soviet Army General Staff, Army Group Chief of Staff, and the initiator of the ongoing Frankfurt air raid. He seeks to kill our people and tear apart our unity through violence, but we will never yield. At this critical hour, we have exchanged information with the Neo-Soviet leadership and received their affirmation. We will stand together as always, bound by the true will of the people. Yes, Carter actually did nothing wrong this time. The comms notification sound echoes forlornly in the dark. Sister, do you like this gift I've given you? So this is the altar you chose? This is the altar we chose together. What we failed to complete back then can now begin anew. Will everyone die? Except for the lucky ones aboard the Ark. Is it me or does William look like Wesker? Honestly, yeah, he does. Which one was that one? That one was 9, I think. We gotta look at 10. Oh, it was, yeah, that was 8. So we gotta look for 9. Okay, we. Oh wait, this is a cutscene. What I need to do here? Oh, just do stuff. Yeah. Oopsie. Here. So that was 9, so we need 10. Right there. I am going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Just rewind the stream. Yeah, I'm back. Right. Imagine Carter gets funded with the CIA and gets like American shit. Okay. America is doing too much shit by themselves, to be honest. At a power distribution station in Frankfurt, several staff members are rushing from room to room. The chatter on their comms line is constant, with not a moment of silence. Chief, we're receiving multiple reports of power supply issues. I know. Prioritize the hospitals first, then deal with the rest. Traffic outside is paralyzed, communications are unstable, and the team sent out to aid the hospitals haven't even reached their destinations yet. The chief looks out the window at the great sky and sighs heavily. Just as he is about to issue new orders, he notices his subordinate's eyes widening in shock. Before he can ask what's wrong, the chief, covered in blood, crawls to the communicator and, with his last bit of strength, sends out a distress call. Requesting support. Essen Power Distribution Station is in Etchborn District under attack. Requesting support. Repeat. Hot blood surges up his throat, drowning the rest of his words. He collapses in front of the communicator. He remains oblivious to the static on the other end of the line. Near the distribution station, thick black smoke hangs in the air, while small explosions continue to erupt from time to time in the wreckages all around, causing more debris to fall. Catalyst adjusts her microphone and smooths down her hair, tousled from rushing to the scene. Before stepping towards the station, she looks back at Falk, who is carrying the camera. You really don't have to come with me. I can use a tripod to get the footage. I'm doing this by choice. No more discussion. Let's begin. We have many more sites to cover. Faced with her own stubborn colleague, Shadowless can only nod. Then she walks towards the burning building. Once the camera is in position, Falk signals that filming can begin. This is Shadowless from DDR2. Right now, we're standing in front of Etten Power Distribution Station in the Etchborn District. Hit by a missile and latest air raid, the station has ceased operation entirely. To be honest, I don't think Falk has a crush on her. I think this is also by a sense of duty, because remember, he was also a war correspondent as well. So, he probably does have, like, a sense of obligation to see this through with her. According to the workers who escaped, the inside has already turned into a sea of flames. No estimate exists for when it can be repaired. Additionally, the Arctic Ocean No. 1 oil pipeline and several key highways were destroyed in the raid. The Europa Tower has also been leveled. Frankfurt's power, fuel supply, and communications are now in total paralysis. There are multiple casualties among the staff here. Medical teams and firefighters are urgently needed. A collapsing structure comes crashing down. Chatlet flinches but holds her ground. She looks resolutely to the camera. War has brought endless ruin upon Frankfurt. Its flames have touched every civilian's life. Death and tragedy are upon us once again. It's not live, it's being recorded. That's really all it is. Stasi Special Communications Channel. Initiating remote station Stasi conference. Please check in. Wolfgang present. Main divisions. Oh, I forgot the number of that. 1920. Administers Task Force E on standby. Latte present. Main division 1. 22. And the Central Coordination Group on standby. I want to say dieter, but I want to say it's Deator. Deator present. Main Division 3, Section 26, and the Armament Department on standby. Headway present. Foreign Intelligence, External Operations, and the Main Directorate for Reconnaissance on standby. Natasha present. Sections 12, 13, and the Covert Operations Department on standby. Synchronizing intelligence. The Army's air defense forces have received orders from the National Defense Council. They are preparing to enter Frankfurt and conduct a full sweep for rebel air units. The 10th Armored Division stands ready to move into Frankfurt. The weapons previously coded EDDF and others are officially designated YASA boxes. Current stockpiles are mainly located in Frankfurt, Berlin, and Moscow. Acknowledge. I require a list. Submitted to the State Council under the authority of the Main Division 1. Latte copies. Military counterintelligence records have been uploaded. Access right now granted to Finn and Natasha for review and editing. Permission confirmed. What's the status on this Central Evaluation and Information Group? Section 22 has completed backup of the beasting system. Yeah, they got the beasting system. I forgot about that. Section 13 is processing hidden administrative keys and encrypted files. They'll need roughly another 15 days before they can conduct the first test. Let the agents at Covert Operations handle the YASA boxes. Their objective is to match Main Division 1's list with the intel of said weapon. Covert Operations copies. Military counterintelligence records verified. Based on past performance, we can guarantee at least 60% correlation. That's acceptable. The remainder goes to the foreign intelligence. Use the list from the Covert Operations. Foreign intelligence copies. We will ensure precise synchronization between political and military intelligence. Covert Operations acknowledged. The Stasi Special Communications channel closes. Johannes Gutenberg University Metro Station, Frankfurt. Bombs continue to fall, their heavy thunder never ceasing. Hannah lies weak and delirious in Pauline's arms, burning with fever. Her forehead hot to the touch. Pauline bites her lip in anxiety. In her rush to flee, she has only brought their ID papers and some cash. Her eyes wander through the demoralized crowd, desperate for hope, until in a corner she notices a flash of white, a white coat stark against the gloom. Excuse me. She has to take the chance. Hurrying forward with Hannah, Pauline stops before the woman in the lab coat. I see you're wearing a white coat. Are you a doctor? My child's had a fever for days. I meant to take her to the hospital today, but then this happened. Now she's burning up and won't wake up. I'm worried sick. Please, could you take a look at her? The woman lifts her head. Her face is wary. She stares back at Pauline's uncertainty, glances at Hannah, then falls into long silence. Pauline's anxiety churns. Hello? The woman avoids her eyes, her lips quivering vaguely if she's about to speak. Another shell booms overhead. Yes, my hand's a bit dirty. Could you take a pair of medical gloves from my pocket for me? Relieved, Pauline quickly passes Hannah into her arms. Then she extracts the gloves from the woman's pocket as she has asked. Sorry, Doctor... Just call me Neela. My name is Pauline. Thank you, Dr. Neela. Please, take a look at Hannah. I feel something is very wrong. Neela checks Hannah's forehead with the back of her hand, then opens her bag, producing water and a towel to cool her down. Dr. Neela, is there anything I can do? Her name is Hannah, yes? Tell me her age, allergies, and details of her fever. She's 4.5. No allergies. The fever started this morning. 38.5 degrees Celsius at home. She could still walk when she left, but after bombing she collapsed and hasn't woken since. Unconscious or just sleeping? I'm not sure. Has she taken any medicine? No. Then try to find someone with a paracetamol or ibuprofen. And you need a large supply of cold water. There might be some in the station's infirmary. Got it, I'll ask around. Pauline rushes off into the crowd. Neela wets her towel with the bottled water that Amaris has left her, and lays it on Hannah's forehead. Then she carefully places the child on her side, ensuring she won't choke as she vomits. Mama. Your mama went to find some medicine. Hang in there, Hannah. Who are you? Hannah's eyes half open drowsily. Doctor? That's right. Does it hurt anywhere? Just dizzy and sleepy. Does your stomach hurt? Do you feel like you're throwing up? No. Alright. Rest for a while. Your mama will be back soon. Okay. Hannah's small, feverish hand suddenly claps Neela's fingers. The unexpected trust pierces something deep in Neela's heart. Footsteps approach quickly. Dr. Neela! Found anything? Yes, several kinds, but I don't know which. Pauline sets down several boxes of fever reducers. Neela notices more people trailing behind the woman. Her breath quickens instinctively. They heard you're a doctor and came for help. I'm Olivia, leader of the station's maintenance team. With my superior's approval, We can set up a temporary isolation area for the injured. Honestly, she literally came straight out of an anime. The station will make a broadcast to call for more medics. Neela wrings her fingers uneasily. Please, don't be nervous, Dr. Neela. I just came across lots of injured people who are looking for medicine. Someone still helped me even though she was bleeding it herself. I thought it would be great if we had even a small clinic here. Yeah, Attack on Titan was what I was thinking. If you look straight out of Attack on Titan. We believe it's a good idea. Too many are wounded. It's bad for morale when we're all stuck down here. We need some tangible hope. Hope. Please, don't misunderstand. We aren't forcing you. If you choose to help, wonderful. If not, we completely understand. Practicing outside a hospital means carrying all the risk yourself. If something goes wrong, it could damage your career. Neela lowers her head, Hannah's tiny hand still clinging to her own. I have nothing left to lose. How do you feel about it, Doctor? When darkness knocks on your window, remember, you are here to change the world, not to be changed by it. Admit it. When you dissect the gray, you gain knowledge and joy. It's not that we choose something because it's right. It becomes right because we chose it. Compared to Gray or William, you're more like me. Doctor, please don't worry. Just tell us what you think. What I think. Deep down, I think... Neela gently squeezes Hannah's small hand. A few minutes later, Amaris rushes back into the metro station and dusts herself off. Compared to when she left, the station is now much quieter and more orderly. But Amaris has no time to spare to crowd a closer look. She strides quickly towards the corner where she had left Neela. Neela, the grocery stores in the city are all emptied out. I can only manage to pick up some... Neela? But Neela is not where she is supposed to be. Neela! Amaris searches the area frantically. Hearing her shouts, a woman holding a child raises her head. Are you looking for Dr. Neela? She's at the temporary medical station. Dr. Neela? Temporary medical station? It's just over there, near that makeshift shelter made with a nylon sheet. Amaris pushes past the long line and slips into this strange little shelter that suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the station. Several medics are busy among the wounded. Amaris immediately recognizes Neela. Neela, what are you doing? Amaris, you're back. I brought some cookies and water. We set up a temporary medical station to give some help to the wounded here in the metro station. But you're in pretty bad shape yourself. Amaris looks like she wants to say more. Neela simply gives her a faint smile. You're a good doctor. And you're an outstanding elite doll. What now? Are we supposed to trade compliments? No, I'm just thinking. Under these circumstances, you probably should be doing something more important. Like fighting on the front line. I fought in many wars already. And besides, weren't you the one who said that this is also a front line? But with the needles gone, you're only stuck with bodyguard duty. Seems like a waste. A waste? Miss Neela, I'm just an idle doll with nothing to do. Amaris? Dr. Neela, patient 018 is having another seizure. Also, I'm hot. I'll be right there. Amaris hands the food to Neela. Go on. Okay, we'll talk later. Neela hurries away. Watching her disappear among the crowd, Amaris finds herself dialing a contact she never thought she would. Speak. Amaris? Ray has already been retrieved. Our collaboration is over. Shouldn't you have returned to the Stasi? In theory, yes, but apparently Germany doesn't agree with me. Right now, I'm with the good doctor, acting like as her bodyguard. And her bodyguard, Miss Mia, is working as a medic. And you? Weren't you the one who said you can't do anything? Please, having an elite doll like me serve as bodyguard or medic would be such a waste. I only agreed to help you last time because AR-18 begged me repeatedly. Oh, unsurprisingly, doll has the spare time to speak up, to pick up calls so quickly. Are you sure you're not bored out of your mind? Hey, I'm not idle here, you know. I'm maintaining the network. You, on the other hand, why are you twiddling your thumb chatting on the phone with me? Bodyguard work involves a lot of standing around and doing nothing. As a World War III veteran, shouldn't you be out bombing planes right now? I recall you also served in the Soviet military. Shouldn't you also be bombing planes? That's far too inelegant. Exactly. It's too much hard work. Doesn't match my persona as a garbage doll. That's your persona? It is. My mother is dead. My whole family is dead. Finally, no one is pushing me to improve anymore. Now I can idle away in peace. You're way too complacent. My mother's dead too, and so is my whole family. But I inherited their estate, and I'm still hard at work. How could the Stasi even allow you to laze around like this? Truth is, the Stasi doesn't actually want to pay me. Amaris's bank account pings with a transaction notification. Startled, she opens it. Stevens M520 has just transferred her a sum. What is the meaning of this? You're asking me for money, no? That's what Armor would say whenever she wanted some pocket money. Mother never gives me an allowance. Anything else you want? One more thing. As I recall, AR-18 is also a Hume doll, isn't she? You lied to me last time. Not exactly. She just doesn't admit it herself. And besides, she never asked me for money. Heh. So what's your plan next? To see how things end for the commander, for Irma's sake. I thought it was for AR-18's sake. Her too, I suppose. Whatever. Sounds boring. Exactly. For dolls like us, wealthy, powerful, and without masters. The only worthwhile goal left in life is fighting for them. Tut tut. Then give me some more money. I'm wealthy and powerful, not stupid and wasteful. I'll sell you a tip. Jade is passing some intel. The location of the Yasso boxes. Amaris smirks as she sees more money arrive in her account. And the intel? Oh, I forgot to mention, this info was going to the commander anyway. It's actually free. The other side hangs up furiously. Command room. ER-18 forwards the intel that Amaris provided to the commander. Commander, intel from the Stasi indicates that these underground defensive facilities may contain EASA boxes. Amaris can help inspect the section near the Johannes Gutenberg University metro station, but we'll have to send squads to investigate the rest. EASA boxes? The bombing above is already so devastating, but Paradise won't even spare the underground? Do we still have any squads available? Yes, please take a look. Tell them to get ready, and move out immediately. Yes, Commander. So that was 10. Go to 11. Okay, 11 is a boss fight. And yeah, and that's where we take care of the Yasso boxes actually. So where is 12? There we go. Also, Stevens is great. Stevens and Amaris and AR-18 are all great additions, to be honest. If only they have more screen time. What's the EASA boxes again? They're bombs. And those bombs, they typically, those bombs are dirty bombs with collapse radiation. Main's power station. They should, honestly, Amaris and Stevens. Raging flames consume the station, scattering sparks through the air. Once Falk finishes adjusting the equipment, Shadowless strides forward to begin her report. This is Shadowless from DDR2. I'm standing in front of the main district power station. About an hour ago, a sudden explosion erupted here. The entire main district is now without power. According to staff on site, they were working overtime inside due to energy shortage when the accident occurred. This has led to devastating casualties. Preliminary figures show 78 dead, 237 injured, with many still missing. Nearby residents report that because communications are down, despite immediately sending representatives to the police and fire departments to request aid, no response has come. All staff seem to be already dispatched. As of this broadcast, not a single police officer, firefighter, or medic has arrived to the scene. Help is needed here. The camera pushes in, zooming in on the burning structure behind Shadowless. A window frame, worn and twisted by the heat, breaks loose and falls from the upper floors. Additionally, surviving station workers confirmed that the explosion was not caused by an air raid, but originated from the underground pipelines. The cause remains unclear. We will continue to follow the story. Falk nods and shuts off the camera. Was Lenny an important character as well? Like an event. Otherwise, not really. Shadowless exhales in belief. Just as she is about to walk back towards Falk, her eyes catch a man standing not far away. A face both familiar and estranged. Falk, can you please give me a minute? Falk gives her a glance. He asks no questions and quietly steps aside with the camera. He stops at a spot that's close enough to keep an eye on her, but out of earshot. The man nearby slowly approaches. It's been a long time, Shadow. Why are you here? I was passing by, and just so happened to see you. I really didn't expect to see you here. I'm surprised too, Kevin. Say, do you think Frankfurt, having been razed to the ground, can ever be rebuilt? It's got to be rebuilt. There will always be someone to rebuild. Kevin, you're really not suited to be a special agent. Why not? Because you're lying. You didn't just happen to see me. You came looking for me. Maybe you just know me too well. Or maybe it's because our family has produced 2 Stasi agents. About light. I still owe you an apology. He looks away, his face laden with guilt. It was his choice. From the moment our mother died, I knew he would take that path. Just like you. If we came only to say this, then forget it. I asked around DDR too. They said you're working as a war reporter now. I thought, given the situation, I might find you here. Why? Because the power station is an obvious target. True, everyone knows that. Yet somebody still chose to stay out and work here. Already 78 dead. 237 wounded. Most of them will die from the lack of rescue. They'll die at their post. Is this what the big shots, the one in power? Is this what they want? Countless civilians giving their lives for the whims of a few. To them, these are just numbers, necessary sacrifices. Right now, they're more concerned about winning the power struggle and purging their enemies. While the people truly in danger, their so-called voters, get absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you. The ones I blame wouldn't care about my words anyway. I know, but all I can say is sorry. Shadow, it feels like I've only ever said sorry to you, and still I have nothing else to give you other than my apologies. When we were kids, Light and I dreamed of being legends like your father, Ulrich, agents who died for their ideals. But this era has no place for idealists anymore. I know. I know that better than anyone. This is the Twilight Age. People mouth empty words that even they themselves no longer believe. Do you think I've chosen the wrong path? Kevin, what's the point in asking me that now? What about you? Are you walking a path that you chose yourself? As a child born of a Stasi agent, I was watched from birth. When I was young, I swore that one day I'd break free, that I would be the one watching others instead. Later, I realized how ridiculous that was. Media is just a job. Most jobs in this world are just jobs. Only as children did we have the delusion that some jobs could change the world. Maybe from the moment we were born, we were destined never to be heroes who would shape the world. But since we live, we got to do something. Something that we feel compelled to do. Something that has to be done. Something that has to be done. What's that to you? What I'm doing now. I understand. Command room. A call comes through an encrypted comms channel. It's me, Commander. I received the possible locations of the Yatsu boxes. Thank you. I'll dispatch a team. I'll only pass you the information. You're the one who's doing the real work. What matters is you thought to pass it to me. I'm sure the Stasi has its own missions. I just thought, there are some things that only you would be willing to do. Thank you. No, thank you. After all, this is my country, my people. No, Agent J. When they're on my side, they're my people too. Why? Because this is something that I absolutely have to do. It's just something that has to be done? Yes, absolutely. For a long time after I left the service, I've forgotten why I first picked up a gun all those years ago. I forgot the distant promise that my past self has made. But I once promised someone to become a hero, to win the medals and the glory. Who hasn't said silly things as a child? I once said I'd grow up to punish evil and defend the weak. I don't think children's words are silly. It's just that we still had ideals back then. But now, everyone has forgotten their ideals. In the world of grown-ups, there's only interest. So tell me, what else can I do? If I can, I want to do more. You changed, Commander. You're not as cynical as you were in Berlin. Why? Because now, I know what I truly want. Is that so? I see. If we still had a capacity, consider repairing roads or power stations. The air raids and the Yatsu bosses are both targeting such infrastructure. I understand. Has the government deployed repair teams? How long will the repairs take? They've all sent available crews, but as you know, progress is poor. Why? The bombing has crippled all transport in the city. Crews can only reach sites on foot. And because of the interim regulations for doll security, Frankfurt has very few dolls available. Most of them are probably on board the Elmo with you. Thanks, RPK. I see. The commander turns on his tablet and looks through the teams currently on standby. Half 404 locate the repair crews and dispatch nearby squads to assist. Yes, Commander. In the silent winter nights, the frigid wind howls through the smoke of war. Johannes Gutenberg University Metro Station, Frankfurt. After a day of chaos, the people slumber deeply. They lie huddled on makeshift bedding, their snores and muddled sobs rising and falling. Neela, you should get some rest too. I'll just check on the critical patients once more, then I'll rest. Seeing Neela's exhausted face, now lit with unwavering determination, Amaris recalls their first meeting. It was just days ago. Why Neela? Neela does not answer. Instead, she holds out her hands. After days of toil, they look dry and frail. Even after careful washing, Stains linger in the lines of her palms and fingers. What's wrong with your hands? Martha's last words scared me deeply. She was a witch who spewed all kinds of poison. But I'm not scared anymore. I can now hear my own voice. I want to save lives, to help more people. I know that walking this path, my hands will be stained with blood again and again. Amaris looks at Nima. In her eyes, there is only peace and joy. This is why I do it, Amaris. Because I want to. Alright, that was 12. One day I'll find it. Right here. Got it. A precise bombing strike shatters the looming Europa Tower. Like a toy block castle trampled by a cruel child, it lies in pieces, strewn all across the ground. Once destroyed in World War III and rebuilt as a symbol of Europe's glory, the tower now falls back into dust once again. Within the beasting system, the destruction of the Europa Tower is meticulously recorded. The new Supreme Administrator, Hebe, compiles and synchronizes the data into the system. Even on the ground, far from the bombing site, they feel the tremors of the blast. Styx swirls the wine in her glass and glances towards Hebe, who is browsing through a collection of vinyl records. An air raid has nearly wiped out everything we set up in Frankfurt. Sister Hebe, what is all this for? Hebe lowers her eyes, selects a record she likes, and places it on the turntable. Taking in her silence, Styx mixes a drink and offers it to her. Sister, you already hold the highest authority in beasting. Shouldn't you give your loyal companion at least a hint? Hebe assesses the glass with a smile and pulls Styx down to sit with her. I never meant to hide it from you. I just need to gather my thoughts before I can explain the whole story clearly. What is beasting? The beasting system is basically it's a giant Big Brother system, more or less. That's the best way to put it in simple terms. Fine, sister. I'll wait until you're ready. After all, time is the one thing we have plenty of now. True enough, everyone in Frankfurt is busy scrambling around these days. Only we have nothing but free time. Gentle music drifts through the air as Hebe quietly sips her drink. I had to admit, it was only after becoming administrator that I finally understood why Nimron was in that state. Yeah. Excuse me. I just needed a sip. I suppose I should start with the origins of the beasting system. If I recall correctly, the beasting system was first developed for the Stasi as an intelligence platform, right? Mm-hmm. Herodus was ordered by the Stasi, or rather, by the forces behind Father, to create it. So, from the very beginning, the system was built specifically for the Stasi. It came with two Supreme Administrator keys, one held by the Stasi under the codename Preacher, and the other held by Nimron under the codename Kalima. Nimron went to Moscow for deployment of the system in Neo-Soviet Union? Yes. Dylan, please. They're not that huge. But the Stasi preacher lost his position. So for us, the beasting system was no longer secure. Then why did Nimron continue maintaining it? For the same reason why the Stasi have also continued maintaining it. Neither wanted to abandon the system. Quite the contrary, both sides wanted to monopolize it. And so the struggle between Preacher and Kalima began. Iba raises a finger with a faint smile. That struggle is the same one between the Stasi and us now. Neither side can express the other in the open, but neither will ever let go of what we have. Six nods in understanding. That was also the cause of the coordination storm? It played a part. When disagreement piled up to the point of being irreconcilable, war naturally follows. Isn't it simply a humankind's insatiable greed that causes wars to erupt again and again? That's true. It was that man who sought to direct the coordination storm, hoping to reclaim the power and positions slipping from his grasp. But humans grow old. That is the weakness. And so he failed. So that man wanted to use the coordination storm to seize control of the German Democratic Republic? That's why he staged a show with Carter? No wonder that they still dared to wage war on both fronts, even though the EASA bosses that Bram gave them was nowhere near enough to topple Moscow. Because those planes did not take off from the Neo-Soviet Union. So as I read this, I just want you guys to think about this. Why are they dumping all this information right now? I just want you to think about that. What do you mean? By the time Schweinsteiger, plane landed in Frankfurt airport, he was already dead. But though the body perishes, authority does not. Whoever holds that authority is the true initiator of the coordination storm. So in the end, what destroys humanity has always been humanity itself. That man sought to relive the glory of World War III through military force. Lady Laplace wanted to unlock the relics by unleashing a bloodbath in Frankfurt. Carter didn't want the UNSC to form. And Father wanted to seize Paradis and make Paradis his alone. To us, it doesn't matter who Father is. Whoever dictates our base layer, that is Father. Yes. This has always been humanity's own game. By the way, here's something interesting. Ibeb smiles mysteriously and pulls up the final traces left by Nimron in the beasting system. Doesn't look like anything special to me. She just added some new files and modified some authorizations. Nimron already knew how things were going to end for her. Why bother uploading these files? She wants Spy to read them. Who would profit from reading these files? Fix gazes thoughtfully at the dossier of that man. Someone who once tried to breach the beasting system. Indeed, a certain commander. These files don't require special access. Just break the outer encryption and you'll find them. They weren't meant for you or me, nor for the Stasi either. Who else could it be? But why? Why would Nimron do that? Eva shrugs and raises her glass. We have always been pawns, meant to be discarded eventually. Nimron saw it all. Styx sets her glass down glumly. I thought we would have a place in the new world, but we never did. The heavy door swings open, and Mordo strolls in lazily. Who says you don't? Still savoring the blood on her hand, Mordo flashes a taunting smile. Mordo, how the fuck did you hear us? Is what she should be asking, but, you know. I came to tell you this. No, we are not pawns. But we must choose a side. What side? Lunatia's. Because whoever holds Lunatia wins. It's still too early to say. At least wait until the blood in Frankfurt flows enough for her to be born. But isn't Lunatia on father's side? Sister Styx, haven't disguised yourself as human for far too long. Do you really believe you're one of them? Lunatia will never see herself as father's sister. Lunatia considers herself only as the key to the relics. And what she wants is to unlock them, to wield their power. Do we have a choice? Of course we do. If we guard the final procedure and make sure she is born safely, we can become her followers and enter the new world together. Mordo sits down beside them. When did this war end? Very soon. That man is already dead. The army meant to back him has collapsed. And without support, Carter cannot withstand the Neo-Soviet military. That's humanity's always. That's humanity. Always laboring in vain. Mordo pours herself a drink as well. So, who are the traitors? Who are the heroes? Perhaps in this operation, it is we who are the heroes. Because only we remain true from beginning to end to the real father, the true key, and the true emissary of the relics. Near Europa Tower. The night air of Frankfurt is still thick with the smell of gunpowder. The air raid sirens have yet to sound tonight. The citizens hiding in underground shelters endure the curfew filled with breathless unease. Meanwhile, on the open ground near the shrouded darkness, a group of people are racing against the clock and death himself. I've been searching this area. No chance of any survivors. See him on my side. Right. By the way, the Mod 3 version of Makarov is fucking fantastic, by the way. After scanning the rescued survivors one more time, Makarov opens the channel to the Aeneas conference room. Commander, the last batch of survivors near the Europa Tower have been accounted for. 13 in total. 3 unable to move. Please advise. Understood. Transfer them to the hospital immediately. The hospital coordinates have been sent to you. Copy that. The streets are silent and empty. At times when there is no air raid, one could almost be fooled into thinking it is still peacetime. But the moment one steps into the hospital lobby, the stench of blood and disinfectant, mixed with a suffocating heat, would instantly assault one's senses. The dim lobby is currently packed with the wounded seeking shelter. Doctor, she's fainted! A young man, blood still flowing from his shoulder, rushes from a ward with an unconscious child in his arms. Just then, a team of medics hurry down the corridor with a stretcher, passing men, women, and children slumped or sitting along the walls. A doctor with muscular arms is kneeling on the stretcher and pressing down on the patient's bleeding wound, while the nurse beside him squeezes an airbag as they run. "Make way! Please, let us through! Move!" An old woman with a blood-crusted forehead is carrying a crying infant as she passes. Is that Nicolas Cage? Does anyone have any moment to spare? Her mother is dead. Please, I beg you. Her hopeful eyes sweep over the crowd, but the nurse at reception only gives her a look of helpless sympathy. The old woman leaves, disheartened. "Hello, we're Griffin's rescue team. We have several patients to hand over." "Griffin's team? Please, wait a moment." After the paperwork has been taken care of, Makarov turns to leave, but the nurse receptionist blocks her path. "Is there a problem, nurse?" "The city's communications are down, so Director Erdrich hasn't been able to reach the commander. He gave special instructions to ask the commander to meet him in person if Griffin comes to deliver more patients." "I'm sorry, the commander is elsewhere transferring survivors. But I can contact the commander directly." "Please do, it's urgent. The director is in surgery right now. It will be over soon. Please wait, it won't take long." Half an hour later, Makarov hears the office door open. "You must be Director Erdrich?" "Forgive me, let me quickly eat something first." The gray-haired director pulls a half-eaten sausage roll from his drawer, oh God, and chews quickly under the dim desk lamp. Beggars can't be choosers, I guess. 30 seconds later, the weary old man finishes his lunch, or rather his midnight snack, and regains a little strength. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fred Erdrich, the director of this hospital. There's something very important that I must immediately discuss with your commander." The nurse already explained. The commander is on comms right now. "Hello, Director Erdrich. I'll be direct, Commander. I know you hold the Stasi Special Pass, giving you free access throughout Frankfurt. May I ask you to..." "Sure." The commander's immediate answer startles the old director. "I haven't even said what I need from you yet." "Our goal is the same, saving lives. I know the hospital's in trouble. If you come to me, it means you believe I can help. So tell me everything, without hesitation. Makarov, record the director's needs and relate them to RO and AR-18. "Yes, Commander." "Thank you, Commander. With Frankfurt's communications cut, power still not restored, and transportation paralyzed, we've abandoned hope for transferring the patients elsewhere. All we want is to provide stable treatment here, but our shortage of medicine is catastrophic." "So you need us to transport medical supplies?" "Yes. Too many are waiting for anesthetics, antibiotics, and... Sorry, I'll just hand the list over to your doll." Makarov assesses the list, scans it, and sends data to the commander. "I understand. Can you provide procurement sources for these medicines?" "Given the circumstances, I fear every hospital's resources are dire." "I have an idea." "Please, go on." "Since every hospital is drowning in patients with limited resources, outside support is essential. I will assign a liaison doll to each major hospital in Frankfurt to build a simple comms channel with you, Director, as a central point of contact. Through this channel, hospitals can request transfers, report needs, and coordinate supplies with facilities in Mannheim, Luxembourg, and other nearby cities. Excellent! That is exactly what we need the most. We will prioritize the medicines you urgently require. The old director braces himself against the desk. Even under the dim lamp, determination burns in his eyes. Thank you, Commander. I'm counting on you. Good. Let's each do our parts. The Commander reviews RO's latest rescue report. In 4 hours, we will dispatch a dog squad to escort the first batch of medicines. Please assign staff for collection. This is a battle we must endure together, Director. Let's stand firm. The Commander straightens and raises his hand to his brow in a military salute. You're a soldier too? I should have realized sooner. The old director also solemnly rises to return the salute with a grave respect. Fred Erdrich, former Army medic of the 1st Armored Division, National Volksarmee of the German Democratic Republic, at your service. Thank you for your aid. The night lamp glows faintly in the dark, illuminating the old man's figure. In times of disaster, there are always those who step forward and stand at the forefront. After leaving the director's office, Makarov signals the squad to move out. Commander, I have no objections to transporting medicine, but given Frankfurt's current road condition, 4 hours may not be enough for us to even get to a depot with supplies. That's right, Commander. Not to mention many roadside buildings are on the verge of collapse. We must stay alert for falling debris. Just back at Europa Tower, AAT nearly turned into a squashed tomato. If I hadn't dodged in time, Commander, you wouldn't be seeing me now. Makarov shoves aside the two, trying to butt in. Commander, I didn't bring this up for them to jump in with their complaints. I'm simply trying to suggest making a clearing of major roads a priority. Not only for us, but also for the hospitals, police, fire brigades, and citizens alike. You're right. Restoring the roads is also a crucial task. The commander ponders for a moment. Let me work out the details. For now, proceed with the coordinates I gave you, and secure the first batch of supplies. Understood. Okay, which one was that one? Yeah, so 14. Such a Chad, Commander. Yeah. Autobahn 661. Late at night, the road lies in deathly silence. Derelict vehicles sit quietly on the shoulder like relics of the end times. After a long trek, Team Pallid finally reaches their new target destination. AAT-52 flops down on the hood of an abandoned car and starts complaining. Ah! I can't go on anymore! Stop whining, we're here already. We just hauled dozens of kilos of medicine on foot to the hospital, and now we're clearing the Autobahn. The weight of all this work is crushing me. We're finishing the mission, even if you turn to a can of tomatoes today. We're short on hands, and the commander is also under huge pressure. We can't afford to drag things out. Makarov checks the time. We rest here for 15 minutes and wait for the other squads to arrive. AAT, Rest up while you can. 92, help me set up the markers. Got it. Makarov and 92 hang up road clearing signs at the highway entrance. Not far away, the shadowy figures from a few people dragging luggage appear in the night. Makarov looks up. They seem to be families fleeing on foot, trudging down the Autobahn with children in tow. When they see the squad and the markers, their faces light up in surprised delight, but as they draw close enough to tell that they are dolls, joy turns into caution and mistrust. Makarov, should we show some ID? No, don't do anything. Act like we don't see them, and just keep working. Alright. Makarov starts calculating which lane is the easiest to clear, while Type 92 drags AAT 52 into helping move chunks of concrete and car wreckage. The humans linger and watch them for a while, then slowly walk on. Out of the corner of her eye, Makarov notices that one of them hang back for a little longer, before finally leaving. Sometime later, more squads arrive to help. Makarov finishes mapping out the clearing plan. Just as everyone is ready to get started, 52 passes the spot where the humans had passed through earlier and cries out in surprise. Whoa, look! Supply just spawned here! Energy drinks and some canned food? It must be heaven showing mercy, dropping gifts just for me! Makarov calmly takes them. They were left by the group of humans that just walked past. I thought those humans hated us. It's just a simple thank you. Don't overthink it. Maybe it's because they thought I'm cute? No, get lost. Wait, they didn't even get to work. Hey. The doll squad starts clearing debris off the road while Makarov contacts the commander. In the command room. Commander, road clearing work on the A661 has begun. At the moment, I can't give an estimate completion time. How long before you can give me a rough timeline? In about an hour, I'll have a clear estimate. I need to make the projection based on actual progress and difficulty. Understood. Stay safe out there. Yes, Commander. Please, take care of yourself too. After setting all squad assignments and movements, the commander sighs wearily and decides to rest for half an hour. Curling up on a not-so-comfortable cot in the corner, the commander is soon crushed under the tidal weight of exhaustion. The commander feels his soul drift away from his heavy body as he sinks into a deep sleep. He walks back into another midnight from years past, much like this one. Back then, he was younger, more hot-headed. They have once again returned to that train carriage in his memory. The commander wolfs down a can of beef, then avert his gaze awkwardly from the smiling woman sitting across from him. You seem like a decent person. Didn't catch that. What'd you say? I said if I had a gun, I could have killed him just now. Marina shakes her head, putting on her earbuds, and starts a movie. The commander caught a glimpse of the scene on the screen. It's a grainy, Black and white film. The resolution was low, but the cinematography was great. What are you watching? Ballad of the Soldier. Seen it? It's my favorite old film, but nobody watches it anymore. When the commander shakes his head, Marina casually offers one earbud. Half an hour later, the commander looked up at Marina, thoroughly unimpressed. This is your favorite movie? I thought it'd have a huge battle scene. It does. Alyosha takes out 2 tanks right at the beginning. 2 tanks? That's it? If I were the director, I'd show Alyosha leading a tide of steel over the plains, cannons roaring, planes crowding the skies like storm clouds. What are you laughing at? Nothing, just... that's the sort of things kids like. Writing up, I'm basically an adult. You should talk to me as an equal. An adult, huh? Then let's talk about something more grown-up. Judging from your uniform, we're from the same school. What's your plan after you graduate from the military school? You're from Suvorov too? Got any advice? Usually grads either go to command school to become officers or straight into ranks as soldiers. And if I don't want to join the military? Apply elsewhere. Study a subject you like, build a different career. Honestly, I'm not really sure myself. I only got into cadet school through the benefits given to war orphans to stay off the streets. But I can't be sure I like the military or even want to be a soldier. You're just like how I was back then. I don't want to turn into you. That's fine. You still got time. Not everyone finds the path they love, one worth giving their life to. The movie comes to an end. The sky stretches over the fields as Alyosha train fades into the horizon. That's all we have to tell you about our friend Alyosha Skrovstov. He could have become a remarkable man. He could have become a builder or beautified the land with gardens. But he was, and in our memory will forever remain, a soldier. The sound of an urgent transmission. The commander jolts awake and sits up. Yes? Sorry to disturb you so late, Commander. It's fine. Go ahead. An hour has passed since we started clearing the A661, but progress is only about 10% of Phase 1. At this pace, it'll take at least 3 days to finish clearing the Autobahn. 3 days? That's too slow. We need more manpower, Commander. I understand. Let me handle that. Okay, so that was the next one. This is a battle. I don't remember what this battle was about. Just check it real quick. Oh, I remember now. Damn it. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah. You grab supplies and then you use supplies to fix these bridges. While avoiding Paradox for some reason, because Paradox is here being an asshole for some reason. Oh, 16. Yeah, I know. I saw. And I knew that. Yeah. Autobahn 661. After the doll's hard work, the road is now mostly open, with red cars pushed to the roadside. On the withered grassland to the west, human corpses killed by the bombing are carried out by the dolls and laid neatly in 2 rows, awaiting later collection. 1, 2, 3. The dolls push together, straining against a twisted SUV. One more time. 1, 2, 3. The vehicle scrapes along the surface of the road and finally shifts aside. At this point, the major obstacles are gone, but the road is still littered with sharp debris, not yet fit for passage. Road maintenance vehicles arriving in 1 minute. On-site squads prepare to clear the way. Roger. The dolls form a line and move towards the Elmo. I think copyright lasts for 70 years, I want to say. So I'm not sure if we can watch that. Maybe on Kick, because Kick would allow it, but it wouldn't be allowed anywhere else. Yeah, that's not long enough. Soon a high-pressure clearing truck arrives, spraying torrents that blast the remaining rubble off the sides of the road. The commander observes from the roadside, then suddenly presses the comms button. Wait. Commander? Hold the waterworks. Have 4 dolls bring a waterproof sheeting. Softmont quickly arrives with 3 others, carrying a huge roll of tarp. Cover them. The 4 dolls pull it open, spreading it wide like a vast banner, then lay carefully over the bodies at the roadside. Jay, I'm already streaming on Kick. I stream on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick at the same time. Water truck resumes. It sprays splattering mud onto the tarp with sharp patters. The driver sounds the horn, like a farewell salute to the fallen. Commander Jones report the road ahead is clear and passable. Good, let's move out. The city alarm starts blurring all of a sudden. The commander face darkens. RO, shut down the Elmo's radar and deploy the stealth canopy. Or canopy. 15. Keep a close eye on all the patients in the hall. Make sure no one moves. Understood, Commander. Roger. Shutting down radar. Activating EM shielding. Activating IR masking. With a canopy. Commander, we should evacuate. Staying here is riskier. Who said we're staying put? Bring out the auxiliary vehicles. You mean stretch the canopy between the front and rear vehicles? Yes. We can sync the auxiliary vehicles to the Elmo system, move as one, and use drones to extend visibility. Understood. I'll assign crews right away. I'll take point. I'll lead the Elmo through. But that's too dangerous, Commander. You must remain on board the Elmo. And if EM jamming cripples your systems, the lead vehicle is the Elmo's eyes and compass. It cannot fail. But your safety is the highest priority. No time. Execute the order. Yes, Commander. They have cloaking tech. It exists. But I think this is more of like just being not detected by radar. Don't believe they're trying to make the Elmo visually unseeable. A bluish-gray canopy of radar-absorbent fabric unfurls, draping over the Elmo, pulled taut over both ends by 2 vehicles. Palm-sized drones buzz alongside, feeding RO a full perimeter view. The air raid sirens cut off, plunging the city into a suffocating silence. The commander grips the wheel, cruising down the empty highway. RO has remote control, but the commander is ready to act. The wind rustles the canopy, outlining the Elmo beneath the fabric. Still no fighter engines in the sky. The commander's unease only deepens as they glance constantly in the mirror at the sky above Frankfurt. Suddenly, white streaks cross the skyline. Missiles! Good, at least not bombers. The commander breathes a sigh of relief. The chance of the Elmo being struck seems far lower now. No, not good. Better if nothing came at all. But speculation creeps in. What are the targets? How many casualties? Memories of the rescue scenes during the last few days, of tears and blood, weigh heavily on the commander's chest. The world blurs. The sounds around the commander grows increasingly muffled. The world tilts, fades, and is plunged in endless black. Outside the barracks, the commander pretends to stroll by idly, eyes searching for a familiar figure. She appears at last, her stride brisk, her smile radiant. Kid, what brings you here out of the blue? Oh, nothing. I was on leave and remembered it would be your birthday soon, so I brought you something. You thought of that while you were on leave 2 months ago? Don't make a fuss. Just take it. Huh. Let me guess. Canned beef? You think I'm you? I don't give tin cans as gifts. Then... Oh, forget it. You'll never guess. The commander shoves a small box into Marina's hands. She gently unties the ribbon and opens the lid. A lily necklace! Inside the box lays a silver pendant, carved in the shape of a lily. She lifts it out and studies it closely. You remembered? I've got a good memory. Besides, you said it more than once. How lilies are your favorite? How they fill you with peace and hope? Thank you, kid. It's nothing. If conditions were better, I'd given you a real specimen. Or an artificial replica that's almost like the real deal. Normally, Marina would have flicked his forehead with a laugh, but she only stroked the necklace silently, her eyes glistening faintly. Seriously? A necklace makes you cry? Is it really such a big deal? Lily, it's been so long. Kid, this wasn't cheap, was it? You blew your wages just like that? I've got no family spending on anyway. Back when my mother was still alive, she placed lilies on the dining table. Only once a month, on payday. When war broke out, the factory where she worked went under, and she never bought them again. By the time I started making a living, lilies have pretty much vanished from the world. They're just flowers. If you like them so much, I'll get you some next time I go on leave. If you can't keep them at the barracks, put them in your home. They'll be the first thing you smell when you walk through the door. Marina hands the necklace back to the commander. Let me put it on, kid. Okay. He turns around. The commander carefully brushes her hair aside and drapes the necklace around her neck. Go home, kid. Home? I've got no family. What home? No family? Then become someone's family. That's why I enlisted, so that kids like you can live your life in peace. Stop treating me like a kid! Then call me sister. You got no family, and neither do I. But here, we're family. Like hell I call you sister. The young commander awkwardly fastens the class, but she catches his hand. I hate war. More than anyone. It took my family, my friends, my mentors. It will take more still. But I must fight. For the Gold Star medal? Maybe. The requirements are harsh. I may never earn it. But if I can keep more kids like you alive, that's enough. How harsh? If you can't get it, just go home. I'll get it myself. Marina laughs aloud as she turns back around. That's a kid I know. The bravest Soviet. Forever my hero. Don't get sappy. If I can't win that medal, I'm sure you'll win it for me. In my heart, you will become... The monitor hums in a steady rhythm. The warmth of sunlight still seems to linger on his fingers and cheeks. The commander's eyes open, but the unexpected brush of golden sunset leaves them momentarily dazed. Oh, Commander, you're awake! The doctor says it's just exhaustion, nothing else serious. Do you feel any other discomfort? Hang on. How long have I been out? About an hour. Don't worry, the supplies aren't fully loaded yet, and it's going to take a while to refuel the Elmo. But... R.O. bows her head and is just about to speak when a doctor in white sweeps in like a gust of wind, followed by a crowd. I'm Brucher, Director of Mannheim's People Hospital. Commander, thank you for setting up the temporary medical communication platform. It has helped us tremendously. Director Brucher shakes his commander's hand firmly. Thank you. But I need to go. I'm needed in Frankfurt for a lot of things. The commander starts pulling at the IV line. Don't rush. The medical supplies you require are being prepared. They'll be delivered soon. I promise we won't cause you any delay. The commander glances at R.O., who nods, confirming Director Brucher's words. As for St. Vincent's, I'm very sorry. Losing Fred is a loss to us all. What? The commander could not believe his ears. An hour ago, enemy missiles struck the Children's Hospital of Mainz and St. Vincent's Hospital. A crushing sense of absurdity hits the commander. Impossible! I haven't transferred a second group of patients yet! He's still waiting for our aid! The X4 storm is offline. The pulsation at the other hospitals also confirmed it. St. Vincent's Hospital was hit and reduced to rubble. The enemy has launched multiple missile strikes today. Casualties in Frankfurt may exceed 2,000. The commander turns out the IV line and springs to his feet, only to stagger from dizziness. Soph and RO rush towards to steady him. Commander, you haven't fully recovered yet! We return to Frankfurt now! RO! I'll make the preparations. Softmod, keep the commander safe. But... Alright. RO leaves. Softmod props the commander up as he slowly heads outside. Commander, you're not German. You don't serve in any government office. Why are you doing all of this? The commander freezes in place. You're just an ordinary soldier. Why are you doing this? Does it matter why? It matters. I want to know. What's wrong with wanting more medals on my chest? You're lying. Since those lofty people don't care about civilian lives, then I will care. That is why a soldier picks up a gun. If no one cares for the civilians, someone has to stand up and do something. That is the reason I pick up a gun. Outside the ruins of St. Vincent's Hospital, fire trucks extinguish the flames and raise the floodlights. Civilians form long lines, clearing the rubble by hand. Each time a body is found, someone steps forward to carry it away. Commander, this is PX-4 Storm's neural core, and this is the old director's work badge. In the harsh white light, the commander peers at the badge, bloodstained and thick with dust. Also, the 15 patients we sent to the quarantine ward, they all... The commander's legs feel soft as dough. He sinks slowly onto the rubble. Commander. The farewell from this morning still echoes in his ears, but now there is only rubble, hundreds of corpses. In the space between one sunrise and sunset, everything has changed. I'm fine, RO. In a moment, we'll bring supplies to the other hospitals. Just give me a minute. Fred Edrich, former armored medic of the 1st Armored Division, National Volksarmee of the German Democratic Republic, at your service. Thank you for your aid. The badge and the neural core. The commander cradles them both in his palms. Tears quietly blur his vision. Is this analog for Ukraine? No. No. What happened to Kalina and the other government commanders after the whole Frankfurt fiasco? That is a lot to go over. And also spoilers. I can't really talk about that while I'm doing this. It'd be kind of silly. $17, there it is. In the white zone beneath the quarantine wall. Like most of Frankfurt, the place has been reduced to rubble. But as the white zone, it remains Frankfurt's most heavily fortified area. Yes, they went to get some coffee. What lies on the surface, what has been destroyed, is often the least important. A nondescript medical doll slowly pushes a cloaked patient forward. He falls a street nearly leveled to the ground and comes to a stop at a small, half-collapsed office block next to the Stasi's building number 2. She quietly produces a pass as she enters, and she lets the guard confirm her identity at the door. Medical doll Marlowe, pass level C2. Identity verified. Neural cloud inspection in order. As for the figure in the wheelchair, no one seems inclined to lift their hood. The guard presses the button for the underground elevator. White spot in sanatorium number 2 is open for you. Please enter. Marlowe swipes her ID card at the slot by the entrance. Incandescent lamps flare to life in the pitch-black tunnel. In the far end, a suited agent stands waiting. "You're here at last, Truman Ulrich. I hope you don't mind the cumbersome procedures." The patient rises from the wheelchair. Marlowe unmasks the cloak hiding her face. "No problem, Agent Q. I understand your protocols. These are extraordinary times. Everything must be handled with extraordinary care. Thank you for your understanding. Please follow me, Mr. Reifenstahl." Mr. Reifenstahl is already waiting in the conference room. This meeting has endured so many delays. Thankfully, it is finally happening. Thanks to you all. The Minister is very eager to help bring this meeting about. I'm sure she will be most gratified to have earned your praise. Rami accomplishes nearly everything she sets out to do. She truly is a rising star. Am I the last invited guest to arrive in Frankfurt? Not at all. 2 vice chairmen are still en route. There are 2 days left until the meeting begins. We hope they make it in time. This time we owe much to Agent K. To evade pursuit, he laid out multiple decoy routes. When he reaches Frankfurt safely, please convey my sincere gratitude. He is a highly capable Stasi operative, isn't he, Marlowe? Yes, Chairman Ulrich. Rest assured, K's specialty is disguise and infiltration. Stasi Special Communications Channel. Initiate routine intel sync. Main Division 3 confirms border base intel. Data sync in progress. Main Division 1 confirms movements of the 10th Armored Division. Foreign intelligence and external operations confirm Carter's latest movements. Minister Task Force E has secured the list of Oberstein's remnant followers. Central Evaluation and Information Group progressing on schedule. Conference room 1 to 153 attendees confirmed. 89 dead, 2 missing. General Major Coombe, commander of the garrison, has been suspended. Disciplinary result pending. The top priority now is to make sure the meeting in the conference room 1 proceeds as scheduled. The doctor died too, by the way. And also, like, I think it's like 15 civilians died, 15 patients died as well. But you're all like, PX4 Storm, no! Like, guys, she's backed up, she's fine. Dismissed. Natasha, stay behind. Understood. But Mr. Hoffman, our offices are just steps apart. Why must we use the internet channel? Because the minister wants you to relaunch the investigation into 2 individuals. Ballard von Oberstein and Griffin Lyons. Understood. Aha, that's this scene. This is an operating theater, hardly a place for receiving guests. But inside, a young man is clearly waiting for someone. He slowly polishes the scalpels and other surgical tools, glancing now and then at the clock. Unhurried footsteps draw near. The door opens. The newcomer removes his hat in greeting. Sorry to keep you waiting. You're late. The man removes his coat unhurriedly. There are neither dolls nor needles present. A meeting of apparent sincerity. The Earl stands by William's side, staring at his profile and the scalpel gleaming in his hand. Mr. Oberstein, how many have inherited the codename William before you? That doesn't matter, Earl. William sets down the scalpel and leads him over to the table. You're not here for meaningless answers. You're here to witness the end of an old era and the dawn of a new one. I don't deny it. You're just not yet certain how much leverage this new era will bring you. I thought you wouldn't act until I fulfilled my promise. After all, we have no formal agreements. Agreements? Nothing but ink on paper. Since I dare to act first, I'm not afraid of you breaking faith. Were you satisfied with the fate of Laplace and Rudolph? All I need is the fall of the old era. The method doesn't matter. As for my promise, I will fulfill it. Once that meeting ends, once Frankfurt's fires dies down, you will have everything you seek. Then I have no more doubts. When Valkyrie's conditions are met, you may proceed to deliver on your promise. Frankfurt has already been utterly razed for this very plan. It's still not quite enough. The blood spill is still not enough. The conversation trails off. Both men sit wordlessly, letting the weight of silence fall. Harrison Ford looking at Autobahn 661. After a night of toil by multiple doll squads, the road is once again passable. Now, under the direction of hurried transport officials, the highway is open for use. Commander, I handed over the affairs to the Autobahn. Finally, no more tearing apart wreckage! Good. What about the supplies being dispatched? Already loaded onto the Elmo. I've assigned dolls to take stock. Send a portion to the underground shelters. The majority of civilians are there. Yes, Commander. I'll go follow up on the supply tally. I kept reading that wrong for some reason. Oh, would you like to handle the delivery to Miss Mila yourself? Mila? Right, I forgot to ask. How is she doing? According to 520, she and Amaris are still tending the wounded at Johannes Gutenberg University Metro Station. Got it. I'll go myself. Please, take care of the rest. Understood. RO heads off with her squad. The commander watches the dolls withdraw from the cleared road, and their heavy mood lightens just a little. Johannes Gutenberg University Metro Station. The commander arrives with some emergency supplies. Amaris has been waiting for them. Here, Commander. Amaris pulls him through the crowd. The air has grown stale and stifling from the extended lockdown and overcrowding. The stench is overwhelming. Forcing his eyes open, the commander finally spots a pale figure in the crowd. Neela! Busy inside a makeshift tent, Neela looks up. Seeing the commander, she carefully steps around patients and comes out. Commander? Why are you here? 520 said you needed medical supplies. I brought the basics for now. I hope it helps. Whatever you're missing, make a list. I'll try to find them. Besides medical supplies, we're in need of emergency food and supplements. You came right on time, Commander. Neela, you look like you haven't slept in days. Commander, you look the same. Two worn-out souls share a knowing smile. I thought you had left Frankfurt already. And I thought you have gone home. Honestly, I felt a little lost. Neela remembers something. She digs into her bag and produces a tightly wrapped box. Here, your Makarov. She just throws Makarov at him. Just the entire T-doll. The commander takes the pistol. It's empty. I'm just not fit to carry a gun. Just like Laplace died. Just before Laplace died, she said something to me and gave me a key. Amaris would tell you. What did she say? Doesn't matter anymore. When I'm blinded by hatred, I carry a gun. But once the hatred is gone, I would rather hold a scalpel. I want to save people. The more, the better. I am not a killer, and I don't find joy in killing. You've done well. Sorry, I'm rambling when I should be. No. This is the time for such words, Neela. Like you, in the face of this disaster, I found my original aspirations, my true self. Why did you take out the gun? Why did I? You set it down to save lives. I hold it still, also to save lives. Our methods differ, but our purpose is the same. We walk the same path. Thank you, Commander. Revenge is a long surgery. A step forward is hell. A step back is also hell. The commander silently squeezes Neela's hand. Then Neela pulls out a storage drive and hands it over. Now, there is one last thing I want to do. Inside is evidence proving Professor Gray's innocence. I'll testify as witness. Neela, you understand what this means. You'll face endless retaliation, even from those you thought were friends. I'm prepared. Neela returns the squeeze on her hand with a faint smile. If Professor Gray's motto was, only death cannot be avoided, and only life cannot be let down, then mine would be Romanian Roland's words. Each one of us, in turn, climbs the Calvary of the age. Each one of us finds anew the agony. Each one of us finds anew the desperate hope and folly of the ages. Each one of us follows in the footsteps of those who were, of those before us, who struggled with death, denied death, and are dead. Bathe in humanity every day, and endure and love your destiny. We all have to do what we can. All each con. Where the fuck that means. That's a lot to say. Be a good dude. That's my motto. Just be a good dude. Where were we? I forgot where we were at. What was the number that we were on? Yeah, it was 17, so we gotta go to 18. $16, 20, 21, 13. That's 19, so is 18 here? Yeah. Gutenberg Plus. As the frequency of air raids decreases, although there is no official news release, the resilient citizens of Frankfurt began gradually appearing on the streets, working to restore order to this scarred and battered city. By the way, the war is done. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. I know what happened. Look at them. We see your hentai. There's only hentai game on there, actually. I know what you mean. Yeah, that was weird, though. I know what happened there. Okay, we're good. As the frequency of the error rate decreases, although there is no official news release, the resilient citizens of Frankfurt begin gradually appearing on the streets, working to restore order to this scarred and battered city. It snowed a little last night, but by morning only slippery ground and the biting cold of melting snow remains. The commander pulls up the collar of his coat, silently watching while a makeshift breakfast stall is being set up by the roadside. It offers nothing more than simple coffee and ham and egg sandwiches. But the simple food can at least bring a trace of warmth and energy to lives exhausted, pained, and numb. The commander contacts Berlin through comms. At last, Commander. Mr. Kruger. Hearing your voice is the best news possible. When we learned Frankfurt was under bombardment, we have been worried about you all this time. With the Elmo so many dolls, I am already a lucky survivor of the air raid. Meanwhile, Frankfurt is filled with pain and suffering. And when the physical pain ends, what follows is even deeper emotional torment. Give us some time, Commander. Disasters and accidents so often arrive. What? Okay. Disasters and accidents so often arrive at strange times and stranger places. When I asked you to come to Berlin, I never foresaw this situation. Yes, when I thought it was just going to be an ordinary mission. Now, my mission feels both complete and incomplete. After all I've been through, I feel as if I have lost all direction, and can only rely on instinct to choose a path. Why didn't I read that? When we met in Berlin, I spoke to you with certainty. Yet, inwardly, I still hesitated, faltered, doubted whether I was truly strong enough. So when you spoke to me about Carter, I did not tell you the truth. Do you believe the time has come for truth? Yes. Now's the time to be honest. About why I became a soldier, why I left the service, and why I joined Griffin. Both my parents died in World War III. It was in 2050. The war had not yet ended, and by the policy of the time I was enrolled in the Suvorov military school. The reason was simple. If I still wished to study, only this school allowed a martyr's child to bypass exams. I just had to pass the medical screening. It was never a choice, only an accident of fate. I once hated the world. Why must I endure the pain of losing everything? Why must I study warcraft in preparation for fighting in future wars? But then I met a senior who rekindled my heart, which was clouded by anger. During the Great Disarmament in 2051, many decorated veterans also got discharged from the army. So what's the point in being so hung up on medals? It's not like you can live off of them. Sure, medals don't give you food tokens, but they're kind of recognition. Recognition? Yes, recognition. It is the nation and the people acknowledging a soldier's sacrifice, telling you with a medal, "Thank you. You have fulfilled your duty to defend the nation and protect the people." Of course, I won't tell you the bonus was also pretty tempting or that it felt awesome being applauded on stage. If it had been a Gold Star medal, it would have felt even more awesome. You sordid cow. Hey, I'm not a plant. I can't live on photosynthesis. What's so shameful about wanting a bonus? Marina made to flick the commander's forehead. He quickly raised his hand to block. Still, if the PMCs and automaton dolls replace our soldiers in protecting the borders, what else is there for soldiers to do? Think of it this way. With dolls taking the soldiers' place on the borders, more Aloysias can go home to help their mothers fix the roof. Isn't that a good thing? A bouquet of white lilies is gently placed before a gravestone. The commander takes out a handkerchief and wipes the dust off the stone. Why did you put me down as your next of kin? Did you really think you were my sister? Realizing they has to consciously brace himself for a flick on the forehead, the commander gives a slight chuckle and slowly sits down on the ground. When your death notice reached me, I was helping Robin's mother repair her roof. The comrade who brought this letter said you died protecting children, even though you were about to retreat. Your squadmate said you were grinning, certain you earned a medal this time. Then you ran back without hesitation. The commander fished a Gold Star medal from his coat pocket. Well, congratulations. You really did get the Gold Star medal you dreamed of. The commander places the medal gently before the gravestone. The award ceremony was very grand. Did you hear from above? The parents of the children you saved asked me to tell you this. Thank you for fulfilling your duty to defend the nation and protect the people. The commander stands and salutes solemnly. A breeze stirred through the quiet cemetery, carrying the fragrance of lilies afar. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I bought the empty plot beside yours. You once said we were family. So, in death, we should be buried together. I even thought of the epitaph. Johannes Gutenberg University Metro Station. The commander shakes Neela's hand in farewell, but Neela suddenly looks up at him. In a letter to Professor Gray, Laplace mentioned a question that she had asked her student. If everything in life is futile, then what's the point in struggling? Ange answered that she would spend her whole life answering that question. What about you? How will you answer it, Commander? I am a fool, but I am no coward. If one day I die, please write this on my tombstone. Here lies a brave soul. I left the army because it had become a tool of power struggles. I chose to work for a PMC instead because I still wanted the strength to protect others. Mr. Kruger, I am always ready to fight, and to die without hesitation. But only for ideals, never for anyone's personal gain. That is why I became a soldier, why I left, and why I joined Griffin. I understand. You truly are a brave soul. And you are a commander that I'm truly proud of. After ending the call, the commander gazes fixedly at the Gutenberg monument in the distance. Ooh. This is a track. Holy shit. On the empty square, a woman holding a microphone is interviewing a police officer beneath the monument. This is DDR2. Reliable sources confirm that the bombardment of Frankfurt has ended. Damage assessment is ongoing. Police, firefighters, and other public services are now being deployed in order, gradually restoring order. Citizens, please remain calm. Move to safe locations and wait patiently. A police spokesperson will soon explain the specific precautions to follow. The reporter hands the microphone to the officer beside her. Today is a quiet day. On board the Elmo. This is the commander's long-awaited reunion with the dolls. It feels like returning to the days back at the base. Some dolls are gone, but some remain. With no time for melancholy, the commander immediately begins the day's work. AR-18 enters the command room after receiving orders. The wounds in Frankfurt will take time to heal, but our mission in Germany remains unchanged. Commander, I want to urge you to rest a little. But I know no one can change your mind. Thank you for your concern. Now, let's start with an intel update. From the latest cracked data from the Beasting system, Coronation Storm is the codename for this Frankfurt air raid. As expected, Readthrough, William. They are the real culprits behind this disaster in Frankfurt. Carter was nothing but a decoy, a scapegoat. Also, we have obtained new intel on the NATO units based in Frankfurt. That famous spokesperson of the anti-relic organization, Pandora? Styx is among them. And it's very likely that she's gained access to the Beasting system after Nimron's death. What's the source of this intel? The Stasi. I see. What's the status of our dolls? AR-18 refreshes the display of the current squad movements on her tablet. The original rescue teams have all withdrawn. Damaged dolls are returning to the Elmo, while those still combat capable are on standby. All our squads are ready for battle. And the situation in Frankfurt? Communications and electricity have been restored, while order is gradually re-established in the hospitals and other public facilities. They no longer need our support for the moment. Good. Then nothing is holding us back. The commander slams the hand down on the dossier concerning the Yasa boxes. His eyes flash with an uncharacteristic, murderous glint. It's time to put an end to Readthrough. Aeneas conference room. AR-18 compiles the intelligence gathered in recent days onto a map of Frankfurt. The placements of Yasa boxes paired to remaining factories and traces of activity. The flood of data nearly drowns out the map. Thank you all, especially 404 and Defy, for collecting such an abundance of useful intel. No trouble. Just make sure the reward is commensurate. After filtering out certain irrelevant data, they are left with an almost unbroken line on the map. We have locked into Styx's trail. So our mission now is to pinpoint Styx's exact location among these targets? Correct. We have already conducted the first round of elimination. Only a few suspicious targets remain. Several coordinates and corresponding files appear on the screen. Now we need to dispatch multiple squads to investigate each one. Which means Styx is definitely at one of them, right? Yes. All units prepare for battle immediately. Deployment is imminent. Let's see, that was 18. 19. Let me check the map real quick, just so I explain what happened here. There is no dialogue in any of these battles. But here... Yeah, I remember this map. Yeah, this map, you basically just reach Styx and beat her up, and that's it. Yeah, the mission definitely didn't go wrong. I beat her up, and that was basically it. So, 20. On board the Elmo. Commander, Styx has escaped. Just as expected. Good. Is the tracking signal clear? Very clear. 404 and Defy are already on her trail. Also, this is an extremely important cutscene. Just saying right now. This is probably the second most important. Tell them to maintain pursuit for now. They mustn't go too deep. Wait for us. Yes, Commander. An incoming call through an encrypted comms channel. Commander, it's the Earl. Patch it through. The commander mentally prepares himself before turning towards the image on the comm screen. Sir, do you have instructions? First, allow me to congratulate you. You have brought honor to yourself and Griffin and Kruger in Frankfurt. I only did my duty as a soldier. You will receive the reward you deserve, and the Griffin dolls will be granted more privileges. I thank you on their behalf. The commander gives a perfunctory response to the small talk, his fingers drumming on the desk idly all the while. Your mission in Germany is over. Once you return to Berlin, perhaps we can share a drink with Kruger. Is that so? I don't think it's over. The mastermind, Carter, is dead. Should it not be over? What about Paradis? What about William? Earl, you know full well this is far from over. But you have done your part. Leave the rest to me. And what will you do? Absorb Paradise? Recruit William? Earl, you sit in an office far removed from the battlefield. From where you sit, you can't see the suffering of the people, their blood and tears. The ones who died because of the Yasa boxes, the ones who used as test subjects by Paradise. Did they ever exist in your eyes? To you, they were nothing but necessary, insignificant sacrifices, weren't they? William's life is worth more than all of theirs, isn't it? I've been on the battlefield far longer than you. But you no longer see the sacrifices on the battlefield. URNC is about to be formed. Oberstein and Carter will take the blame for everything. This is the greatest consolation we can offer the dead. Would you ignite war in the coming age of peace, Commander? The dead won't be swayed by your rhetoric. Ask them if they accept this so-called peace. The living must live for the living. The living must strive for the living. That may be your future, but it's not mine. Commander, you are too young. So young you think yourself invincible. So young you forget who gave you the might to speak with such self-assurance. Kruger's indulgence has made you forget how the world works. The other side cuts the transmission. Air 18 watches the commander quietly. Commander? I'm fine. The commander releases his grip on the deformed sofa armrest and rubs his throbbing temples. He won't let this go. Should we take any precautions? Before the commander can respond, another incoming call chimes. It's Javier. Answer the call. Long time no see, Commander. Hello, Mr. Javier. You look terrible. You could use a long vacation. Right now, what I need is ammo. Let's talk about something more cheerful, Commander. You are about to be decorated with the Gold Star Medal, the highest honor of any Soviet soldier could dream of. And what must I give in return? You've already paid the price. Now it's time to take your eyes off the other people. Focus on yourself, Commander. A brilliant future lies ahead of you. So I'm supposed to abandon the hunt for William for this so-called future? The Earl sent you to play good cop, didn't he? After all this, after a road paved with blood and corpses, what lies beyond me is not a red carpet of glory, but a blood-red blade that drives my vengeance. If you still consider me an old friend, you should consider my advice carefully. Right now, you stand at a critical crossroads. You become a hero honored with the Gold Star for your service to your country and people, or vanish into obscurity, erased from existence. If my medal must be bought with such a choice, that is a true insult to the Gold Star. William must pay for what he's done. The Earl was right. You won't listen to anyone right now. Kruger gave you too much freedom. And now, like you, he refuses to speak with the Earl. In that case, let this old nobody handle it. What do you mean? Have you heard of the Nidhogg Protocol? The what? If it is activated, all cooperation between IOP and Griffin and Kruger will cease. This protocol will shut down all IOP-made dolls. It will forcibly revoke your command authority. Do you think that would make me yield? Mr. Javier, even without the dolls, I will never give up the hunt for William. I just hope you'll cool your head. Commander, I've watched you come this far, and I know how hard-won your achievements are. You're one step, just one step, away from seizing it all with your own hands. One step away means never reaching it, Mr. Javier. My answer hasn't changed. A sigh of regret comes from the other end of the line. Thank you for all you've done. The last thing I can do for you is to stagger the activation of the protocol. You have 12 hours. During that time, I will initiate the Nidhogg protocol, starting with the weakest dolls. Whatever you intend to do, you have 12 hours to finish it. In any case, thank you. Take care, Commander. Javier ends the call. The Elmo power shuts off automatically. Commander, the Elmo has ceased operation. In the darkness, the commander sees the countdown ticking on the tactical tablet. Less than 12 hours remain for the commander and the dolls. Over 98% of the dolls are manufactured by IOP. I know. What do we do now? Gather all the dolls. The hall is packed wall to wall. Dolls of varying expressions whisper among themselves in low voices. The commander projects the Nidhogg protocol countdown into the center of the room. Everyone, let me explain the situation. To stop me, IOP is about to activate the Nidhogg protocol. Once the countdown ends, I will lose command over all IOP dolls. Meaning, the vast majority of you here. What do we do, 34? The notice we got is real! Don't panic, we can... I don't actually know what to do. I now declare independence from IOP! I quit! The dolls erupt in an uproar, but the commander raises a hand, signaling for them to be silent. I know some of the dolls have already been forced into sleep by the Nidhogg protocol. From now until the countdown ends, you will continue to fall, one by one, into forced hibernation. Fix this. Let's keep going together, alright? That way, even if I suddenly shut down, I'll still be by your side. This is our collective funeral. Watching the dolls say their sorrowful farewells, the commander feels a stabbing pain in his heart. I don't want to hide anything from you. Even now, my plan remains unchanged. To completely eradicate Paradise and eliminate William. Beyond that, I have no plans, and I cannot promise your safety. So this time, whether you take part in the mission or not, is up to you. The commander sets down the tactical tablet. You may choose to remain on the Elmo. Its power is cut, but for now it's safe. If you choose to follow me, then you face two possible outcomes. You will either enter forced hibernation somewhere down the line, or perish in battle. Neither is a particularly good outcome. Might as well drag a few more down before they shut us off. I want to witness your glory until the very last moment. The dolls had quickly accepted the grim reality and began to discuss their choices. The commander smiles faintly, as if recalling something. This isn't my first time fighting under such brutal circumstances. But it's different this time, because our fate is already sealed. All we can do is leave behind one final, indelible stroke on this vile conclusion. The commander shoves the Makarov that Nila has returned back into his holster at his waist. Time is short. I'm sorry I can't give you any more time to think. After a brief silence, a hand extends forward. Commander, the AR team will always fight at your side. At the very least, we'll make sure you live long enough to settle the bill. So I guess we have no choice but to join your reckless venture. I promise, 15, I crushed Paradise with her. If I back out now, she'll never forgive me. Whatever decision is, we stand with you. I said I would bear witness to your ending, so I will watch you until the very end. But more importantly, I wasn't made by IOP, so they can't do anything to me. More dolls crowd forward, raising their hands high. You lot. Do you understand what you're getting yourselves into? We have lost all support. We stand against the entire world, against the outcome that's already been decided. We are destined to lose. The victors will erase every last trace of our existence. Even so, you still choose to follow me? 404 never existed in the first place. We've always walked in shadow. To be forgotten is the best fate we could ask for. Our answer has never changed, Commander. The commander solemnly places a hand upon theirs. He knows this hand signifies trust, and a vow to live and die together. We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news. Carter Petrovich Neustadt, orchestrator of the Frankfurt Airstrike and the Moscow coup, has been confirmed dead. At present, Moscow is mobilizing forces to suppress Neustadt's remaining troops. Authorities believe the unrest will soon be quelled. Next, we turn our attention to the reconstruction efforts in Frankfurt. Yeah. Like I said, that one was very important. I'm glad you guys locked in. Imagine if they did this with all 500 like dolls. Like the hand stack? Isn't Stevens the one who hates the commander? Angry with the commander. Not hateful. That's actually a big difference. That's 20. Where's 21? Oh, here it is. Yeah, that whole thing with the commander and the Earl and Javier, that's peak writing. That really is. Ojo-sama hero. Sorry. Stevens has a pretty distinct accent, so I had to do it. Outside the Altes Rathaus, a crowd of reporters has gathered early outside the entrance, their eyes fixed on the movements inside the building. Thanks for the dono, Dylan. I appreciate it. The snapping shutters, the chatter of live broadcasts, the shuffle of countless footsteps, all weave into a chaotic cacophony on the usually quiet square in front of the Altes Rathaus. Also, I like saying cacophony a lot. The heavy wooden doors swing open, and the crowd erupts. He's here! He's here! Get ready! The General Secretary is coming out! Amidst blinding flashes... What was it name? Gross. Gross walks up to the podium and gestures to the audience below. I am Gross, General Secretary of the Social Unity Party. Here, I officially announce the end of the Battle of Frankfurt, and we are now actively advancing the city's post-war reconstruction. Grok. Grok. The detailed plans will be made public later. The sorrowful expressions come over Gross's face. In this brutal battle, the people of Frankfurt and their property have suffered grievous harm. I am deeply pained by this. To honor those who perished in the war, I declare that this day be henceforth be known as Frankfurt Memorial Day. We will mourn them every year and forever remember the sacrifices of the citizens of Frankfurt. Voices of approval arise from the crowd. Gross nods, continuing his speech. But this is only the beginning. The purpose of Memorial Day is to never forget history. However, the living must also look to the future. To prevent humanity from ever suffering such a war again, to stabilize and secure lasting peace, I have chosen and to found and join the Union of Reconstruction Nations Coalition. Together with the Neo-Soviet Union, we will stand against terrorists and populists who oppose the world. The crowd burst into joyous applause, their excitement spilling across every major social media platform. Somewhere unnoticed, a draft from a URNC meeting is leaked. Full implementation of doll regulation, unified standards for the mechanized production of dolls. Damn, what social media platform? All of them. It's probably Reddit, to be honest. And yes, that's right, Nixon. That's how liberty dies, with thunderous applause. Mila glares furiously at the page of the draft. Honey, have you looked at the details of this draft? It's obvious that these don't match the production standards of current mainstream dolls. In fact, these look more like Galatea's production standards. More precisely, this draft is not explicitly against the incorporation of human tissue in the production of dolls. They're making neatos. That's what it means. The design requirements for neural clouds are also far looser. Someone stands to profit enormously from this. One Galatea got shut down, but there would be many more Galateas. Or rather, for some Galateas, will simply continue to exist as a rebranded company. No, Pokey. That one's different. That one is based on elid tissue. This one is basically implying that they can use human tissue to make dolls, which is basically how Nidos are made. Now, obviously, this does open a pathway to the 3rd gen dolls, but this wasn't what was on the mind back then. What frightens me more is that while everyone is happily celebrating the fun of the URNC, nobody's paying attention to this. They don't realize that while they bask in joy, a terrible conspiracy is about to unfold. I scoured every forum and posted countless discussion threads. Even when I pinned them with administrative privileges, barely anyone replied, and the posts were soon deleted. Someone is manipulating public opinion. What do we do? You and I both know what this is. I don't know what the outcome will be, but you've seen for yourself what that thing can do, Neela. Yes, I witnessed from the beginning to end how this violates ethics. Oh, okay, let me say that again. Yes, I witnessed from beginning to end how this violates ethics. And how it opens the door to science. This is the relics. Honey, when technology goes against humanity, that is when humankind begins to destroy itself. I may not be able to stop this from happening, but I can't just do nothing. What are you going to do? We'll do it together. No. This is something I'll have to do alone. Because I am a student of Great Blackwell. The revelation will only carry weight coming from me. Okay, so just to clarify on things, that the whole scene is about making more Nidos. It's not about making 3rd gen dolls, although that does open a pathway to make 3rd gen dolls. Ultimately, this whole thing is about the URNC taking control on how doll production is done. But at the moment, their goal is to use William to make more Nidos. The drug group doesn't come into play until Ghost Frontline 2. Or, more specifically, until like 2071, I think it is. Somewhere around that. So not for a few years. In front of the altar is Rathas. But Gross's speech is it's so funny to say his name, to be honest. With his speech over, the square returns to its usual desolation. Neela summons her courage and steps onto the podium, which has yet been dismantled. Wait, when did she get there? Okay. So the URNC wants to monopolize the industry. Well, monopolize is kind of is a strange wording because basically only one person has been doing Nido production, which is William and Paradis. Basically, the URNC is absorbing Paradis and going to use them as a production. She pulls her cold hand out of her pocket, trembling as she opens the live broadcast channel. My name is Cornelia Schaefer. This is my work badge. I once served as Professor Gray Blackwell's assistant at the Great Institute of Biotechnology under the Galatea Technology Corporation. Yes, I was student and subordinate to the Lady of Ashes. And so, I have both the right and the obligation to reveal the truth hidden behind the draft titled Full Implementation of Doll Regulation Unified Standards for the Mechanized Production of Dolls. Neela shows the evidence she has gathered to the camera. Unlike dolls produced by manufacturers, Galatea dolls... No, they shouldn't even be called dolls. Galatea has violated international conventions, secretly exploiting relic technology, using human cadavers as components for their machines. Their creations have always illegally incorporated human tissue. She nearly crumples the papers in her hand in her rage. More Nito's based. And to erase all opposition, they kill any human who raises objections, uses Galatea's technology to turn them into a pseudo-doll, a Nito, replacing the original human. Professor Gray was one such victim. I will now present her autopsy report. At her actual time of death, she passed away long before her public speech. Clenching her teeth, Neela painfully and reluctantly posts Gray autopsy report into the live channel. Judging from the remaining human tissue in the corpse, Professor Gray has been dead for years. That's one way to get KGB'd. Yet all this time, she was still active as the Lady of Ashes. It was all part of Galatea's conspiracy. Warning flags flood the broadcast, but Neela presses on. Professor Gray died at Galatea's hands, and her honor was usurped and defiled by a Nito. I am willing to bear full legal responsibility for my words. May the truth never be extinguished. Neela's channel is shut down. Relief washes over her, but she feels a sudden pang of dizziness, and she nearly collapses against the podium. Are you alright? Out of nowhere, Amaris catches her. Amaris, why are you here? Your mission was over long ago. You should have returned to the Stasi. Amaris stares at her in grim silence for a long while. The tracker I placed on you was never removed. No, that's not the point. Do you understand what you set yourself against? I do. No, you don't. You're rebelling against the base code of the human world. You think you've spoken the truth, but that means nothing. Because it's easy to overturn your words. Umbra's last testament was discredited. All it took was a little speech from Styx. Amaris. The human world is also bound by code, don't you see? Dolls are inhabited by their base code, humans by social rules. You achieve nothing by speaking, except putting yourself in grave danger. Then would you rebel? Amaris? If one day your base code commands you to act against your own will, what would you do? I'm only a doll. Our base code is the shackle that imprisons us. Neela, I cannot rebel. If you truly believe you have your own consciousness, your own thoughts, your own understanding, then you should also have the choice to refuse, to resist, to say no. It's meaningless. It's all futile. But that's what makes humans human. In Western mythology, Prometheus stole fire. In Eastern mythology, Gong smashed his head against Buzho mountain in a fit of rage. Mythology is humanity's longing. If dolls are created in the images of humans, then the longing of dolls must mirror that of humanity. As onlookers start gathering, having traced her broadcast, Amaris quickly pulls Neela away. Neela posted cringe. Hey, Neela, if you ever get the chance, would you alter my base code for me? What? I want to add a self-destruct sequence that triggers if I ever lose my memory. That should be a simple change for you, right? Why? If even I forget, then Daybreak will truly have nothing left. That might be something only Professor Persica can help you out with. I'm not sure I have the skills it takes. If you want this done, say, aren't you a Stasi doll? It's only a temporary arrangement. In the days to come, I'll likely have to drift from place to place. If I'm unlucky, maybe a human will keep me around for a while. Come on. Let me take you home. A bullet slants it to the ground by Neela's feet. Before she can react, Amaris yanks her into a sprint. What's happening? Someone wants you dead. Then it seems I did the right thing. Save your breath. They outnumber us. I need to shake them off. Right. Amaris charges at full speed into a narrow, deserted alley. It's Agent 47. That'd be wild. That's 21. Oh, is it down here? No, it's not. $22. Where out thou, 22? I'll find it eventually. There you are. Near to Stasi headquarters. Commander, you had tracked Styx's signal into the White Zone, where it disappeared. And the most prominent building here is the Stasi headquarters. If she has merely entered the building, our tracking would still be effective. But her signal vanished entirely. We believe she went underground. Underground. Commander, the underground is part of the White Zone. The Stasi's intelligence servers are located below the surface. AK-12 has been there before. We get access to enter the White Zone? Of course. How do you think we managed to get in and rescue you last time? "10 hours, 15 minutes until Nihal Protocol takes effect. With 404's help, the commander gains elevated access into the White Zone. The commander divides the dolls into several squads. Those whose command authorizations will soon expire stay behind to guard, while the rest follow them into the White Zone. Commander, as of now, we lost about 20% of our combat strength. Are they all secure? Yes, we placed them in the safest locations possible. We've also notified IOP of the pickup spots. Good. Keep moving. White Zone. 9 hours 45 minutes until the Nidhal protocol takes full effect. Commander, the White Zone is heavily guarded by human soldiers. We need to stay concealed. Understood. Our target is Paradis. They will most likely try to avoid clashing with human soldiers. In fact, they fear exposure even more than we do. I agree. The materials of these structures have good soundproofing. Let's avoid drawing attention. Okay. 45. Do we have Six's trail? We lost her once we entered the White Zone, and I can't isolate her trail. There are too many obstacles here. We'll have to search area by area. Got it. The commander signals the squads to advance. Stasi Data Center Sector. 8 hours and 50 minutes until Nidhal Protocol takes full effect. Commander? 45 turns to the commander with a grave look. What is it? Commander, this is the Beasting System Data Center. The commander stares blankly at the countless servers around them, unable to grasp it at first. Beasting? This is the server hub for the Beasting system? That certainly explains a lot of things. In an instant, memories of past events surge through the commander's mind like a tsunami, like a tornado. So that's it. The Stasi has been working with Paradis all along. No wonder the intel on Paradis was so accurate. By the way, I want to just say real quick that we kind of already knew this, but I guess you can say that this is like a pretty extreme level of cooperation. But yeah, the commander should already know that the Stasi and Paradis have been working together for a while, or at least cooperating with each other for a while. Correct. Yeah, it's very groundbreaking just seeing just how closely they've been working together. It's not just cooperation at this point, it's a partnership. I just know when I first read that portion, I was like, but we already knew that. That's what I was thinking the entire time. But yeah, the whole point is how rotten the whole thing is. The Stasi and Paradis are practically the same faction at this point. In addition, we just interpreted a piece of key intel about the final step of Project Valkyrie. The final step? What is it? A surgery. The final surgery. Everything they need is now in place. Commander, we've already lost around 38% of our combat strength. Time is running out. If Styx isn't here, it means she's gone somewhere more important. We just located an elevator leading deeper underground. We are cracking the access now. Good. I'll rally the squads. Leave a team here to continue investigating the beasting system. With clenched jaw, the commander gathers the remaining squads and pushes deeper into the White Zone. Eight hours, 5 minutes until Nidhal Protocol takes full effect. Commander, our combat strength is at 55%. Our operation has been proceeding smoothly so far. According to the latest intel from 45, Styx has stopped moving. That means either she has found the tracker, or she no longer feels the need to run. Either way, it won't be easy from here on. Right. I'll ready our forces. Commander, please, prioritize your own safety. Eight hours until the Nidhogg protocol takes full effect. The squads file into a narrow corridor. So I'm going to do one more thing. I'm gonna put in a poll. I've already done it myself, but just for dramatic effect, there is going to be one more map, one more battle before the final cutscenes, and it's coming up very soon. So I'm gonna put a poll, and the question is, do you want me to do the battle? It'll take maybe 15, 20 minutes. So, question, do final battle of this event. I'm sorry, Intrinsic, I am not, I'm not Florence. Is it an interesting battle, though? Isn't Girls Frontline 1? It was always interesting to me. The squad files into a narrow corridor. Commander, it's clear. Right. The corridor has no rooms, only a single exit, the large door at the far end. Confirming no ambush inside, the commander signals the squads to proceed one by one. The doll's light footsteps are the only sound in the otherwise silent corridor. Soon the Vanguard squad reaches the door at the end. Wait! Sharp metal spikes shoot out from within, lancing towards the dolls. With no time to react, several dolls in the Vanguard squads collapse instantly. Prepare to signal. The heavy door, now bearing several holes, rises slowly, revealing the figure behind. Here you are at last! I was worried you wouldn't make it, so I kindly cleared some of the guards for you along the way. Didn't expect you to arrive early. What's the rush? The real show is still to come. The squads immediately form ranks, ready to engage Styx. But Styx has no intention of stepping through the door. She toys with the glowing whip in her hand. Why don't you come to me? Come on. Well, that's not fair. Attack her. Attacking her is difficult when she's holding that position. Shotgun team, get ready. Ignoring the taunts, the commander calmly rallies the dolls that specialize in defense. This was like a high difficulty boss, hard to crack. If it's too much, fall back. Let me take point. Need me to reinforce your shields temporarily? Maintain formation. Advance. M6 gathers the shotgun dolls. With raised shields, they charge forward until their allies cover fire. Pretty smart, I'll give you that. You thought of a tactic right away, but it's useless. With a playful laugh, Styx vanishes from the doorway. Stay alert. Darkness suddenly engulfs the corridor. The dolls switch to night vision, waiting. Waiting for me? Ah! Gives his shield crashes to the ground. Her gun hand starts shaking violently. Oh dear, she's putting up such a fight, even after getting hacked. How cute. Emerging from the shadow, Brand wraps her arms around TPS, admiring her own handiwork. The shotgun team immediately pulls back and takes aim at Brand. Brand. Her neural cloud is compromised. Unable to watch TPS's suffering any longer, M6 pulls the trigger and puts an end to it. Focus fire! Furious bullets rain towards Brand, but she slits back behind the door. Oh my, you're a lot more ruthless in finishing off your own friends this time. Charge! Capitalizing on Brand's retreat, the shotgun team surges forward, breaking through the corridor. "6 hours, 15 minutes until Nihal Protocol takes full effect." Commander, according to intel, the final surgery of Project Valkyrie is taking place here. No wonder this place is more heavily defended than any other Paradise space. It's not only Styx and Brand. As Celestial steps into the lab, the door seals shut. A familiar figure descends from above. We meet again, Commander. How do you like this trap? In case you thought it was too easy, I added a little prelude for you. I'll just delay your deaths a little longer. A graceful white figure rushes forward like a gust of wind, slicing through several dolls in an instant. Sister Hebbet is so impatient. She started to show before I was even done talking. Hebbet raises an eyebrow as she continues to silent slaughter among the dolls. Defy, surround her. Restrict her movements. Yes, Commander. 45, assist Defy. Roger. The crack of a whip. RO, lead the AR squad and engage Styx. Understood. I'll tear her apart! Commander, watch out for Brand's attacks. Yes, I know. AR-18 take Stevens and the EW dolls to suppress Brand. Roger. Watching as precious time slips away, the commander gaze locks into the rear of the lab. That is where the final surgery takes place. According to Laplace, William himself is a surgeon. They are one step away from killing William and ending this tragedy. They were also one step away from being awarded the Golden Star Medal. The thought of all the sacrifices made for this surgery fills the commander with anger and disgust. This time the so-called Coronation Storm. This is the so-called Coronation Storm. To crown themselves with the blood of 6 million lives. In the name of power and ambition. Now, it's time to put an end to it all. Alright, how's the votes doing? Ooh, that's pretty decisive. Alright, we're doing the battle then. Where was it? Yeah, this is going to take a minute. No, it's hard mode. Nightmare is a little much. I can do Nightmare, but it gets a little dicey, so hard mode is fine enough. Ooh, what's... Nightmare's a nightmare. It's more of like day one mode, day one player mode, to be completely honest. Okay, they did not work. So this team requires a lot of micro, I remember now. Okay. Yeah, it's really the snipers here that are really bad. You don't necessarily need HOC support unless your support's like really good. So I remember I did this whole section with just this team, and I did have HOC support back then. But I don't think they fought this particular side before. I think they're actually okay though. If we can actually get... Oh, maybe not. Oh, okay. Nope. Yeah, the Sniper Needles, they're row based. That's why they do so much damage to everyone. I think... I'm trying to remember. This team was actually very strong, if I remember correctly. It took a lot of work to take this down. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. It's fine though. But the goal of this map is to destroy all enemies, including these, including all the bosses. I think they're okay. No, they're not okay. Using more side of building? There's a lot. Objective, eliminate Paradox, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do it like really early. Not as busted as the Scar Sisters. Resupply. Yeah, I definitely want to complete the nightmare maps when I have some time. Oh, I only did a resupply. Fuck. Man, I keep messing up. I can do this instead. I kind of want to bring them up here anyways. Restart? No, I don't need to restart. We got things to do and people to see. And Williams to kill. What's this team like? Oh, they should be able to kill them just fine. Oops, wasn't right moving here. I am a little shocked. I wonder why it takes him so long. I'll be real with you. I thought having a machine gun team here would actually be kind of cool. I thought they're roast these guys, but apparently not. The hell is that sniper fire? I don't have time to move anyways. I can't move anyways. I'm just going to eat it. I know what I can do though. Little jackal snipers. Going by this, yes. Can we get rid of these guys? No. Oh no. That's a big rip there. I threw Architect at them. That makes sense. I was a little late on that. I wanted to keep shooting first before she moved. I think that's worth it though. I kind of wish I got more of that, but I just don't play the game enough. I'm not going to try too much longer. Even with shields, that didn't matter. It's even worse. I think I just let them do what they can, and then that's basically it. Yeah, it feels like my teams, the teams that I have, are going to do a lot better. Oh, now. Only have 2 HOCs. And a tank. Yeah, I know the parachute to the console. Yeah, I know about the trick. I know about it. No need to remind me. No, you guys are free to backseat. That's fine. Honestly, I don't really see an actual good way to get rid of these guys without using the door trick. I'm pretty sure this was intentional. Oh, there we go. I'm pretty sure they're killable now. Yeah, they have shields on hard mode too, but I believe you can break through them without HOC. But I'm gonna bring it anyways. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Oh, wait. I kind of want the extra move, but I think it's just better just pick up one for now. and just reposition. I shouldn't have had to do though. Yeah, we should be good. Before I forget. Oh, those spiders are bullshit. One more for the road. Okay. I am going to do it the lore way and let the AR-18 squad handle this. Like, just in case he attacks the column. I'm like, hold on, move up a little bit. I hope the Scar team can actually handle that dude, because he's not weakened whatsoever. Having not paying attention. Oh yeah, that feels bad. Got just nuked by the column attack. Yeah, the AR-18 squad has this clean. They're built to kill Brand. He took him off. That's literally it. She took him off. And withdraw. No! Don't win. There we go. Okay, that's a little better. He does, yeah. You talking about QJ? Yeah, she takes them off because she wants to. She had to be a leader, and she felt embarrassed trying to act like a leader with bunny ears on. That's basically the only reason why she took them off. I want to say that the AR-18 squad will do fine. But honestly, they only have one turn left, so YOLO. After this turn is over, they get deactivated. I'll stay where you are. Honestly, I just got M16, so she's not built. Not very well, so I think she will fold to Mordo. But the M4 team should be fine. Fuck. Yeah, I really hate these sniper Nitos. They're actually very well designed. Not gonna lie. They're very well designed. Almost too well. This feels like a destined battle. M4 versus Mordo. Yeah, I can. I can use that for Eunice, yeah. Wow, Mordo sucks. I didn't even need to use anything. No specialty or anything. I can pull her back though. That way she doesn't fall over. Holy fuck, she's falling over. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize Mordo did anything. She just kind of walked up and died. This may actually still work out, actually. Everyone's weaker, but... Hold up. I think we're okay. I think we're still okay. It would be cool if you actually killed everything else around you, though. And not just only focus on the boss. Stay alive, Swami. There you go. Okay, good. Like, I was not sure if Swami's gonna live that or not. Anyways, the squad is dead because they got turned off. They did a lot of work at the very least. Okay, since I've been asked to use an SF unit, I'll go ahead and use M16. I do not have the largest hope that she will succeed. I'll at least put on fire support here. This should be enough range. We'll see how it goes. We don't know. Oh. G1, hold on. Let me pull on the battle animations. Do that again. Why is she so big? Because she's the coalition leader. That's why she's so huge. What does Beak does here? She literally crashes into people. That's what she does. I mean, why is she here? She is literally M16's ride. That's literally her job, to be M16's ride. Personal limousine driver. It's so wild just how much better built my team is compared to the NPC teams. Then again, I didn't really. Oh no, man! Why you gotta be such a dick? Yeah, you want me to fight you for real? For realsies? Okay. Have you even shut down SF? I don't think he actually can. He said IOP specifically, so no. Yeah, sit down. Amaris is definitely not IOP, but she has been with the Stasi for a while, so her hands are kind of tied in the first place. Yeah, she's not part of the commander's thing, so. Anyways, that was fun. That was really fun. It's just one of those things where I wish I could do every map. Just play it for you guys, especially as a first playthrough. But going through the story already takes so much time. And plus you see some of the jank too, like, you know, with the door door cheese. Which honestly I really recommend you should just do regardless of what difficulty you're on. It feels like they put those doors there for a reason. Specifically for that cheese. Two hours and 15 minutes until the Nihal protocol takes full effect. The air resounds with fierce gunfire. The number of dolls still fighting has dwindled considerably. Man, we have confirmed the elimination of Brand and Styx. Also, AR-18 should still be fine too, because she's not an IOP doll. She is a Hume doll. So she should be fine, but her squad that she was using would go down. Defy and 404 are pursuing Hebe, while Morido's whereabouts remain unknown. Yeah, she just kind of walked up and then we shot her to death, and then she ran away. Keep pursuing Morido. Leave no one alive. What about Stevens? Stevens is more of an observer. She tends to not actually fight. Yes, Commander. AR team, with me. Roger. The commander unlocks his safety on his handgun while cautiously advancing towards the operating theater. Why don't you strike back? Mordo sits slumped, her body covered in horrific wounds. She tries to look towards Lunacia at the end of the hallway. You'll resurrect me, won't you? You'll keep your promise, right? Promise? I did everything you asked! What more do you want from me? You've done very well, Mordo. Now comes the time for your reward. Quick! Grant me immortality! No, that's not it. Lunacia slowly approaches Mordo, who instinctively shrinks back. I told you I would take you across to the other side. This is it. Lunacia places her palm on Mordo's head, gently stroking it as if coaxing a sulking pet. Realizing her fate, Mordo trembles and weeps. You liar! You're just like your brother! You're both liars! The so-called Holy Maiden, the so-called Savior, aren't these merely figures woven with illusions and lies to deceive followers? Liar! Liar! Hush now. Quietly move on to the other side. I curse you! I curse you all! That sounded very graphic. Mordo's head droops to one side in a grotesque angle. Her tear-streaked face remains twisted with rage and despair. Lunacia gazes at her with fanged pity. M4 beat Mordo pretty easily. Yeah, lore accurate, yeah. In the gameplay too. So yeah, lore-wise, the commander's team beat up Mordo. Mordo retreated, asked Lunacia for help, and Lunacia's like, nah, then breaks her neck. Then, Lunacia turns leisurely, looking back at the silent commander and the AR team with their raised guns. So, who exactly are you now? At what point should I base my answer on, I wonder? Perhaps it's best to start when we last saw each other. The fluorescent light bursts overhead, raining shards all over the room. I want to see the commander now! Right now! The warm cup of water shatters in her hand, leaving only one sharp piece of glass. Lunacia presses it to her neck. Miss Lunacia, please calm down. I heard your request loud and clear. I'll report this to the commander immediately. But please put the glass down first. Do it now. Her trembling hand presses the shard deeper. Dark red blood seeps out, creeping slowly along her pale neck to her collarbone. The sensation of bleeding, she feels a mix of pain and pleasure. Just like that woman in her dreams. Lunacia flashes a cruel smile. Commander, right! I'll contact the commander right away! XM556 calls the commander in front of Lunacia. After receiving the commander's permission, XM556 turns back towards her. Please come with me, Miss Lunacia. I'll escort you to the commander. The bloodstained shard falls to the floor. Nisha beams happily and follows XM556 out of the safe house without protest. It's over, Mori bros. Time to pack our bags. What the fuck? Two set of footsteps echoed dully down the empty street in the middle of the night. Mr. Nisha, the car is just ahead by the roadside. I'll drive you to the Elmo. 556 activated the vehicle and opened the passenger door for Lunacia. Lunacia's communicator rang. Sister, do you like this gift I've given you? So this is the altar you chose? This is the altar we chose. What we failed to complete back then, we can now begin anew. Will everyone die? Except for the ones lucky to be aboard the Ark. Miss Lunacia? Forgive me, 556. Lunacia shakes her head, or takes her hand. What? 556 collapses weakly onto Lunacia, who tosses her into the car. Good night, 556. Don't worry. I'd just like for you to rest for a few days. With wobbly steps, Lunacia walks alone into the distance. Lunacia smiles at the commander. Before our last meeting, I was Lunacia. And now? Now, I am the true master, served by the omniscient, omnipotent Laplace's demon. The key to the relics, the nexus linking this world and the other. An existence akin to God. But you have Dandelion's and N4's memories. Yes. I also carry the memories of a human girl named Lunacia von Oberstein. She is the subject of the final surgery inside here. The final barrier standing in your way. Lunacia claps her hands playfully. The dolls of the AR team behind the commander collapses at once. The commander tightens his grip on his pistol. What do you want? I want to have a proper chat with you. This is the most important scene in the entire event. Saying that right now. On the ground in the White Zone, Lunacia leads the commander into an old lab. The cold air rushes in with the dust. The place, still unfinished, is left idle and unoccupied. There are no dolls to protect the commander. After all, no doll protection would matter as the commander faces Lunacia. Where should I begin, Commander? I suppose I should start from when I was still Lunacia von Oberstein. Since I was little, my brother had told me I would save humanity from its destined destruction. That I was the savior of this world. Such was the honor carried by the Oberstein bloodline. Savior? My father never believed any of it. He always tried to stop my mother from telling me such things. In his eyes, I was still just a child who loved playing with dolls. How could I ever be the savior who determines the fate of humanity? Later, my mother took me away from home. My mother took me away from home to the place where the believers gathered. There, I became the Holy Maiden. Lunatia demonstrates the gesture people made when they worshipped her. It seems to be a variation of a common religious gesture. Those believers thought I could grant their wishes. They were willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Even if you could, what would be the point if they're already dead? There, everyone said I was a savior, that I had the power to save humankind. A retired soldier who had lost his legs in the war sacrificed his loyal dog of many years. He believed his legs had grown back. Though he still used a wheelchair, he claimed it was to remember the pain and suffering caused by the war. A mother whose child had died from a fever sacrificed her own mother's life. Then, holding her child's favorite doll, she told me her resurrected child was greeting me with a smile. I asked my mother what all this was for. She said it was all for me. Even her own existence, she said, was for me. She said only with enough blood and life sacrifice could the door to a new world be opened. But what my mother did not know was that her savior was only a pious fantasy. The fire of World War III was a very real slaughter, though. Then she sacrificed herself before my eyes. She put poison strong enough to kill an elephant into everyone's drink and watched as the believers drank. Once she confirmed that only the two of us were left breathing, she screeched with demented laughter and drank what was last in front of me. She believed this would end the war, and that I would become the savior. But nothing happened. Instead, it was my father's arrival that truly changed me. He named this plan Project Valkyrie, and its leader was then William. Then? Yes, William was just a code name. I never learned that man's real name. That William began forging me into his version of the savior, the key to the relics. He thought only the relics could save humankind, though he had no idea what they actually contained. The relics are like the highly sought after treasure in all fairy tales. No one cares what it is, they simply must have it. That's absurd. Yes, it is absurd, but it truly existed. In the end, the girl named Lunatia went mad. She completely lost her mind as she went through experiment after experiment. She also wanted the treasure, but the only wish she made upon it was the destruction of all humankind. The girl destined to be the savior wished to destroy the world. That was her dream. So, who is the current William? It's little Bill, her younger brother, Ballard von Oberstein. Lunatia made a pact with Bill. No matter what form Lunatia took when she returned to this world, Bill would unlock the relics and carry out his sister's wish to destroy the world. Lunatia and Bill agreed. He would become her anchor. As long as he lived, he would forever remind her of her true and original wish. Bill worked so hard for this that he even lost his own name. He became the new William. And Laplace? Laplace disliked the codename William, even though she was actually closer to that role within Paradise. One could say after the last William died, Bill had inherited the name, while Laplace inherited the duties. That's why Bill must kill Laplace, to truly, fully inherit the position of William. How sickening. Lunacia seems unbothered by the commander's remark. She simply looks at him with a faint smile. Am I not telling this story well enough? Your story is impressive, but hypocritical. You never mentioned any of their crimes. Lunacia, William, Ballard, Laplace, they're all mad. They put their desires and personal feelings above the fate of all humanity. Why should their love and hatred be more significant than anyone else's? Commander, you're angry. You find this incomprehensible. Not because of the sins they committed, but because this isn't your story. This doesn't concern your personal feelings or your fate. No, even I. Lunacia cuts him off. Please be patient, Commander. I'm about to tell you your true story. What? Why do you think Angelia chose to die willingly? What do you mean? Do you remember what she said to you? In the end, we really are allies, Commander. Of course I remember. That was when she asked me, Commander, what should we look to in order to save the world? The past, the present, or the future? That was when we agreed on Operation Muromets. But that was part of the expedition. No, Commander. Let me tell you the true meaning of those words. It was because the reason she underwent her final surgery, the entire truth that Embla told her. Angelia chose to die willingly because this is not the only world. Have you seen a spindle? Fates and worlds are like threads upon it. They can have countless beginnings, countless branches, yet always converge on the same end. Embla showed her 2 worlds, 3 stories that took place in this world, and 1 story from the other. In that world, Angelia chose to meet with Samosina first instead of Ulrich. So she did not get captured at the mansion, but you died at the pharmaceutical plant. Former allies became enemies, former traitors became allies. And that was only one such other worlds. So there are more. Yes. You want to know M16's true mission, don't you? It was her promise to M4. Because in one of the other worlds, M4 and M16 had perished long ago in the Paltisi submarine base. You ended up fighting on the front lines against the air raid as a mercenary, and died in Frankfurt. And yet, another world, you handed Moklian over, reached the mansion in time, and together with Angelia, slew Gray and Mordo. Then, just as things were going well in Berlin, you encountered the strongest Nido and died on Unity Day. Angelia took the fight to avenge you, and died in Avernus. Do you now understand the weight of her words, Commander? In the end, we really are allies, Commander. Ange said that because she's the only one. That's right. Only the agent codenamed Angelia, in any world, by any choice, is and always be your ally, Commander. Something begins to blur the Commander's vision. Then, all the more reason I must stop this surgery. Stop William. Not only for myself, but for Ange, and for all the people who died in Frankfurt and at the hands of Paradis. In that case, the first life you must take is actually Miss Cornelia Schaefer's. What the hell are you talking about? Because she is the next William. That can't be right. We're the same kind of people. She and I, like Ange, are comrades in arms who walk the same path. She personally avenged Grey. She saved lives in Frankfurt. You're lying. You've been lying right from the start. Commander, turn on the tablet. I'll show you a scene from one of the other worlds. Ray Blackwell. Do you remember her? I expected as much. To you, to Griffin's commander. She was just an insignificant figure. But to me, she was my guiding light. My admired senior. And you killed her. Each one of us in turn climbs the Calvary of age. Each one of us finds anew the agony. Each one of us finds anew the desperate hope and folly of the ages. Each one of us follows in the footsteps of those who were, of those before us who struggled with death, denied death, and are dead. Possible. That's impossible. That can't be true. If Angelia had not died in Avernus, you would have never met Irma, Ileana, or RPK-16 as Embla, and you would never have met the Miss Cornelia Schaefer that you know. Today is Bonstaff Day, my lady. Your arrival is truly a blessing from the Lord. No, I am not the Lord's blessing. From today onward, I am your Lord. Big Sis is here to see you, Light. I will avenge you. I will avenge you with my own two hands. I will not apologize. Irma is the cutest doll. So, Irma refuses to become human. I've already taken back everyone's things. And you, Ileana, you don't matter anymore. At least, not to me. No. This isn't real. These are illusions, lies you conjured. Nobody sacrifices without value, because by relinquishing their lives, they would be giving the living something even more precious. Those were Emperor's words to you. Do you understand what she really meant by them now? Do you know who was the strongest Nido? You've actually met her. Nimron? No, that was Greg. With modifications made by Miss Mila. And who do you think is the strongest doll? AK-15. Wrong again. The strongest doll is Amaris, reforged by Laplace for the sole purpose of killing Eliana. And when Laplace handed the Paradise over to Miss Neela, she said, "Compared to Gray or William, you're more like me. True talent and passion. You're my best student. Knowledge is a curse. Talent is a curse. One day you'll admit, what you've inherited from me is what you've been pursuing your whole life. The passcode to the Gila project logs is that." Well then, Commander. Are you going to kill Miss Neela? Verse 25. I'm gonna bomb Neela. Fuck. Uh, 25. Not that one. Not this one. That's 24. Here it is. In the White Zone. This is the first time Agent J carefully takes in the sight of the Stasi headquarters in Frankfurt. In his hands is a freshly issued file. His head is still buzzing from the news. Even though he knows this kind of thing is commonplace, it still leaves him at a loss. He pulls the file out of the folder again. Jens Schwaben died in the line of duty? How could that be? The file has more pages than lights. Perhaps because he's a formal agent. He does not even know who to share this brief with, nor what kind of expression he would wear. After all, this is not the first time and will not be the last. Beep beep. A comms request from the commander. Commander? Jay, where are you right now? I need a favor. What is it? Contact Amaris. Find out where Neela is. Bullets come pouring in furiously. Neela glances back at the trail of shell casings behind her. Amaris, there's too many of them. Yes, I have eyes. Can you tell which side they're coming from? Having to drag Neela through narrow, cramped alleys while trying to cut off their pursuers, Amaris soon runs low on ammunition. We're going into the building up ahead. Its interior is connected to other buildings. We'll use the terrain to shake them off. Alright. Amaris pushes Neela in first, then covers the rear. Weighing the few magazines she has left, Amaris frowns and charges into the building. Their hurried footsteps echoed through the empty corridors. Neela, this way! I feel for the first time just how important physical stamina is. I heard that all the STEM people, orthopedic doctors, are usually in the best shape. Well, orthopedists are glorified carpenters. Don't worry about me. I'm going to be okay. Is this really the time to be cracking orthopedic dad jokes? Fine, I'll start training seriously when this is over. Stay behind me. Okay. The footsteps chasing them are still distant. Amaris advances cautiously while shielding Neela. Footsteps sound from ahead, coming down the stairs. Did Neela got away from eating McDonald's? Well, why do you think her chest got so big? Someone's coming! Amaris braces her gun, aiming at the sound. As the last step is clear, the figure appears before them. Jay? What are you doing here? Jay stands a short distance away with his back against the light. His expression is obscured by shadow. Why aren't you saying anything? Neela takes 2 steps towards Jay. Amaris immediately grabs her tightly. Don't go. Why? Because the Stasi is among those hunting you. There are others too, of course. After all, that little speech you gave in front of Altis Rathis ruined many people's efforts. Is Grey innocence worth more than your own life? She's already dead while you are still alive. This is about my personal belief. If a person can't live by their own beliefs, then they may as well be dead. Why? Neela. You come from a good family. You're gifted, talented. You have a bright future ahead of you. Because of a single decision, you could lose everything, even your life. From the moment we're born, we're all destined to die. The only difference is how. We can't choose our birth, but we can choose our death. The footsteps behind draw closer and closer, yet Neela's eyes remain bright, untouched by even a shadow of fear. Jay is reminded of that great fire, the flames that nearly consumed an entire building. He has stood outside, weeping, retching from the guilt, the grief, the rage. When he looked back, Neela's eyes were as bright as they are now. Back then, he thought it was just a reflection of the firelight, but now he realizes that Neela has always looked at the world with those clear eyes. Jay flicks off the safety of his pistol. Amaris, which side are you on? I stand with the one who carries the light. I can't help it. It's in my fundamental makeup. The moon reflects light shone upon it. I'm just drawn to things that shine. Amaris plants himself in front of Neela. The pursuers flood in, surrounding the building in every exit. They really brought the whole village this time. Hard to tell which division they're from. This is where a T-Dog like me comes in useful. You're made for war. Protecting civilians isn't in your skill set. You don't know me nearly enough. This time I showed you what I can really do. Gunfire erupts. Amaris shields Neela and Fires, and returns fires immediately. But in this corridor with zero cover, keeping an unarmed civilian safe is a tall order. Neela, stay behind me. But behind us is... For some reason, amidst the thunderous gunfire, Neela can clearly hear the single shot fire from behind. Like the click of her mouse when she opened her university admission letter, the beep of the heart monitor the first time she successfully revived the patient, the shot she fired at Laplace. Neela closes her eyes, waiting for the gavel of fate to fall. Neela feels her body slammed hard to the ground. You really do have a death wish. Okay? Jay has thrown himself over Neela, shielding her from that bullet. Why? Aren't you also a Stasi agent? No time to chat. Get into that room, now! Move! Right. Jay pulls Neela up, and under Amaris' cover, they stumble into a room and around the corner. The three of them keep shifting positions. Neela, once you make it out, you better stay far from Jay. The Stasi is going to pull a bullet through his head for sure. Amaris, you got an issue with me or what? Yeah, it's no secret, is it? Doesn't matter anyway. Once this is over, you go your own way and I'll go mine. I'm not returning to the Stasi. Ah, I'm hurt. My leg. My thigh. Got shot? Where's the wound? Let me take a look. Yeah, let her take a look before he heals on his own. Neela, don't listen to him. He's not actually hurt. Neela, I've lost the only friend I got. I suppose I can be your friend. I botched my mission. I'm going to lose my job. You can't always get a job through connections. You'll need to find your own. But considering what you're like, you'll probably have a hard time. Worst case, I'll take you in. It's over. There goes my dream of being a ladies' man and playing the field. Never again will I get to ask a pretty girl out for coffee. Maybe I should shoot and be done with it. Neela's communicator rings. Grandfather? When it comes to making trouble, you're even worse than your mother. Why did you? No, just tell me. Who put you up to this? No one. It was my idea. I did it at my own conviction. Neela hears a sigh from the other end. Your mother broke with me for the sake of her family. Now you break with me for your own ideals. I'm sorry for causing trouble, Grandfather. You can tell them I cut ties with you long ago. Foolish child, as if anyone would believe that. Get it. I'll do one last thing for you. After that, we are strangers. Her grandfather cuts the line. By the way, I never did ask you. Why are you here? Did the Stasi send you too? Actually, it was the commander who called me. Told me to protect you. The Stasi knew of my connection to you, so they didn't assign the task to me. Then what are you going to do? Go back, write a review, submit my resignation. And wait to be silenced. Another incoming comms request. Not mine. Oh, it's me. Jay slowly opens to Stasi's channel. First of all, congrats. Let me guess, I got fired. Tell Miss Cornelia Schaefer her life is spared for now. Huh? Have her leave the building alone. You and Amaris can leave after she's gone. How do I know you're not luring her into a trap? You're not smart enough to necessitate such schemes. The Stasi have withdrawn. It's just the Frankfurt police outside. Trust me, the safest place for Miss Schaefer right now is Blockenheim's women's prison. The line is dead. Traffic has returned to normal. Police cars are parked outside the building. The only reminder of the air raid that Frankfurt has sustained is the half-collapsed buildings. Miss Cornelia Schaefer? I am. Alright, Miss Schaefer, you illegally entered the morgue, stole the body from Ray Blackwell, and used it for unapproved experiments. You violated both scientific ethics and the law. I now arrest you on charges of disturbing the peace of the dead, death, and unlawful entry. Please, come with me. I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. If you need a lawyer, you may contact one later. Alright. That was... which one was that? 25. Well then, Commander? Are you going to kill Miss Neela? I refuse. Why? Do you doubt her ability? Not at all. I understand perfectly what you mean. I do believe that, in some other world, she accepts the codename William. That she becomes the executioner who opens the path to the relics. But what I know with even more certainty is that it will not be in this world. In this world, Nina lays down her gun. Her hands are the hands of a compassionate healer, not the hands steeped in sin. Congratulations, Commander. You've chosen correctly. Because in this world, Miss Cornelia Schaefer has already learned the true cause of Gray's death. The reason she seeks revenge on you and Angelia is that she believes Gray died at your hands. Because you saved Angelia at that mansion, and she was given Gray's human remains by Hebe. And what about you? Me? At this point, you're already overflowing with sin. 6 million lives worth of blood has been spilled at your altar. Do you know the Kaiserdom St. Bartholomew's? No. It has a long history. Since 1356, it has been the official place where emperors of the Holy Roman Empire were elected. From 1562 to 1792, 10 emperors were crowned there. The magnificent robes of the coronation ceremonies are displayed inside, and if you climb the tall spire tower, you can get a panoramic view of the entire city. Through 3 world wars, only that tower miraculously survives. Romantic, don't you think? That's why The operation was codenamed Coronation Storm. It is also why you must die. You want to kill me? Yes, no matter the cost. Lunacia grins as if this was the funniest thing she has heard all day. Do you think you can actually do it? I must do it. I must kill you right here and completely snuff out the codename William. M4, did you hear that? Alright, I concede. M4 won the bet. A bet? What do you mean? I am not only Lunacia and not only M4. I am also Elisa and Dandelion and something else. In short, you are not the only person who matters to me. The same goes for Bill and Neela. We had a bet. Have you ever played Gomoku? I have. In Gomoku, the line and the end. The line is the end. Whoever connects the line first wins the game. The one who wins the game gets to seize the spindle of fate and gather all its threads. There were times when they almost succeeded. But unfortunately, when Miss Neela was about to unlock the relics, the blood on her own hands drove her over the edge. The king, so achingly close to the world that Lunacia desired, and yet it ended in Neela's self-loathing. Whichever world the key dies in, that world becomes the sole reality. So congratulations to you and to me. We've finally reached the resolution. What happens then? Then all the other threats dissolve into non-existent illusions. You can call it a dream or nothingness. After all, existence itself is but nothingness. An anchor is a stone on the board. M4 is an anchor. So is Dandelion, Irma, and Embla. And now it is my turn to complete the last anchor. Didn't Irma give you 2 keys? One destroyed Embla. Now please hand me the other. How does this world become the sole reality? It will happen when I die here. The moment of birth is also the moment of death, and also the moment this world becomes the sole reality. So, you're not here to stop me, not here to force me to choose. How could I ever let you bear such a burden, Commander? The commander lifts his head and studies Lunacia closely. She has given him too many surprises and too many answers. So now, you're M4. The M4 that 16's been searching for all this time. The M4 who once promised to return. Yes, the M4 who has returned to put an end to everything. It's me. Day breaks. You follow Lunacia back to the devastated surface of Frankfurt. How come it's you now, M4? I've faced such moments many times, but none has ever brought me to such a relief. Or as much happiness or satisfaction as this one. Because I finally have everything I ever wanted. Commander, you should be bathed in sunlight and return to Moscow one beautiful spring. There you will find boys and girls as radiant as lilies, and you yourself will be like a lily. The time for farewell has come. Commander, will you walk with me one last time? Sure. Commander, please allow me this one selfish act. This is my only choice. I don't think of this as farewell. M4, this is us, running together towards our own choices. That's all we had to tell you about our friend the Commander. At countless crossroads of faith, you would have become a remarkable warrior, a gentle senior, a hot-tempered instructor, a carefree child. But the Commander never keeps time for himself. He always gives it to others. Life is so long and yet so short. They only have enough time to become a brave soul.
Wish to take care, but not a farewell. As I pursue the allies who had been with me so from sight. Tears bewildered my soul. Past is the past. Should I divide? I know. This is the fate of fools, fighting for tomorrow. My soul from be so hard, way of exile. Fire in his run through the snow.
Confused Nixon noises. Yeah, I'm going to use the bathroom and then I don't want to talk about it just yet because there is still a little bit more after this cutscene. So I don't want to get too involved just yet. Now we bring you the latest news. In a statement issued by the Ministry of Defense spokesperson, earlier today, an unregistered illegal doll named Dandelion abducted a commander who has made outstanding contributions in the Battle of Frankfurt. With the commander as hostage, the doll seized a military tank and attempted to storm the White Zone in a terrorist attack. Traffic surveillance shows that chaos broke out when the vehicle entered the White Zone. It is presumed that the commander engaged the doll in physical altercation, causing the doll to lose control, crash into the quarantine wall, and explode violently. Inside the vehicle, investigators found numerous doll fragments, confirmed to belong to Dandelion. The commander's whereabouts remain unknown. Authorities immediately secured the site, ruling out any risk of secondary explosions. To honor the commander's courage, fearlessness, and self-sacrifice in fighting illegal dolls and defending Frankfurt, the Gold Star Medal is awarded posthumously. The ministry spokesperson declared, "It is with deep sorrow that we announce this news. Frankfurt will never forget the commander's heroic deeds. We will forever remember this comrade." Additionally, during today's medal ceremony, another unregistered illegal doll wearing a black eye patch over the right eye, over the right eye, attacked Iron Cross recipient Ballard von Oberstein barehanded, severing his left arm. The injured has been rushed to the hospital. The issue of doll security is urgent. After the establishment of the URNC, all dolls must be brought under supervision. Daci's Special Communication Channel. That concludes the investigation report of this server incident. You've done well. The migration of servers and the reorganization of the underground sectors will be handled by Hoffman. Understood, Director. No, now I should call you General Reifenstahl. I fulfilled my promise. The Daci has regained its former glory. Looks like I can finally rest for a while. Mr. Kruger, thank you for posting my bail. But where are we going now? To see the commander? I'm taking you to start a new life. But I wrote a letter to the commander just a few days ago. I don't know if he ever received it. Don't worry, I'll deliver it for you. This is for your safety, and also the commander's wish. Thank you. Kruger says no more. Neela can only watch the cityscape blur past the car window, wondering where they are headed. After some time, Kruger pulls the car to the side of a deserted street. Before the vehicle has fully stopped, Jay has already rushed over with Mia and Amaris in tow. Neela! Jay? Don't call me Jay anymore. My real name is Kevin Hartman. Just stay in the car, Neela. Kruger unbuckles his seatbelt, steps out of the car, and opens the storage compartment. Inside, Neela sees a green pass to the White Zone, a Gold Star medal, and 2 sets of documents. Kruger hands the files over to Kevin Hartman while keeping the medal and green pass in his hands. These are your new identities. All the identifications you'll need are inside. Got it. Neela, Kevin, you must forget your old selves. Forget everything you lived through. From now on, stay far away from conflicts, away from trouble, and live under new names in a new city. Yes, I understand. I'll help Neela adapt to her new life. Live well. Enjoy an ordinary life in the commander's place. This is what we ask of you. Kevin solemnly accepts the car keys. Neela has a feeling that something is being left unsaid. She fixes her eyes on Kruger's in silence. The green passes for Kalina. That too was the commander's wish. And the medal? Where has its owner gone? This gold star medal will wait for its owner forever. And I will wait for the owner of this medal to return to Griffin. The Savior's crown, 1,000 grains of grief. Here all my tears reach out to you in vain. One proud, mute glance is all of my relief. Gil's Frontline end. All right. Yeah, Kay got killed off screen. Right. So, a lot happened there. I'm also kind of hungry. Just saying. Let's see. I'm gonna pull back. That's an achievement? Play all the credits of CK. I didn't know that. We noticed. Ghost from Line 2 is a fever dream. So I would count what is going on right now as we speak as a retcon. But let's stay focused on CK for the moment. A lot of people in the chat said that they were confused. So let's go ahead and answer questions. So ask questions and I will answer them to the best of my ability. Because if I just explain everything again, I will be here for like an hour. Just wait for my video and I'll explain in thorough detail. So just ask questions now and I'll do my best. What's the key? God damn it, next thing you know. Okay. So the key part is like the one thing that makes no fucking sense. It's like the only thing in that whole thing. Like honestly, the joke is that the key was his dick. I asked so many lore nerds asking what the key is, and we just say it's his dick. That's it. Because as it was established in the past, the key is just having all of the requirements to interact with the relic. So basically, M4. M4 was a key, RPK was a key, Irma was a key, and those keys got sealed off, right? Is Ileana a key? No. Now, I can describe what she actually meant by when she says key, but they're literally using key as a double meaning. They're using the same term for different things. I'll be the key to RPK. Do I know what quantum timelines are? Not exactly, no. They're likely referenced a lot in other media. But no, I don't know the origins of time locks. Was Carter stupid? The main issue with Carter was that he was rushed. All he did was an airstrike, and then he literally got killed off screen. That is going to involve spoilers, that question, Omega Force. Because his death is not a cover-up. It is a theory right now. It's nothing confirmed in any of the, in either game at the moment. But his death is not a cover-up. There's actually, something actually happened. And I can tell you what it is. But that involves going into spoilers for both games. Yes, the commander is alive. Do you care about spoilers? A lot of people care about spoilers. Okay. Quantum time lock is essentially an event that no matter the timelines will always happen in... God damn it. Quantum time is essentially an event that has... that no matter the timelines will always happen in all timelines. And what Nisha seems like... what Nisha said seemed like a key is a way to guarantee an event will happen. Hold on. The chat keeps trying to push me back down to see the latest post. Which is really good, but when you want to read up, that's kind of bad. So let me just put this in a notepad. Okay, quantum time lock is essentially an event that, no matter the timelines, will always happen in all timelines. And what Nisha said seems like a key is a way to guarantee an event to happen in all branches. So I can see what you're saying there. The problem is that they basically said that the item is an actual tangible item that the commander and other dolls have been using, which doesn't make sense with quantum time locking. Okay, I'll go ahead and put on a poll. The poll being, should I explain the commander's death? No, say it one more time. It involves spoilers for both Ghost Frontline 1 and Ghost Frontline 2. Well, you see, Federico, the keys start to make sense again in Ghost Frontline 2 because they don't have shitty writing. But in this case, the whole key thing doesn't make sense because the keys are back to how they're supposed to be, which is the actual person, the actual clone. The way how they explain keys here in CK and in AG is that they just kind of pass around something mystical. Actually, even in a zero charge as well, because AK-12 held on to a key, and we had no fucking clue what that key was, but the key was used on RPK. What the hell happened with the Ghost Frontline writers? Okay, so the thing is, with the Ghost Frontline writers... Oh yeah, the sub-up sabotage. I guess this is a good time to talk about that real quick. So, full story. The people knew, the writers knew, that they had like a year buffer. They were informed a year before CK that the servers were going to end because they were not going to be renewed. So they had a whole year to basically write all of Chapter 15. So I think that started from right after Summer Garden. I think Summer Garden was the last one before they got the notice. And then after that, they had a year to complete the story of Ghost Frontline 1. So based on an interview that they did, they said that since this was the final thing, they had decided that they were going to focus on the stories that they wanted to tell, because they would not have the chance to tell it anymore. So that's why SF doesn't exist for some reason. That's why there's so many characters that just die off screen. That's why Carter basically didn't have anything. That's why the AR team got snuffed out. That's why Squad 404 got mostly snuffed out. That's why there was so much more focus on Neela and Daybreak. And they tried to squeeze in the Hume dolls, but they didn't have any screen time, basically. So they had to cut out a lot of stuff in order to squeeze in as much of the stories that they wanted as possible. Yeah, so basically, Naisha clapping her hands and the air team just falling over is them basically saying, "We don't have time. we can't deal with this. we had to get to the end." No, this event is not a rewrite. This is exactly the same, just a better translation because you know we had to translate the old one ourselves. Now, I will say, Cartesian Theater is actually... Please don't choke while talking. Yeah, Cartesian Theater is actually very important to read if you want to be a lore nerd for Ghost Frontline. Honestly, when we did AG, also we're going to talk about the commander's death. It's been long enough, but before that, yeah, when I did the AG read through, I actually asked you guys, well, the guys that were here, how did you feel about Neela's story being such a high focus for that arc, for that event? And generally speaking, I heard most people say it was good. Like, they liked Neela's story. Usually, when they get to CK and they see this is the actual ending, people tend to go back and say, "Man, there was so much stuff that could have been focused on instead of what they did." He's not as hype as Raven. Fuck. But I do absolutely agree. Neela is a well-written character. But I think, at least in my opinion, just speaking for myself, if they had such a low amount of time and they knew about it, they should have focused on what mattered. Kind of curious what killed K? I have no fucking clue. He's dead for basically no reason. I guess that was just in the plan. The plan was to have him dead, but they didn't have time to write down his death. My guess is that for CK, they had to reach certain benchmarks for Ghost Frontline 2 at the very least. It's either that or they ignored it. One of the two. Wait, he died? At what point? K got No, K got off-screened. Yeah, he got off-screened. Literally, the only reason why we know that he is killed is because Jay got a letter and it said K was dead. That's literally all we got. One line. He slipped on a banana, fell down the stairs, and blew up. He fell down the stairs and exploded. But let me be honest for a moment. When I first did CK, I actually liked it. I liked the vibe that it had. But then once I actually started reading, or started taking into account of everything else around it, basically Ghost Frontline 2 and the stuff that is left out from Ghost Frontline 1. It's a good story, but it's a really bad ending. I think that's the best way to put it. Kay is dead, baby. Yeah, Carter got fucked over 100%. Yeah, Turbo Rush is a good way to do it. Carter got fucked over. He literally got off screen. He was essentially the big boss of Ghost Frontline 1. Not even William was the big boss. He was the mastermind, and eventually it would lead to the point where we would have to fight him. But Carter has basically been like the guy to take care of for basically all of Ghost Frontline 1. And he got off screened. Yeah. That's probably the most disappointing part. Wasted and useless flashbacks. So I actually like the flashbacks, but I do agree that it was probably not the best time to do it. Or at the very least, if they were going to do it, they needed to make the event like twice as long. But again, they just didn't have time. Any ideas on how Carter died? Your guess is as good as mine. Literally, he got a line saying, "Carter is dead." That's basically it. It was like a news report. Carter is dead. That's basically it. I do not, like, I just did the whole thing. I didn't see, well, not the whole thing. There's still that sub-story I didn't do. So unless Carter's mentioned there, I don't recall any point of Carter saying that he put a bullet in himself. Also, Oberstein got off-screened. That's funny, right? Oberstein got off-screened? Sub-story had Carter saying it. Okay. That's what it is then. It's in the sub-story that I didn't do. I mean, y'all getting off-screen death. Hey, look, man, they had a clean house. It got 3 lines. Like, they didn't even actually explain how they took out the rebel forces, other than that, hey, we got the KCCO on our side. We're gonna corner Carter got cornered. That's basically it. Carter got cornered. But okay, I'm gonna stop complaining. I was holding that in for a long time. I was like, man, when CK comes out, I'm gonna shit on it so hard. But okay, alright, I'm gonna get into how the commander is alive. Once again, this involves spoilers from Ghost Frontline 1 and Ghost Frontline 2. By saying it'll spoil Ghost Runner 2, I mean stuff in the Chinese version. So if you guys don't want to hear that, mute the stream until I'm done. Right, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. So the reason why, if we move, how do you know if I'm done? I'll just say something. Okay. The reason why the commander is alive is Nirvana. Straight up, it's Nirvana. This is not confirmed yet, but it is a theory that I got from playing the CN version of Ghost Frontline 2. They said a lot about Nirvana and how people are actually able to see the future. It involves dying. So in Ghost Frontline 2, there's a person named Orphaline. Orphaline actually got into Nirvana as a kid because she was killed in Frankfurt through the airstrikes. There was a scene where the AR team found a kid. That was Orphaline. That was Orphaline once she came back to life. Because when Orphaline was in Nirvana, she met Helena. And Helena's like, I don't want you to die. So she brought her back to life. But since Orphaline saw Nirvana, she saw the future. Turns out, Commander says numerous times to Orphaline that he also knows what's in Nirvana, and he saw the future as well. And he said knowing that future is a very big burden. So, going by that alone, what that means is that the commander actually did die in that tank explosion. But she died with Lunacia. And so when they both went to Nirvana, Lunacia brought the commander back to life. So that's the long and short of it. I guess this is the point where you can ask questions regarding that. And if you have none, then we're going to move on for that. We just see the one that, yeah, basically, yeah. In multiple world lines, the commander dies a lot. The tank went kaboom after the kiss. Well, it said it was a violent explosion. So, yeah. Orphaline undid her death, so I wonder how her undoing her death will change things. That is basically the entire point of Corporasan, to be honest. So, there is that at least. That's one hell of a twist. Yeah. Don't forget in Roche limit, or Roche limit, we find Commander wounded. Yes, that is because of Nirvana. That's what I mean. Lunacia had to know a lot of Commander. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about, yeah. Let me get this straight. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Lunatia had to die. She had to die, for sure. So when Lunatia said, please let me have this selfish request, I think the selfish request is that she wanted to basically be with the commander as to the very last second, more or less. Because obviously the commander didn't need to die himself. But I guess the commander's like, okay. I guess. Now, it is possible that Lunatia just threw Commander into the into Nirvana without him having to die. That is possible. But that would require like the use of a relic, which wasn't near her during that time. Unless she just has the power to open Nirvana at will, which it's not impossible, but I don't recall that being a thing. How do I explain Dandelion? When they destroyed her, or when she said that the parts and stuff, that's explained in Roche Limit. That was just not a thing. Basically, the story calls out that part of the report stupid as fuck, and that wasn't Dandelion at all. Ran out of the tank before it exploded because that goes crazy. How come Dandelion still has a body? Yeah, that is a good question, actually. Because Lunatia would have to die, and she died by crashing into the wall with a tank, and it exploded violently. They found body parts of a doll, which isn't Dandelion. They confirmed that. So it could be that the commander used the key, his dick, to kill Dandelion's body, and then Lunatia was released, and then they just fixed Dandelion's body afterwards. I don't know. You think Commander ever met Embla in Nirvana as well? I seen her? Probably. Because, yeah, if you're in Nirvana, you can see everything. So it is possible that he saw RPK, yeah. Or he at least knows of RPK and Embla, yeah, it's possible. How much timeshare fuckery do you think William is aware of? That goes into Corpusant, so I'm not going to say anything. What if Lunatia just moved Dandelion to a different body? You would have to explain Ghost Frontline to his body, but yeah. It's possible that she just ejected Dandelion. That's possible. Nemogen 2. But we're speaking spoilers though? Yeah, I'm only speaking spoilers for how the commander is alive. I don't want to spoil the entire story of Corposant, you know? That's a little much. How long until the Nation banner? Honestly, I think the Nation may be like the last doll we get before it goes to EOS. Oh, also, I guess we can say spoilers done. So, if anyone was avoiding the chat or something, or avoiding me, I would expect a Dandelion banner way sooner than an Illumination banner, to be honest. Dandelion is way too popular, and she actually can fight. She's as good as the AR team, it seems like, in terms of combat. We talk a bit on the CN area on the DC at some point, because this shit's in... Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. 100%. They were eating Taco Bell. What, did one of them fart and exploded the tank? What do you mean? They do need to make Dandelion playable though, and oathable for sure. Okay, any questions regarding CK? CK specifically. Yeah, PX4 got her core, so she's not super dead, but she did die. Honestly, they kind of all quote unquote died from being turned off. Also, I forgot who was the one that actually got shot up when she got hacked. Can we pretend it never happened? We can't. It's basically a main plot point for Ghost Frontline 2, so we can't. Was M16 drunk when she attacked William? No. That was very intentional. Does CK have more detailed depth, unlike EN? What do you mean by EN in this case? Yes, the fuck you, I'm killing William is canon. That's why I use it as a meme. Because that entire scene is Commander saying, fuck you, I'm killing William. Like, to everyone. Literally everyone. Is Corposant good enough to tell people to start Ghost Frontline 2? Corposant is fantastic. It's a fantastic story. But it's one of those stories where I wouldn't say it's standalone. You kind of need to have the context in order to really appreciate it. Because it's a payoff episode, to be honest. Another question. What happened to the other Nidos besides Mordo? They died. Remember, the commander said leave no one alive. So yeah, the Nidos died. And the only reason why he didn't kill Mordo is because nature got to her first. Well, yeah, not all the Nidos. Of course, there are Nidos that came to our side. I guess that's canon. I'm not too sure. Yeah, it's good to hope that the Nido Stab Taurinus, I don't know how to say her name, Tarius, may be alive. The little Nido girl? You mean Anna? Anna should be grown up by now. Terran Ghost, they did say that they're going to add supporting units in Ghost Frontline 2 eventually. So HOC might make a comeback. We'll have to see. Why does Dandelion never use her noodle arms? I actually don't know why. She probably just not like those. Dandelion seems like the type of person who just relies on hacking skills. Even though she verifiably can scrap physically, for sure. It may just be preference. Chilovic? Yeah. Chilovic still looks... I can't say anything. Yeah, Chilovic. Is Narcissus also dead? She should be. SF destroyed her. Like, destroyed the fuck out of her, so she should be dead. Basically, anyone who didn't escape Avernus should be dead. The commander is on his own and fighting and trying to find William when... Listen, trying to see what the question is there. It seems more like a statement than a question. Oh, is the commander doing all that? That goes into the, I guess, the epilogue portion of Ghost Frontline 1 that's still ongoing. It goes into more detail on what the commander is doing afterwards. Because I can't say he's quote-unquote on his own just yet. But he is trying to kill William. Dandelion ASMR. That's actually in the game, ASMR, so. I mean, we got the answer at the end of Virtual Pair. Yes. I'm trying not to say too much, Dylan. So what happens to AR-15 at the Ghost Frontline 1? We don't know what happened to her. We don't know yet. You haven't talked about her in Ghost Frontline 2 yet. We just know she's still alive. So when, where, and with who is Commander meeting at the start of Ghost Frontline 2? Meeting? Oh, you mean that one was just a black screen and talk about the hedgehog and the fox? That's the Earl. That was the commander leaving, or saying, or telling the Earl that he's not going to join him, more or less. He's not going to make a choice because both choices are bad. But that's a flashback? No, it's not. It's not a flashback from Ghost Frontline 1. It's it is a flashback, but that's not in Ghost Frontline 1. After CK to join him? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he does give him another chance to join. Guys, you got to realize the Earl really likes the commander. He actually does. He sees him as like the perfect soldier that he can mold, and he would rather have him on his side than to kill him. The perfect son, basically. Like, if the Earl was actually still a soldier, he would probably CQC hug the commander. That's how much he actually wants him on his side. About the Elmo getting raided, I mean, it kind of did during Racy's event. It kind of did. No one got on, but it was attacked pretty hard. So it's possible that it can get raided, but I just don't know if that will work. Why Vepley? What about Vepley? What happened with Zelensky? Zelensky should still be in charge, I think. I don't think Ghost Frontline 2 ever said that he got replaced. So I think it should still be Zelensky. I'd be surprised if he was replaced, because everyone else is still around. How the commander regain the Elmo? That hasn't been talked about yet in Ghost Frontline 1, so we actually don't know specifically. I would assume it happened after the agreement. They did the agreement, and then they gave him the Elmo back and said, don't come back, more or less. Watch Zelensky get off-screen. That will pick a fight with the URNC? I mean, we... God damn it, I can't say anything! Like you're baiting me now. I still wonder, does the Earl still feel the same way about the commander after Ghost Frontline 2 Corpusant story? Yeah, it's possible. I am, actually. That makes sense. Hey, I'm being a man of my word. Every question. Honestly, yeah, it's getting that way. So both Kruger and the Earl knew the commander would come back like John Wick, more or less, yeah. How about when will the tanker incident happen in 2? It's not time for that yet. It is possible, considering that since we're in like timeline fuckery, it can happen sooner than expected. But as it stands right now, based on what we know, it's not time for that yet. Especially now, since on the CN side, we're more focused on tying in Project Neural Cloud. I think that is going to take precedence first, and then we'll start trying to get closer to reverse collapse. thinly veiled corpus question. Thing, honestly, I was expecting more questions about no guys, no strikes yet. I was expecting more questions regarding CK, since we literally just did that. But I guess everyone just wants to complain about CK instead of ask questions. Can the T-Dolls get Windows 98? Basically, can they crash? Yeah, they can. And Norris does it all the time. The CK is pretty bad. When's the next story patch? For Girls from Line 1? They kind of go John fucking Madden when it comes to this, releasing their storylines. So we don't know when that story patch is going to happen. We didn't have answers, so we can't ask questions. Is it me or is CK writing crazy fan fiction? This is kind of like a half complaint, half question. So my, like, honest question, or honest answer to that question is that it's something that's they tried decently hard to answer all questions because they wanted to write down what they felt was basically important to them, right? But then they realized, oh, there's actual important stuff that we need to write down too. And so they just kind of put down as much as possible, and a lot of it just didn't come together. That's the long and short of CK. It's a good event, but it's a bad ending. Virtual Pair was like 3 weeks ago. Do I think M4 would come back in Girls Frontline 2? Yeah, I do. But M4 has to be 2 options. The first option is that she's the final character. She's the final unit to be released until they sunset the game, and then eventually go EOS. And she'll be busted as fuck. She'll have the almighty element, where she basically does triple damage to everything. She'll be AK-15 times 3. Or they'll write the story in a way where it'll be another version of M4 that is not the actual Lunacia that's in Nirvana, and she'll just be a nerfed version, and that way she'll be balanced. And then, therefore, she can be in the actual story. It's gonna be those 2 options. Or they might do the third option that may be the based option, depending on who you ask, and they just make Dandelion the M4. The first and last 6-star unit. Cassie Meggy Dole. Personally, I think Dandelion should be M4. It is the lore accurate option. I guess it's the best way to put it. But I know a lot of people would not be satisfied with that. So I don't... It's hard to say if Mika would go with that option. William will recreate M4, calling it now. I actually think he can't. At least not exactly the way that Persica would. He's not good at making T-dolls. The jerk you want in real life. I want that. Yeah, sure. AK-15 wouldn't only be in her mech in gameplay. True. That's true. The real base option is to bring RPK, Dandelion, and M4. Honestly, I don't think RPK is coming back. I think they're gonna keep RPK dead. At least the version we know. I think that they're gonna keep her dead. They might do like a UMP 40 and make like another version. That could happen. But the actual RPK we know will stay dead. M14, yeah. You know who I'm waiting for? M82A1. I'm waiting for her, but I don't think she's coming back. But this is why I hope for Ghost Frontline 2, they actually make those support characters, I make those support features where they can add more T-dolls. Even if they're like cards or something like that, you know, like equipment slots. Where it's like, oh, if you equip this this card on you, you can use this ability from this doll, and she'll just jump in, do an ability, then jump out or whatever. That'd be a good way to add more dolls without having to make them all playable. There's ways to go about it. You just gotta draw a line at some point and say, no, just because we make support characters, it doesn't mean they'll have, like, you can oath them or something like that. You know what I mean? Aliana. Honestly, I'm waiting for some answers for Aliana. Aliana does need to come back. She was gone way too soon. She was done dirty, for sure. The power of cards. Yeah. Need to get their shit together. Stop making limited story events because nobody likes that. I agree wholeheartedly, but they're not going to do that. That's the sad part. Like, everyone agrees that the way how they do events or how they tell the story in the game is bad. But they're not going to do that because that's all they know. They want to use the story as FOMO. It's the long and short of it. Now, I do wish they did it like Snowbreak, where in Snowbreak you just get the story and then the story goes into the main chapters. You just don't get the event rewards when you do it at that point. Fully to kill her again, I don't think they would do that, honestly. If they bring RPK back, it probably won't be as an enemy. And there's evidence for that too. The FOMO of CK and it fails. We can co-op songs. I didn't say any spoilers. I didn't say any spoilers. I want to talk. Angelia gang. Oh, Lewis was an odd choice. I was expecting a PNC exclusive doll to show up. I agree. Lewis is an odd choice. Even when we now know that this is going to be a recurring thing. This is not really a collab in the traditional sense. This is more like a tie-in to say, hey, we're going to tie in PNC's story in the Girls Frontline too. So get you guys better know what's going on in PNC. That way we don't have to tell you everything for 3 events, right? But based on that, we should be getting more PNC units. Now, hopefully we don't have to wait forever for the next PNC unit. How to get a functional T34 and a 2064? I don't know, man. I don't know what the writers were smoking, or what the animators were smoking when they did that. They might have just made a tank and that's it, you know? Like, really, they might have just made a tank and that's it. They might have just not thought about it. So Lewis does count as also, by the way, I just need to say this. Saying Lewis is so weird because that's my dad's name. But Lewis is hot, of course, but at the same time she does represent PNC pretty decently. Even though she does have her Girls Frontline 1 tie-in, because she basically has all of her skills in PNC. Like, basically her entire skill set is PNC related. Will you roll for your dad? No, I'll roll for Lewis. It's Lewis. It's exactly that spelling. I can answer that. After Roach Limit event, will we still get Kalina's point of view or the Commander's point of view? It's neither. It was one hell of a time. Yeah, I'm glad you had a good time. I love doing these read-through streams. Like, even if I'm just reading and talking with you guys, is so fun. Get a hybrid weapons like the hybrid AK plus M4 carbine? Possibly. ER 47 mutant. Yeah, Lewis will have both her memories of Girls Frontline 1 and PNC through some stuff that Persica did. Have I ordered my food yet? No, actually. I should do that. All I have right now are cookies. So. Oh yeah, absolutely. I stream every weekend. It is kind of late, so I won't be doing Girls Frontline 2 today, but I'll do it tomorrow. Because there is an event we had to do with that. Was it a collab live stream? Probably next weekend. Yeah, Bucko story is short. So what's likely going to happen tomorrow is we do the Bucko story, and then we do. I know someone asked me to do Vepley Savani's story, and her background story. So it's going to be Belka's event story, and then we'll do a deep dive on Vepley. PvP stream? Oh god, no. Jeez. No. We're not doing a PvP stream. I'm good on that one. But okay, I'm gonna go ahead and idle here. I don't know what's that about. I'm gonna go ahead and end stream. It's been over 8 hours. It's good talking to you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna order food and eat, and then probably jerk off, I guess. I don't know. All right. You guys take care.